like a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Should look both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on up, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on up, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chess 24. This is the Champions Chess Tour, day 6 of the Oslo Esports Cup. And it's been a fabulous event which has had us at the edge of our seats so far. And the action continues as we've got two joint leaders now, a certain Magnus Carlsen and a certain 16-year-old Pragnananda. So things are getting hot here. Take a look at the current standings. We've got Magnus and Prag at the top of the table with Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 7, Leko and Liem with 6, Jorden, Anish with 5. So Anish and Shak currently at the bottom half of the table. I think few of us would have expected that. Two big heavyweights just goes on to show how tough a format and how tough a game chess is. Chat, I'm gonna quickly just do a little bit of setting here where I'm gonna pull you guys up. How's everyone doing in chat? How are we today? A big shout out to all of you joining us on Twitch, on Chess 24, and on YouTube. Today for the pre-show, we have something interesting, and I'm not sure what I'm expecting out of it, but it's going to be fun. And once again, I'm going to invite my partner in crime to join me for this one. And let's bring on international master, founder of Chess Space India, master reeler, influencer, Sagar Shah.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you so much. And because of your introduction, I make sure that I put reels every day. So, so that you can continue introducing me that way.
Exactly. It really gives me this idea of how I want to bring you on. In fact, chat, I called up Sagar. It was about 2 hours ago. And, to just say that, okay, I'll see you in a bit. And then he told me that he's working right now. So he doesn't have much time to talk. And then I said, what are you working on? And he said, I just have to put out this reel really quickly. So I'll call you back. Not even kidding. I've got some WhatsApp chats to prove this.
Please, Tanya.
No, but we're always scared about the leaks that happen. So I'm not going to open my WhatsApp, Sagar.
Okay.
But how are you doing today?
I'm very, very well. And yesterday was a very action-packed day. And the fact that Magnus played so well, not even, as Prag said, he was not even at his best, yet he won 3-0. So against Pragnananda. So that was really a nice match for me. I enjoyed it tremendously to follow it and learned a lot myself as well.
I think the one thing that we really learned is just how strong Magnus is. I mean, that was a real crushing performance by him, 3-0. And like you mentioned, he's not been feeling well. But that's also what Peter was saying on the show throughout, actually, since the first day, that yes, Magnus isn't well, but when you look at the quality of his moves, you think he's so in shape.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes you just get into that rhythm that your health is not good, so you save your energy in all the right places and you're able to play well during the games. Maybe his health is not so bad that he's not able to focus or concentrate. He's able to give his 100% maybe to the game, but as we've come to see Magnus, we always expect something more from him. So yesterday when he was making some dubious decisions at some point, I thought, well, maybe that could be because of his health. Otherwise he would have been at maybe a higher level.
Puneet, absolutely right. That's why Magnus is good. Sagar, I can barely play good chess when I'm in my best shape. I mean, it's a struggle constantly. Imagine playing when you're so unwell. But we had an interesting insight by Magnus in his interview, and I'm going to bring that clip up because this one's been fun to watch. Let's have that up.
All eyes were on this match because of Pragnananda's performance so far in the tournament. Were you feeling some sort of extra determination to show who is best?
Yeah, I want to win the tournament, but I am the best. I mean, I don't have any doubt about that. But I mean, you gotta prove it when you play. So clearly, for the tournament, this is very, very, very important.
Absolutely.
When Magnus makes statements like that, you say to yourself, wow, he said that. And then you say, but it makes sense. Yeah, you can't argue with it. He's the best. So
it's not bragging if it's true, right? But I just feel anybody else saying that would just sound like a bit of a, like a bit of a douchebag there. What are you saying? How can you say that about yourself? But when he says it, it's it's just a matter of fact.
I think it must have taken him a few years. Like he became world number one in 2010, maybe around that period. Then he became the world champion in 2013. So till that point, he might not have said that. But once you are world champion for 8 years or 9
You
years
could say
now,
anything.
now you are
Everything
like,
and
okay,
anything goes.
I've proven myself enough, to
You
say
can
this.
get away with anything. But what was most interesting about that statement was that he said that he knows it, but he still has to prove it every time he plays.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the whole motivation factor comes in for him. That regardless of how many tournaments he wins, how many times he wins, he wants to win more and more, despite knowing that he's the best
Yeah.
in the world.
I
So
was
that was-
actually reading a philosophical book, and it said that you have to earn your titles. So it means that once someone gives you a title, let's say once someone says, Tania, you are the best commentator who's out there, then
Thanks,
you
Sagar.
have to
I'll
keep
take
on you have to keep on commentating every single time to prove
Yeah.
that. The moment you stop, then people forget. That's the thing. I think what Magnus is saying.
That really explains your consistency on Instagram as well.
Mm.
It really does. You know you're the best on Instagram, but you have to prove it every time with those reels. So we all got to do it, chat. Hate the game, don't hate the player. So this was a fun one. I thought very insightful from the world champion. But despite this, this thing that I'm the best, I think the one thing about him is also just the kind of respect he shows for his opponents. We saw it, when he lost to Liem in the match. He actually congratulated Liem. And take a look at this clip when he walked into his game against Prague yesterday.
To face Prague, he did tweet saying "suit up" today, Ivanka. But he
Yeah.
looks quite chill in his hoodie here.
Yeah, he didn't follow his own instructions, did he?
Sagar, I'll tell you one thing. He doesn't shake hands with everybody before a game, at least not in this
really?
event. I'm not going to
Wow.
name the players, but it's rare. Let me just put it like that.
And also, did you see he smiled also to Prag while shaking hands? And Prag was so focused. He was like, oh, I need to just shake hands and get back to my game. So it was a nice moment there. And the thing is, Tanya, Magnus does really enjoy this fact playing against this younger generation. He keeps talking about it, but he walks the talk. When he says he enjoys playing against Ali Reza or when he enjoys playing against these youngsters, you can sense it. That tweet, that Instagram story, that handshake.
Yeah, that slight extra thing that he puts in, it's like a challenge for him. And you're absolutely right. I think with that it's not just saying that I enjoy playing these, but he genuinely does. And I also really loved, I don't know if you caught that once the match ended, Prag congratulated him. Like he shook hands. And that was just a nice moment because, for Prag, it's always so amazing to play against Magnus. And this isn't one game. He's playing a match against him. I mean, can you imagine the kind of experience he gets out of it? And in his post-game interview, he was talking about how he hopes to put up more resistance next time he meets him. So there's this mutual admiration thing going on.
I also, Magnus said something that Prag at some point starts playing very ambitiously, like a youngster. He goes for rook lifts. And that is such a huge insight. I mean, I was thinking, okay, you think in terms of someone is aggressive, someone is positional, someone goes for this opening, someone likes to play endgames. But here is one motive, like rook lift. And Magnus is thinking about this, trying to lure him into positions where he overextends. This is psychology in action. I mean, amazing.
It's amazing, right? And also the fact that he knows that with younger players, they're always so ambitious in these positions and they always want to push that little more. So sometimes when games demand you to be strategic, instead they'll go for these creative ideas.
Yeah.
So trying to tempt them with this stuff. But yesterday was some brilliant chess on display. As Ilya is saying, that I've learned a lot from Magnus's endgames with an extra pawn. That queen pawn endgame that he converted was brilliant.
Yeah, tremendous. I thought he will lose at some point the thread and the game will end in a draw. But he just never let it go. He was always finding the best resources. And of course, Prague went wrong at some point and Magnus won it. Very nice.
Yeah, this was the one. Super nice game. And we've been talking about the players shaking hands here. It's kind of different, right? Because for the last 2 years, we've all been online. And even though sometimes these players can see each other, there's not it's not the same. They're not facing each other. And it's interesting, the new way of shaking hands that sort of started to trend. Let's take a look at this one. This was fun. I'm going to bring up the next video.
This move up on the platform against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And what sort of... we had a handshake, I think.
Was it a handshake, fist bump?
A fist bump.
Fist bump.
Cool, that means the game must be about to start. And here we go.
This one, Sagar, is from the previous one. Okay, I mean, how do you even do it? Let's try replicating it. I don't know how we can get it.
What? We are not in the... Oh, they did it like they were at home. Oh, no, they were in the venue, right?
They were on the venue, but they were doing it to the camera, no? Or do you think they did it to each other?
No, they did it to each other. They were sitting opposite each other.
Oh, you know,
Yeah, it was...
I was gonna say Abhi Tak, which by the way, chat is Hindi for until now. I was thinking that it was on camera.
No. Because I remember there were 3 players who played from the studio. That was Magnus, Anish, and Duda, right, in that event. And I guess they were there. Come on, Tanya. I mean, okay. Tanya was asking me to do it to the camera.
I was, but we gotta try it. Oh, by the way, that's the
let's
studio,
do
but we gotta try it. Now that I've brought it up, let's see if we can. How do we do this? Wait. No, but
that
I
way.
mean, you can't.
Okay,
if you do this, then it's nothing. You have to join the thing, now.
Okay, where are you?
Okay,
No, this is not working out.
Wait, one more try. Which hand are you going with?
Let's go on with it.
Okay, chat, that'll be another show already. So we'll move on with this one. So yeah, so that was the previous, actually that was the first time that we had a few players down in Oslo. This time we've got all 8 of them, but that was the finals of the last tour where we, I think, had Duda, Anish and Magnus playing from the same venue. We saw the venue. Let's just bring our venue up. It's always so spectacular to see. And there it is. Pre-game preparations are on. It looks so cool, no? Like you can really sense how chess has changed. And look at that Magnus and Jorden situation there.
Yeah, this looks really nice. I mean, I feel like it's a different vibe altogether when you play inside that venue, because generally when we play chess tournaments, we are used to a well lit up hall. Here there are lights which are, you know, very intense, over the top. Otherwise everything is dark. Yeah, I like it. You know, it gives a new vibe to chess.
Chat is busy cracking age jokes on me after missing that fist bump was done in real. That's fine, chat. That's fine. I've got my boomer moments. Happens from time to time. And in my defense, I wasn't commenting on that final. I was actually playing a tournament at that time. But I agree with you that I should have figured it out while watching the clip. All right.
I'm not going. You know, Tanya, I'm a good partner to you. I'm not going to roast you for this. I'm going to be like very cool, chill, and like, okay. Let's move on.
No, it's kind of nice that, you know, you've got my back right now and you're not pushing it. So let's just move on really swiftly. So this was another interview that got my attention, right, Sagar? And this guy, everyone loves him. And it's quite interesting to see how he feels about his strengths and weaknesses. And Sagar, I know that you've been rooting for this particular player pretty much in every tournament, and you guys are really good friends as well. So I'm going to bring the next one up.
I think it's still probably preparation. I like to prepare always, but also in these events you have little time, and you also have to rest as well because they're intense. But like, I think I do pretty good job in a short amount of time in terms of prep, and I don't use much help of seconds, so I'm like much more kind of in sync with my own prep. And also I try to work on my sharpness, try not to blunder things. But I wouldn't say it's my strength yet, but I'm hoping to eventually become a guy who just never blunders.
Yeah, very big aim there.
How do you become a guy who never blunders? You got to be like Alpha Zero, right?
Yeah, I think that's not going to happen for any human chess player there who's not going to blunder ever. I think if you give them unlimited time for every move, or like, I think time is the reason why top players blunder. I mean, there's no other reason why. The position, even if it's really complex, give them an hour and they will most likely figure out most of the things there.
So time is the reason why top players blunder, and just playing bad is the reason why you and I blunder. Would that be accurate to say?
No, I think we don't understand chess so well. That's also one of the reasons.
Just
Sometimes
bad
you
players overall.
just too many gaps in our understanding of the game. But when I meet Anish, and I had given him some positions just like that to solve, I could only trick him when I would say you have 10 seconds left to tell me the answer. If I gave him like unlimited time, he would figure out, he would use different techniques. Like once he was not getting the answer, so he said, okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look through all the moves that are there in the position. He methodically went to, this is one
Wow.
possibility, this is one, this is one, this is, and he found the answer. So
Yeah.
when I say, okay, now we have 30 seconds, then he goes for something that is intuitive. It can be wrong, and sometimes like that.
So sometimes they can just, even if they can't see the right direction, through the method of deduction, they can come to the right move. But you say time, but sometimes, Sagar, there are inexplicable factors at play as well. Like what we saw yesterday with Bishop E1. It was at the start of the game. It wasn't as if he was in time pressure. It wasn't a mouse slip. That was just a blind spot somewhere.
Yeah,
And we've
yeah.
seen these blind spots happen, when the players have had a long day of chess, for example, when you've been playing for hours with the best players in the world. So sometimes it's time, but it can also be these psychological, I don't know, like mind reasons, which are harder to, which are not so tangible.
Yeah, sure. And also there's a kind of a history between these two players, Jordan and Anish. And I think Anish definitely feels that he should get the better of Jordan. It's like, let's say, same country, one has been there at the top, number one, he's still the number one, and the Jordan is number two. So when they play, Anish would want to beat him. Then in the previous game, he does a mouse slip and loses the game. Then suddenly things are not flowing so well. And then you blunder this. Also, I do feel Anish is not in the best of his health, right? So I think some of the things are not going his way in this event. And let's see, 3 more rounds for him.
3 big games coming up, right? Where we saw what Anish thinks about his, how he wants to be a player who doesn't ever blunder. But he also speaks about his opening preparation. And I've got one more interesting insight from him. Let's bring on the next one.
I think my biggest weakness is maybe my lack of confidence sometimes. If I lose 1.5 game, I already think, that's the end of the world is near, and I should become a full-time chessable author instead. You see me sometimes in a bad form, having long streaks of not winning games, not being able to convert things, because I like a bit of that killer instinct when not in form. But when things go my way, then it all comes back together.
Yeah.
He's literally saying what you just said.
Yeah, I think you remember there's this one
Spend
rapid
too much
event.
time with him on stream, Sagar.
I didn't know this.
Actually, before we discuss this, I want to ask you, because of course you meet them in tournaments as well then, right? And there's so much comfort level when we see, the streams happen with Anish coming and analyzing. Is it same when you meet offline? IRL?
We met in Warsaw, and it was really wonderful. Anish has this warmth inside him as a person, and we went for dinners. Amruta, Vidit was also there, and it was a great time. So here was something which was, sometimes it happens, on the stream. You're different, you are more lively than in real life. You have nothing to talk about. But that was not the case with Anish. It was very similar. It's like we have to not put on record when we are in real life, because the conversations are so intense and it shouldn't be recorded.
But that's obviously until Amruta shows up. And then everything goes on record. Everything's out there. I think we need a new channel, Reel Based India Clips. What do you think about that one?
Let's not go there.
I mean, you've already gone there, Sagar. It's already that boat, that ship has sailed.
Yeah, these ideas should not be given, because once they start playing in your head, you never know what may come out of it. So
Inception. That video we just had, right, has actually, I was watching it, and there's some of the funniest comments on it. Okay, so someone's written, finally I can beat a GM now that I know his weakness.
but you saw he was very truthful about his weaknesses there, and that is something which is not very common, but I'm seeing it more and more in top players like Magnus speaking his mind out yesterday or day before. Laurent said it that sometimes Magnus is just too truthful in the interviews,
Yeah.
or was it Jan Gustafsson? I
it was
think
Laurent
one
who
of them.
said
Yeah,
that
Laurent.
he's very honest with his on camera and with his team as well.
Right. So and I feel like they're giving away sometimes too much, but I think they know it within their mind that even if we give that out, it's not going to impact in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really see anyone taking too much advantage of the information or the insights that they've put out, and to be able to really do.
Yeah.
And again, it comes from the fact that there is something. I mean, he's proving to be a little strong. And Naresh is saying Magnus won this tour last year and both the events this year. He seems unstoppable. Does anyone else even have a realistic chance this year?
Sometimes I feel like now this is the moment where Magnus will falter. And this is sometimes like I was at the World Rapid and Blitz in Warsaw. And of course, Magnus was not playing well. But one game which I watched like standing there, like I had the front seat to it. It was Magnus versus Ali Reza. And so Ali Reza is sitting on the table. Magnus walks in and I was like, this is the game where Ali Reza will beat Magnus, because somehow, Ali Reza is this guy full of confidence and all. But then Magnus was his self. He was like so concentrated. It was a rapid game. And he just simply won it like so smooth. He made almost no errors. And that's when I start to realize, of course, I keep forgetting it time and again. Like yesterday, I felt maybe Prag will, beat him. But when Magnus gives his best, I think it's very difficult to beat him. It's almost impossible. I mean, should I use the word impossible?
There's a reason the guy has won the world championship 5 times. And pretty much, I mean, the run that he's had in these super tournaments, whether it was in 2019 or it was during the pandemic, winning event after event, I think it's tough. And often what we've seen is that when he's not even on his best, right, Sagar, he's still finishing second, third. And I think that's one of the big differences. You see the top guys, if they're out of form, out of shape, and they're having a bad run, they'll finish somewhere bottom of the table. A bad tournament for Magnus means finishing second.
Yes, because I think that also has come after a lot of effort. He was saying that when things are not going his way, he tries to calm himself down. He tries to forget his previous games. He tells himself, okay, read something, listen to something. He's actually making an effort for the next game. It's not like he goes to the board and just starts playing well again. He's also human. So if he makes a mistake somewhere, he does feel that sort of going into the next game. But he has trained himself to overcome those setbacks. I think that's also a part of his world champion qualities.
Yeah, 100%. And I just feel that, from the tour perspective, having Prag lead, or let's say hypothetically, if somebody else wins the event,
yes,
even from the tour perspective, it makes it so much more fun and exciting. And it also gives Magnus extra motivation, but the other players as well. And the standings open up. I mean, I as commentators, we're supposed to be not biased, but a part of me is like, okay, can someone else win already?
Yeah, so that's why I feel it's important for Prag to continue this momentum, because he is a new guy out there. Magnus has had these chases with Duda. He has had it with the other players in the tournament, Anish sometimes. But with Prag, it has never happened. So this is the first time we will notice a youngster trying to push Magnus in this top event. And if Prag wins today's match, then again, he will end even if Magnus wins, then they will be neck to neck, 12 points each. It will be fun.
It'll be fun, right? Jay, it's good to see you guys as well with us. Chris, they start in about 25 minutes. We will have liftoff. We were talking about how Magnus never falters, but I was in Oslo before I went to Reykjavik, and I did witness a moment where he almost did falter. And I'm going to bring it up.
Okay.
So we just race to the line. Yeah. I'm definitely going to crash into the wall. On your marks, set, go! Who won? No idea. We'll have to see in the actual replay. At the end, it was literally like this. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Maybe you were ahead. Then I was ahead, and at the end, it was just. It was literally.
It was so close. We'll have to see the footage for that. This.
So many things to talk about from this clip. But one
What
thing
on the
which stood
CCTV?
out,
Let's just break down this clip.
one thing that stood out, and I think this is something that you would also agree with me, is that these top guys, most of them, they don't want to lose at anything. Like you saw Magnus towards the end, he was like running out of his skin. And also David, I mean, he's a world-class GM, and he also didn't want to give Magnus even a little bit of a lead.
Sagar, I'm not even kidding. Okay, these guys are really good friends, right? And it started, both of them wanted to win and beat the other. Like there was no friendship in that. It was a little less than 100 meters. And there was, right after finishing the race, the first question was who won? I mean, the level of how competitive they are, it's like freaking ridiculous. I mean, it wasn't a fun race. This was not a friendly at all. I mean, David literally gave his life at it. Magnus was so mad at himself. He was criticizing how he started really slow. And then, he saw David was just a little ahead. And then he had to start running really fast. So it was a post-game analysis going on.
Yeah. And I think if we go a little bit deeper into the psychology here, it's like in order to be a world champion, in order to be a world-class player, you always have to keep on giving your best. You always have to keep winning. And it maybe trickles into the other parts of your life. I don't know, even when I see Magnus streaming those things where he's just making his moves, with friends around him online, he plays these online events. At some point when he loses a game, he then gets serious and he wants to win the next few. And I've seen this happening not just to Magnus, but I know other players who are, very, very good, who have the same qualities. Sometimes, when we know someone personally, very close to us like this, we think that, why do you want to be so competitive when you're playing some games in the house, maybe some card games or something? You're like, why do you? But maybe that quality is in itself helping them to be very good at something else.
Okay, I don't know how it's with you, but
I know you are very competitive. I know it.
my friends who are non-chess players, they hate having me around for these, game nights and stuff, because they all want to just chill and, play these code names or something, something relaxing, just to have fun, or charades or something. And for me, I kind of want to win, because I think you can win and have fun. But it's I think it comes from chess 100%, and then it gets magnified 1 million times at that level.
I agree with you, and that's why I don't like to go to these game nights or something, because then it's like either you're focused or you don't play at all. So
but are you like this as well? Like, do you get on your friends'
I've tried
nerves?
to I've tried to improve. Like, I don't do it much, but when I play, I want to play it really well. Otherwise, I don't. I will sit outside and I'll just watch it or something like that. Because
and we're not even talking about chess, like any game, just
any game. And chess, though, it's at another level, because I really want to do well. It's not even about winning; it's about doing well in chess. And when I'm not able to do well, I feel bad about it, that why didn't I make that move and all of that. And I really want to stay away from it sometimes. So I say, okay, it's like you often say, Sagar, do you want to play a blitz game? And I'm like, if I make a mistake here, I'm going to analyze that and then I'll feel bad about it.
I remember when you were in Delhi, I think it was was it for CSL or for one of these events? You were in Delhi, and then last day I'd come to see you and Amrita, and then we thought we'll just play one game of blitz, and that one game of blitz just turned into 10 games of blitz. And Amrita was like, "Bas karo," which is basically stop. And we just couldn't. Because it was so back and forth. Sometimes you would win, then I would want the next game. If I would win, you would want the next game.
Yeah, I think that's what we should not have started it in first place, because I knew it would go there.
Oh my god, it was fun. But also like you said, we don't take losses easily, and we don't take these bad moments. It's not easy, and to kind of show that point, let's just bring up the next video.
And let's head out to Sverre, who is ready to get some reactions if players will talk to him. Magnus going straight to his lounge. What's happening, Sverre?
It's understandable that Magnus is passing. I think he's really mobilizing to try to get a bit of a good feel here. He's struggling. He's really going fast towards his break room, and I think it really took a lot of mobilizing to perform like he's.
I think this happens so many times, right? When a game's not gone the way you want to, and then you just don't want to give that bite to the camera.
Yeah, when a journalist is standing there, you just want to run. I have witnessed it, and I have seen Magnus walking at the speed of, and he doesn't run, because if you run in public, it doesn't look good, right? But he's walking at a pace which is at par with running. That's the speed at which, because I think what happens, and this is what I have understood, is that when these players are too relaxed in any situation, people come for interviews, people come for photographs, autographs, and while they do want to do it at some point, they don't want to do it every time. So then they are walking at this speed which is really quick, and you'll see most of the top players doing that.
I think both of us have been in the situation where we've had these tough interviews to take, right? Because it's been a tough day for the player, and then it's just hard. And because we play chess ourselves, we know the pain and we understand what that's like, and they just don't want to talk. I want to ask you, like, which was the hardest one for you?
I think I've done many, but maybe I remember the 2017 World Cup, because I was there in Tbilisi, Georgia, and Anand got knocked out in the second round itself. And at that point, I was just starting out. And World Cup is like this big event where you want to qualify for the candidates and so many things at stake. And Vishy was playing against someone who was 2600. And I wanted to, of course, follow him. And he's now knocked out of the event. So what to do? And now he's not going to be there in the tournament. And you want to ask him that last couple of questions, like what was the tournament like, what went wrong, and so on. But you also are a big fan, and you don't want to disturb him. So I was standing there, and what happened was perhaps the most unusual thing in my journalistic career. Anand himself told me, "Do you want an interview?" And I was like, wow. Yes. And he understood that I was there for that. And he did that interview, and he was so kind. And it was amazing.
I had a very similar situation, but this was for a Grand Chess Tour, which happened in Calcutta. And it was this, I remember it was the event right before the finals. And Anand, he needed a certain performance to make it to the finals, but it didn't go his way. It was very painful, and it was a very difficult event, and he didn't make it. But we had to get that last final bite, and I think I wanted to make it literally just one question and super short, but it was probably the most, I can't even imagine, because it was so apparent from him just how much you remember it. Oh my god, it was just such a difficult moment. And I was just hoping that we wouldn't have to do that interview, but we had to. And it was the hardest 30 seconds, I think, of my life at least. And there was just just one question, and all right,
What was the question?
I kind of can't remember, but I think just it's kind of hard to come up with a question, but it was something about just the tough moment during the game, and I just wanted to keep it really short. And just he just said it was a really bad day, and that was it. That was the end of the interview. I mean, it was no discussion. So
actually, when I saw that, I was when I see it from a different view as a viewer and as a journalist. As a viewer, I was like, oh, why that question had to be asked. But as a journalist, I was like, no, this has to be. If Tania doesn't ask it, who will? So, that's the thing.
It was really hard. And Richard, that was a tough moment. And the thing was that I mean, I think all of us were really rooting for him to make it to that finals as well. It was in Calcutta, and it was, that was very painful. I mean, when I think about it, I still struggle to come up with words, but that was a hard 30 seconds of interviewing that I had to do. And, after that, of course, just 20 minutes after that, I met him in Aruna and everything. It was a lot more relaxed. But the thing is that when the players just walked out,
True.
and in that moment, like we saw how Magnus was just, no, I'm not doing this. And it was on live television, but he just refused. So it's tricky situations.
Absolutely.
But we've got about a couple more minutes, Sagar, and I want to quickly now just turn to the action that's coming up. It's so nice because we've got all these players in Oslo, right? So we have this amazing stuff going on that we can have a look at. And guys, you can check all of it out on Chess 24. There's a lot of interesting interviews and bites that are released every day. So definitely subscribe to the channel and take a look. We'll probably
Tanya,
do
I have
more of
one
these.
question.
Yes. I'm
Uh,
scared. Should I be scared?
So we'll have time to go through the pairings, right? Because that is important. But my question is, what is your schedule like when you're commentating? So you commentate until, let's say, 2 a.m.
It's
every
so
night.
bad.
So
It's
how's
so
your
bad.
day like?
I don't have a life. I barely have a day. I only have an evening because it starts. I mean, it's already 9:15 in India, right? And I wake up around 2, 3 because I've
2
slept so
p.m.
late.
Okay.
Yes, but that's because I sleep at 6 a.m.
Why
I
do you
can
sleep at
see
6? Because your commentary ends around 2:30, right? Or
it
2
ends at
2
3,
a.m.
but then I'm watching stuff online and I feel like, Sagar, you're really provoking me to say. I am just, and it's hard to just unwind. It's not as best, you finish work and then that's it, good night, and you're off to bed. You unwind, you have a life also, so you try to live that a little bit, and then you go to bed
At
around
3 a.m., right? At 3, 4 a.m. is the life.
It's a weird sleep cycle. What can I say?
Okay,
But
then
wait, yeah, and then that's it. And then I'm working when I wake up. We sort of, think about what's coming up, the day ahead, and then the broadcast. And basically it's just this, but it's fun. It's fun.
Guys, that's how Tanya, that's what I was thinking, that you would have no time for anything else during these
And
7
it's
days.
going to get
8
so
days.
complicated with the Olympiad coming up as well, because it's of course that is that's a big priority and that demands so much time and attention. So it's probably even the hours that I'm sleeping, I'm going to be awake.
Yeah, well, that's the life of a person who wants to excel at everything that she does. So
As chat is saying, my sleep schedule is like an engineering student. Close enough. Basically, it's non-existent. All right, really quickly, Sagar, should we go through pairings?
yeah, let's go.
All right, so this is our first matchup. Just give me a second. Sagar, take this one away. We've got Magnus taking on Jorden. And you know what? Before you take this away, I think big favorite here once more. Magnus is always a favorite in matches, but I think this is going to be Magnus in 4, maybe in 3.
Maybe, but also I liked how Jorden felt yesterday after beating Anish. He was very positive. Also, when he was asked about Magnus, would you have liked to play him in the earlier rounds when he was not feeling so well? He said it doesn't matter when you get to play Magnus, you just want to play him. So he has the right attitude facing the world champion, and everyone wants to up their game when they face Magnus. So I think it will be much closer than just 3 games. I have a feeling that it might be closer. Yeah, maybe go into tiebreaks.
And actually, the confidence boost after beating Anish as well in those 2 blitz games, I mean, that will probably count for something. But I still think, I think especially with the way Magnus played yesterday, I'm not expecting tiebreaks, but we'll see. So you think it might go into tiebreaks? Yeah, this one?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let's bring up our second matchup. And we have got, what have we got? We've got Prague against Eric. I mean, Sagar, I think the biggest news in this entire tournament has been Prague's performance, no? So far.
Right, absolutely. And I think this is a very crucial game for Prague, crucial match, because if he continues his winning streak here, then he has good chances of fighting for the top place. If something goes wrong today, then I don't think he can keep up with Magnus anymore. So this is very important.
He is leading currently jointly with Magnus, and I
Yes.
completely agree with you. This is a big game for Prag because he's playing against Eric, who's currently at the bottom of the table. But I think Eric's results are not reflective of his games, of the
Right.
quality of his games. I think
Right.
he's definitely had a lot of strong moments. He's played some strong chess here, but at some key moments, things haven't worked out. So it's not going to be easy for Prag, but winning this will make sure that he's in the race for the top bracket.
Absolutely. And I think this match will be very close. But I still feel that Prague is the favorite here, at least slight favorite in terms of, but I think it might end in 4 games because the fact that both are extremely fighting players and they will not settle for any short draws or anything of that sort.
I would agree with that. I think this is one of those matchups given the quality, the style of their play, that we can expect a lot of punches being traded in this one, a lot of blows being traded. According to our chat in Magnus is 86%, and I think I can understand where that's coming from. 13% to Jorden, and in Prague, Eric 80-20. I do feel that's a little too high for Prague, even though
Maybe
Prague is the favorite.
65-35 or 60-40 perhaps. Yeah, especially because Prague is in good form. Otherwise, if this was the first round matchup, it could have been even more close between them.
Yeah, no, it's going to be definitely tough, but I think given Prague's form, he is a favorite, but definitely not by 80-20. I would say it's a more 60-40 match, and we'll see which direction this one goes in. Let's bring up our next matchup, and that is Shak against Anish. I mean, I just want to say that it's sort of heartbreaking to watch Shak struggle so much. And we also have just a couple of minutes. So we've got Peter joining us as well on the conversation.
Oh,
so
wow.
Sagar, let's bring him on.
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello Sagar, hello everyone.
Peter, good to see you after such a long time.
Yes, thank you, the same. How is life?
Very good. How are you doing? And how is the tournament going? I often listen to your commentary later in the day, and it's amazing.
Yeah, thank you very well. The tournament is super exciting, and I guess whole India is watching now with Prague doing so amazingly. I just sensational what he's performing, and I'm looking forward to the remaining rounds.
Absolutely. I think it would be nice to have your thoughts on Prague versus Erik Hansen match today. What do you think?
Yeah, well, actually, I think it will be a very, very dangerous match for Prague. I think this is very dangerous because, the expectations are so high, that he has crushed all these incredible players. And then there is exactly this underdog. Yeah, I mean, before the tournament, if you would think about Eric and Prague, you would think like the two players are the underdogs. Yeah, you don't know exactly how they will be doing. And Prague was doing brilliantly. Yeah, and I feel like there is much more pressure on him at this moment. Yeah, because he feels like, whole India, all his fans are now expecting some sensational result every day from him. Yeah, and these are always a very dangerous situation when you think about what people might think. You should never think about this. You just have to focus on your game. I think he's of course very good at that. Yeah, he knows exactly that's what he has to do, but it's very easy. I mean, very easy to say that you should do it, but it's another thing. At the same time, Eric is extremely motivated. Yeah, right? That, okay, come on. I mean, I saw that with Prague, I will be able to fight, and then he's crushing everyone. He's almost winning the tournament. And so it's going to be a very, very big prestige fight, I think.
Yeah.
So you think this go on, Sagar?
No, yeah, go, Tanya, please.
No, I was just going to say that we ran this poll, right, Peter? And chat was 80-20 to Eric. And we both thought that's an overestimation there, that Eric at 20% as a favorite. I think it's going to be a lot closer than that.
Exactly. I mean, it's much, much closer. I mean, we have seen also that Eric is very, very focused. Yeah, and he will also feel like, this is his chance. I mean, basically Magnus showed yesterday that it's still possible to stop Prague. Yeah, I mean, he's not yet unstoppable. And in this regard, he might have exactly the right mindset. At the same time, of course, also for Prague, it's kind of nice that, after Magnus has beaten him, the pressure is off. Yeah, the pressure is off because people might have thought like, okay, Prague will just crush everyone. I mean, no, it's not that easy. I mean, the other guys are good. Yeah, the other guys are also good. The tournament is just so exciting. Yeah, with so many twists and turns.
Yeah.
I'm really super excited.
Yes, and it has
absolutely. Well,
reached a very good point, Tanya, Peter, with 3 rounds to go, 2 leaders in joint lead. That's nice for the event. It's very exciting.
now, everything to fight for. We got 2 more matches that we haven't spoken about. Let's quickly bring them up, Sagar, before because you also have to get to a stream, and we've got just a couple minutes before liftoff. Shak versus Anish, Peter, is what we were just going to talk about. And for me, it's just heartbreaking to see how much Shak is struggling at this tournament. And it would be nice to have a comeback there from him. But today he's playing Anish, and it just feels like that's a very hard opponent to imagine a comeback from. Peter, your thoughts on this one?
Usually, yes, I agree. But Anish has been quite shaky himself. Yeah, I feel like, 2-1 giants are clashing against each other. So anything can happen. There is also a lot of pressure on Anish. We heard him that he was very, very unhappy with his performances so far. He even claimed that game where he had this incredible, unfortunate mouse slip in the Blitz, in the first Blitz game, in the first Blitz playoff game, that he considered maybe that was his best game of the tournament so far. Yeah, so he's trying to get some positives from what has happened yesterday, and Shakhriyar also has to find positives because at the moment it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Chat, tell us what you think. We've got a poll running on this one. As Peter mentioned, Anish has been a little shaky himself, but I think Shak kind of going on a bit of tilt there. Sagar, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think it will be a close match because both of them are not in their best form. So could go either way. Very difficult to choose between the two.
Tough one, huh? It's going to be a close.
Yeah.
We might have a playoff on this one, actually. Let's quickly bring up our final matchup of the day, and it is Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Leko Liem. And I think Liem and Duda are both so motivated in this entire event. They've shown some very high class chess, and Duda, especially in those tiebreaks, blitz portion, has been unstoppable. And I think this one is, for me, this one's a very tough pick.
Yeah, for me, I think Duda maybe slight favorite, but what does Peter think?
Yeah, well, so far, really, actually, Duda really impressed me a lot. Yeah, especially with all his blitz playoffs. They were just sensational. I mean, even if you would play those games in classical chess, you would be kind of proud of, finding all those nuances and all those tactical shots and so on. He was definitely very, very impressive. On the other hand, also, Liem is so strong in this format. Yeah, we have seen already in the previous events of this tour that he's just always there. I mean, super focused. He basically also never lets a moment go. Yeah, I just feel like he's in total control of his matches. Very, very tough. I would also call it like a 50-50 match.
50-50. Well, Team Dude is winning on the chat with 69%. I can see it is his birthday, by the way. So really quickly, we're gonna wish a very happy birthday to Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He had a nice tweet, and apparently the right way to say Duda in Polish when you're wishing him is Janku.
Oh. So many things that we learn about his name. It's not Christoph, it's Sistov. It's not, it's Janku. Okay, so something new to learn today.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday we learned Janek. Yeah, so every day is something new. Yeah.
But Janku also sounds very Indian, no? When we're calling out somebody in India who, with love, we usually add this little, like a Janku version of it, no?
Yeah, something like that.
Like Amrita
like
probably
Tanu.
seems like Sagaru. Or something. I don't know.
Okay. All right. So, Tanya, Peter, good luck for today's
Thank
commentary. And it was a pleasure, Tanya, being here with you. And I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Sagar.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So we're going to quickly, I think we're about to start any moment, Peter. We can see on our screens the players are ready to go once again. Well, we're still waiting for Eric and Magnus to come in. They're all suited up. I see Shak in a bit of a hoodie there. He's not looking very happy with the way things have gone, but well, you never know. All you need in such setups is one big win. And we do have liftoff already. Peter, wow, what do you even call this opening?
Yeah, well, this is also some kind of an anti-Grunfeld. Yeah, there are so many anti-Grunfeld systems. It also shows that actually Grunfeld is doing very well at the moment. Yeah, it's very, very difficult to find an idea, find a good setup. Yeah, everywhere Black is having a good response at the moment. And look at this. There is a Grunfeld. There is a clean Grunfeld between Liem and Duda. And this is a classical line which I think Gelfand used against Swidler, I think from Candidates 2013 from London. This bishop d2, knight b6, e3, bishop g7, f4, c5, a super sharp line.
Wow. All right, Peter, this kind of breaks all, conventional thoughts about develop your pieces, don't push those pawns. D4, E3, F4 has a lot of sense in it because E5 is such a key square in this position and you want to take control of that. But Peter, the action is just crazy. Let's do a quick move by move and explain to everyone H4. I mean, what is even going on here?
Yes, exactly. Well, this is the standard stuff. Bishop d2 is a system which is quite spicy. I mean, it puts some pressure on Black. There is no very clear solution, and Black has to basically be willing to enter some very complicated positions in order to fight for counterplay. E3, bishop g7. Now, of course, one can argue that the bishop on d2 doesn't look impressive, and now Black is threatening to open up the position with e5. That's the reason why White goes f4, yeah, stop c5. And now if Black would not do anything, then White would just slowly, get the complete control. So Black immediately breaks out with this sacrifice with c5, d takes c5, knight d7. You can't really hold on to this pawn because b4, a5, things are heating up and Black is getting very dangerous counterplay very, very quickly. So it's kind of known to theory that knight e4 is the best move. You give up the b2 pawn, but you get a lot of activity from White side. And besides, you have been a pawn up. So it's just the start of action, and Liam goes h4. So super aggressive approach. White wants to go h5, and White says, you know what, please block me with h5, because then I get this very, very important g5 square for the knight in the future. Yeah, of course, White will start with a move like bishop c4 first, and it can get very, very dangerous. Also, the other knight can go to g5. I'm really excited and interested how Duda will react to this. I don't hear you now, Tanya.
I think it should be. Is it fine now?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, night fine. Yeah, suddenly you were muted.
Peter, I was just looking at this position and thinking that, you would expect this from Duda with the white pieces. I mean, going h4 and just the kind of dynamic chess that we're seeing. But Liam showing he's really ready for a fight today. Peter, with this last move, h4, White has made it pretty clear that he's not looking at castling anytime soon. So in these structures, is White's king really safe in the center?
Well, actually, it could easily be, yeah, because if you are opening up the position with h5 and the rook joins the party, joins the attack while being on h1, then you don't feel like ever removing that rook from h1. Yeah, and of course, if Black plays the move h5, in this case, yeah, White will play bishop c4 and develop the knight, and then White will probably continue at some point with short castle. But for the moment, it's much more important for White to force Black to react. Yeah, show the reaction. And basically, based on that reaction, White will be setting up his pieces. Very, I mean, especially knowing that, seeing that Duda is not prepared, h4 came as a surprise, and maybe this whole line came as a surprise to him. It will be super tough to make a decision.
Wow, and there's crazy opening action all around, Peter. This line definitely came as a surprise to Duda, but is Magnus Carlsen surprised as well with Jordan's choice on the board? I mean, look at this, another h4, but not just that, b4 on the board as well, inviting Magnus to capture the pawn with a check. Queen takes b4, and just saying that, does he want to go c3 after that? Does he want to go bishop d2? He blocks it with a knight to d2, and then rook b1 will come into the game, hitting that pawn on b7. b4, an interesting idea, and Magnus going into a long think here, Peter. What does this show about this opening? A special preparation by Jordan for the world champion?
Well, yeah, actually, this b4 line is a very interesting idea. I happen to know this move myself. Noticed it that this is quite interesting. But yeah, let's see. I mean, how much Magnus knows about this position. Yeah, I don't think that b4 is a novelty. I think b4 had been already played, maybe by Ellen Pichot. I think there were some games at Grand Swiss last year. Yeah, I think in Grand Swiss there were some games. And it might be, one of these positions which we just explode, it will become mainstream theory. At the moment, it's still not yet known. Black opts for e6, queen e7. I think this is the main reaction by computer as well. Yeah, you just protect the pawn. However, before we go deeper, let's start from the very beginning. That actually Magnus is now kind of experimenting with the Caro-Kann. Yeah, experimenting with the Caro-Kann. Jorden goes e5, bishop f5, h4, one of those most fashionable lines. h4, h5, bishop d3 takes, queen a5 check. And then white goes immediately for this b4 option. It's an extra option. It's by no means obligatory. I think we have seen a lot of knight d2 moves, move being played on highest level. And also c3 is kind of a standard move. I mean, many moves, but b4, yeah, spices things up. Queen takes b4. Actually, I have to mention that it's by no means obligatory. Black also has the typical way of, playing queen a6 like a classical Caro-Kann approach. Yeah, kicking the queen away, and then please decide where do you go with your queen. However, Magnus wants to be principled. He takes the pawn. Knight d2 goes e6. Rook b1, queen e7. Now black protects the pawn. Black is healthy pawn up, but this position is very, very tricky. And Jorden goes knight e2. White has long terms, very, very serious compensation. Black opted for queen c7.
And I think queen e7, yes, it protected the pawn, but the whole point is that it comes in the way of development of black's pieces. The bishop and the knight both don't have a square because of the queen on e7, which explains Magnus's next move, just getting out of the way queen c7 so that the pieces can continue in development. So Jorden has sacrificed the pawn, but taken the early lead in development, fighting for initiative. Now, we all know that Jorden was a part of Team Magnus for the World Championship matches. He was the one coming up with all the creative ideas there. And it's kind of interesting to see that despite, definitely showing all the creativity he had there for the match, he's still able to come up with an opening idea that takes Magnus by surprise.
Yes. On the other hand, I think it's kind of logical that the Caro-Kann could have never been expected from Team Nepo. Yeah, it's. I mean, Jan would, I guess, never really play the Caro-Kann, so it could easily be that they have never discussed the Caro-Kann together. And in this case, Jorden might have had this idea already for many years in his pocket. But yeah, he opts for these castles. Very tricky position because you see that black is a clear pawn up. He has a very solid Caro-Kann structure, and you look at the evaluation bar, and the computer surprisingly says that actually this is not a gambit or not a gamble. It's a very, very sound positional sacrifice. White, the engine shows some advantage for white. Also, the point being that this pawn on h5 is a vulnerable pawn. So white has different ways of targeting it eventually, maybe with some knight f4, queen f3 hitting on h5. White also can combine play with c4. Also, there are some ways like, the knight moves to f3, then you develop the bishop to g5. So there are like millions of ideas, and white's position is very flexible. That's why, yeah, first c4 is played. And black has to react, because I'm not sure if black really wants to allow c takes d5. Yeah, exactly. Magnus takes dc4 himself. But now knight will recapture. Yeah, so knight takes c4, probably knight b6 is the move that Magnus intends, I guess.
Well, I think despite Jorden, the way some of the matches have gone for him, for sure, he's shown some incredible opening ideas. And I think a big shout out to his second, who's there. We know Grandmaster Johann Sebastian is with him in Oslo currently. So very interesting chess here, Peter. As you were pointing out, knight c4, Magnus trying to dilute the pressure by offering a trade, knight b6. Unfortunately, knight d6 is not possible. Knight e3 comes to mind, but then you come in the way of your bishop. Is Magnus just... Is Magnus going to be happy with the trade? And will Jorden go for it? Or do you think he'll keep more pieces on the board?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the big question, that how to increase the pressure. Yeah, Jorden opts for knight c3, and it has a very nice point. Yeah, the point is that black can't play knight e7 because of knight d6 check. So one could argue that, yeah, it would be desirable to take and go knight e7, but then white will have knight b5 using the pin, and the white knight lands on d6. Yeah, this is a devastating idea. So that's the justification why Jorden actually opted for knight c3 move.
And I think the moment black plays a move like knight h6, white will simply grab that knight, not allowing it to jump to f5. Is that the point?
I don't know exactly. Yeah, it's a big question, because there are also some dangers of eventually trading too many light pieces. Yeah, for example, bishop takes h6, rook h6, knight e4, which would be also very thematic. Then you just take on c4, and yes, I have some problem with my king, but okay, I feel like it should be kind of fine. Yeah, I still have this option of somehow artificially solve my problem of castle, and if I consolidate, I will just be a healthy pawn up. After all, now there are no real breaks in white's position. Yeah, white cannot really break with d5.
We're going to find out, because Magnus has gone for knight h6. Knight e7 was impossible because of the weakness on the d6 square. And now Jorden thinking whether he wants to go bishop h6 to stop black from castling forever in the game, or does he just wait? Because if you don't take on h6, then either black has got bishop e7 coming in next, knight jumping to g4 or f5 to complete the development. So a big moment for Jorden here, and we'll come back to it. It seems like it's the day of Harry the h-pawn, because I see it on another board. We've got h4, and let's get an update on the Prague Eric board. Definitely a big game for both these players, who are looking at grabbing a match win and an additional $7,500 today.
Wow. I mean, you know, honestly, I can't believe my eyes, because Prague has been so impressive in this whole opening. Yeah, he has already played wonderful games, showed a lot of good understanding here. And Eric goes for it. And look at the clock situation. Prague is up 8 minutes on the clock in a rapid game. So what was the real surprise? I mean, I don't really see the surprise, because this h3, bishop h5, knight c3, e6, g4, bishop g6, knight e5 is actually the main line from white side. Yes, one could argue that Prague actually included the move queen b3 against Shakhriyar, so maybe that was the move Eric had anticipated. But I mean, whenever you play this line, you have to be ready for this, because this is the very, very main line. And after knight b7, suddenly h4 already almost traps the bishop. Yeah, because knight takes e5, d takes e5, knight e4, yeah, which would be desirable, runs into h5.
And knight c3, bc3, bishop e4, you've got f3, and there's no square for the bishop.
Yes, exactly. So basically after knight e5, knight bd7, h4, I mean, this move bishop b4 came out of total panic already. I mean, it was definitely not a planned move. Something definitely went wrong. Yeah, it came as a very big surprise to Eric, and now I feel like, you know, my whole prognosis that I was expecting a very, very tough match for Prague. I mean, if he just wins like this with the white pieces without any fight, then it's going to be very, very tough match for Eric.
Okay, let's take a look at what's happening here, because white has a clear idea, right? So let's take a look at this forcing line, Peter. Knight takes d7. And then if white goes h5, because that's definitely what Prague is also trying to calculate. So if I go knight d7 here.
Yeah, you can take on d7. You can also play h5 first. I even don't know which one is more. I mean, also here we can consider h5.
Okay, let's take a look at h5 first then. So we're looking at h5, and we're thinking about. So bishop e4, you've got f3.
Yeah, bishop e4, f3 is a huge problem.
So what does he have in mind for h5?
Yeah, well, I guess he wants to jump somehow with knight e4, do some confusion, but I don't really see how it should work.
Okay, so let's start with h5, knight e5, d takes e5, and knight e4.
Yes, knight e4, and okay, first of all, I have queen b3, then queen a5 will be the idea. I mean, so hard to believe in this. I mean, I'm struggling to, yeah, queen a5 is kind of strictly the only move, I guess. Yeah, well, okay, it's a little bit complicated, but I mean, also here, h take g6, knight takes c3, usually this kind of a3 business refutes such play. I find it very, very hard to. Okay, you have knight a2 check also. I can
Knight
take.
a2 ab4, right?
Yes, yes, exactly. I mean, the pin disappears. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Prague goes for your move. Yeah, he takes on d7. He probably calculates that if he is ready or able to trap the bishop, then okay, even maybe with knight d7, it's more there is more clarity.
I wonder if Eric he knows what he's doing with this, inviting this h5, hitting that bishop, and he's just trying to recollect everything in his mind, and that's why he's burnt the clock. Or has there been a complete opening misplay by him? Because this is so uncharacteristic to fall for something like this. Peter, knight d7, let's say queen takes d7, h5. And he's thinking after knight d7. So it's definitely not him in familiar territory. Queen d7, h5. Now you go bishop e4, f3. It's on the board, by the way.
Yeah, it's on the board. And okay, basically he will have to make a speculative piece sacrifice, because I mean, it's not a sacrifice, but he will have to call it for himself. Yeah, that he gets some strength, that it wasn't a blunder, it was a sacrifice. But I mean, we just don't see it. Yeah, the bishop is trapped.
Can he try to get the queen onto some sort of an attack with queen d6? And let's say you take on e4. Okay,
yeah,
queen
c7 or queen d6.
I don't know which one.
Yeah, okay, but I can very, very nicely just play a move like rook h3.
And thus queen d6 probably doesn't make any difference. Yeah, so
yeah.
rook h3 anyway.
Yeah, I guess no matter where you go, and I just don't see a single. Yes, okay, one could argue that after fe4, knight takes e4, okay, you have some play with the knight on e4, but it's a piece and it should be slowly losing.
This is very strange. This whole thing is very strange.
Yeah, queen c7.
He's gone for queen c7, so he wants to jump in queen g3. Taking on e4, at least, still not sure if it's enough compensation, but there's something after queen g3 check. Black can still keep the pressure going, knight coming to g4, taking that g4 pawn. So that would give black some hope, I think.
Yes, that definitely. I mean, it's clear that white will blitz out kind of the rook h3 move, because it's so pleasant, yeah. In all these type of positions, when you push the h pawn and the h and g pawns, then rook h3 is a very, very thematic idea.
This looks like bad news for Eric. Yeah, rook h3. I'm struggling to come up with a move, and Prague having a think. Peter, we'll come straight back to this game. We'll jump right back into it. But let's get an update on the Duda board, because wow, the craziness just continues there. What is going on here?
Well, just to say that, yeah, Prague actually played the move rook h3. Eric played the move h6, which shows that, yeah, he just had no idea. And okay, now with piece done, he will try to, you know, create some play, but okay, just bishop d2 and piece up and everything under control. So yeah, let's move. Where you want to go?
To the Duda game. I've got my eye out on that one, and it's a spectacular position. I mean, white has got the king on f2, breaking on the king side with h5, but I'm still sort of struggling to understand where the attack is coming from. Meanwhile, the rook on b5, tied down to defend c5. What is going on here, and what's your take on this position?
Yeah, I like that after h4, Duda has played the move knight f6. I was also afterwards thinking about the position a little bit, and I came to this conclusion that, yeah, black has to play the move knight f6, and it's a very, very nice reaction, challenging the knight immediately on e4 and not showing your cards yet, yeah? So after knight f6, black takes e f6, also very, very important, because this pawn on f6 gives later the square e7 for black's queen. Also, the rook, when will, after castles, get to e8, then there will be pressure against the e3 pawn. So it creates a lot of play for black, and also supports the king side, which needs support. White goes h5, castles, knight f3, rook e8, bishop c4, all very, very standard moves now. Knight c6, king f2 as well. Yeah, it makes no sense from white side to castle, because he needs this rook on h1 to put pressure on the h file. And queen e7, not only hitting e3 pawn, also hitting on c5. And now Liem has opted for rook b5, protecting this pawn, which isn't exactly a real protection, because after a6, kicking the rook away, you might have to sacrifice it.
But I'm just wondering, I mean, exactly, right? Because rook b5, a6 is the first move that comes to mind, winning that c5 pawn. which goes on to show that probably Liem is provoking black to play a6 so that he can have control over the b6 square. So let's take a look at some of these lines that might happen. For example, a6, let's put the rook on b6 because it's the only natural conclusion of why you would provoke a6. And queen b3, I like it. You defend the rook on b6. You're also eyeing the f7 pawn. Bishop takes f7 is a huge threat. Black might have to fall back with the queen to e7. Rook e7 is always dangerous because bishop b4 someday when the rook on b6 is protected. Let's say queen e7. And then suddenly one has the feeling in this position that bishop on c8 is not coming out for a long time. And once again, the initiative goes on to white.
Yes, there is one question, however, that after queen b3, what happens if we just give back the pawn immediately with a timely bishop e6?
So I have to take on e6, right? Because you're threatening to take the bishop.
Yeah, exactly. Takes, and then rook takes on e6.
Let's take on b7.
You can take on b7. You can also maybe at some moment include g6 if you want to bring the rook to the game, but maybe you still want to keep also the option of h6 or hg depending on the situation. That's why white...
It's always so hard to decide whether you want to commit the h pawn or not. And that's why I was also sort of hesitating. Should I take on b7? Do you go hg6? Do you go h6? So let's just keep the tension and let's see what happens if you pick up the b7 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, rook b7 is so much more natural because the trick would be if black would have knight a5, hitting the rook and the queen, and after bishop takes a5, the e3 pawn would be vulnerable, but the queen very nicely protects the pawn. So this knight a5 is not a good move at all. And in this regard, probably black should just not give back this pawn because suddenly we have some pressure. The pawn on f7 is still under pressure. White is threatening to play rook c1, and if, for example, black takes the pawn on h5, then rook takes c6, rook takes c6, queen takes f7, checkmate ideas might happen. Just to illustrate that white has a rook on the 7th rank. Always one needs to be very, very careful in such situations. And Duda opts for knight d8. Wow, this is a very interesting move.
It's a very interesting move and not something that would come to our minds because it's this retreating move and you put all your forces on the first rank. Knight d8, definitely a very creative way to keep things together. Peter, it also keeps b7 and f7 defended. Bishop e6 will come next, neutralizing that light squared bishop, and you can always jump back and take with the piece without compromising your pawn structure. Bishop d7, bishop c6 ideas as well. So definitely a very creative approach here by Duda, and I don't see a direct way for white to take advantage of this strange move knight d8.
Yeah, because actually if there is no punishment, then this knight d8 move is very, very flexible. Yeah, that, as you mentioned, yeah, bishop e6 is very nice trading the bishops, but I mean, even somewhere depending how white will react, yeah, black also has a plan B, eventually maybe kicking the rook away, getting bishop to c6, and then eventually to e4. A very, very sharp position. A move like knight d4, maybe a move like knight d4 makes sense, but let's not forget that still this a6 move is also in the air, yeah, because the knight on d8 protects then later the pawn when black collects the pawn on c5. Really lot at stake here.
All right, Peter, we'll come back. This is quite an interesting idea with knight d8, and this position and this game promises to be full of fireworks. But I want to jump back to the Magnus game because it's there's been a lot of development there from where we left it. So let's take it from the moment when Magnus made the move knight h6. As we can see, a lot has happened. And just quickly, I love black's position currently, but let's see how we got there.
Yeah, it's, you know, this is the typical way that when sometimes computer sacrifices the pawn, and if you are a computer, it all makes sense. But Magnus made all the human moves. Yeah, very natural, going back with the queen to e7, queen c7, knight d7, took on c4, challenge this knight on c4. And ever since the moment I see that black is able to trade this knight on c4, I'm somehow not believing that white has enough compensation. Queen d7 sidestepping any of these knight b5 ideas. Black is coming with knight to f5, queen b3, putting pressure on the b7 pawn, b6, rook fd1, bishop e7, knight e4, yet targeting the d6 square after the trade of bishops, but black has now knight f5, covering the d6 square, and okay, yes, there is maybe some compensation, but just very, very little. I mean, black is clearly better now. In fact, almost winning. Yeah, I would even go as far as to say that Black is almost winning here.
Is it that strong? Because I see your point. You have an extra pawn. You've sort of consolidated everything. The knight is beautiful on f5. The queen on d5 really nicely placed. d4 is a weakness. Yes, all that given. But the h5 pawn is weak. Now you can't really move that knight from f5. I mean, if the king is stuck in the center, then it might be a little tricky to make use of this pawn. And I'm just wondering that if white makes, let's say, just any move, a pass move, Peter, here, which is kind of hard to come up with, you can't take knight d4 because knight d6 might be a threat at some point. So let's say if knight d4 is not possible and white makes a move, can black actually go short castle next? Is that the idea in this position? Because queen h5, the knight on e4 is hanging.
Yes, well, I mean, this queen on d5 is a wonderful piece. Yeah, it challenges the knight on e4, puts pressure on the queen on f3. The knight is now pinned. Yeah, this is a quite awkward scenario. And I would even say that knight takes d4 is also some kind of a threat, because this knight d6 check, I would be so happy to give the exchange. And then with this incredible activity with this wonderful knight, I would be also very happy. So
Peter, for example, after knight, but it's white to play here. First, it's hard to, let's just demonstrate some ideas. For example, let's make a move by white, which passes on. Let's say he goes rook c6.
Yeah, he takes rook c6. Yeah.
Queen c6 is clear. Let's just show that little tactical trick, Peter, which Magnus, Jorden had in mind, recollecting the pawn after queen c6, knight f6, winning the queen. So at least he gets the pawn back.
Yeah, he gets the pawn back, but I was assuming actually that since Magnus opted for this queen d5, that he definitely had to have an answer after rook c6. I was actually expecting that, okay, maybe then some of these knight takes d4 moves work, but apparently not. Yeah, they are just too dangerous. Yeah, knight d4, rook takes d4, queen takes d4, knight d6 check.
This is very scary. Yeah, rook d6. You can even go rook takes d6.
No, rook d6, then queen a1 check, rook d1. Yeah,
rook d1
exactly.
And then queen a8.
Exactly. This rook d1 is the point, because otherwise, if king h2, then queen e5 would exactly win for black. Yeah, that would be the idea. I somehow, in my mind, I thought like I believe Magnus, and I felt like, okay, so he's counting on this queen a1, queen e5 trick, but no, actually, this is not possible because he just loses to rook d1.
And then queen a8 coming in.
Yes, so this explains then why he opted the way how he opted, but then okay, it's definitely not so clear.
So he went for short castle. So it turns out queen h5, there's still queen e4 or queen c6. Both pieces hang now. And he decided to go knight d6, forcing an endgame. But yeah, maybe this is fine for white now, no?
Well, I mean, okay, probably black is maybe somewhat better, but no, the problem is that after knight takes d6, e takes d6, and after rook d7, white can push d5, or yeah, probably you can push. I mean, otherwise I go rook fd8 and I'm still very, very happy. d5, e5, rook e1, yeah, something like this. Yeah, and okay, after f6, then maybe you will even sacrifice the pawn with f4.
Peter, chat is informing us, well, John's chess channel, as you're mentioning, that there was a big miss by Magnus. And apparently after rook c6, knight
he had
h4
knight h4?
Or yeah, knight h4 is the move.
Yes, because, it's the typical how the people's mind work. Yeah, when you told me that chat was pointing out something immediately, of course, knight h4, yeah, that's the move. Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, kicking the queen away. And I wonder, because Jorden actually spent something like 2-3 minutes before going rook takes c6. Definitely he did not miss knight h4. Yeah, so he had something after knight h4, but I don't understand what.
Okay, maybe let's quickly see this. So you can't go queen f4 because then you just simply at least pick up the rook on c6, right?
Yeah, well, or did he want to? I mean, you can even maybe argue that you can even try to include knight g2, but okay, let's not get greedy. Let's just take this rook. Queen takes h4, and definitely it looks wonderful for black. I mean, maybe you can even come in with the queen to c2.
All right, we're not going to get into too much detail because there's so much action on the current boards, but it turns out Magnus had a big chance with knight h4, which perhaps the world champion missed. And Peter, we will come back to this game because it's a lot going on the other boards. And I want to run back to the Duda, Leko, Liem, if we can just get a quick update on that before we jump to the Prague game.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting because suddenly I see the knight jump back to c6. So what happened here? Yeah, knight d8, ag, knight d4. Yeah, that was very, very logical. Stopping bishop e6. Bishop d7, kicking the rook away. Rook comes back. And yeah, and the knight on d4 stops black from going bishop c6 and from bishop e6 as well. Yeah, black is not able to activate the bishop. That's why rook c8. Now bishop b4, making good use that the rook is protecting the e3 pawn. I was wondering how did this bishop reach a3? That's the justification. Knight c6, bishop a3. However, this bishop is also some kind of a strange piece. Okay, it does support this weakness on c5, but isn't, I mean, it isn't the most beautiful piece, at least at first sight. Rook cd8, queen b1. Eyeing queen takes g6. Eyeing queen takes g6. How do we protect against this?
Speaking of protecting, Peter, we'll come back and see this, but it's just crazy stuff going on. I think Anish is just crushing Shak currently.
Yes, Anish is crushing already for quite some time, but we have to jump back because the action is here after knight takes d4. This was the whole point of queen b1. Now, after knight takes d4, white played the move c6. I mean, it's total fire on board,
Wow.
but according to the computer, it's just incredibly strong for white.
Okay, let's try and look at some lines. It's like everything on the board is hanging. The knight on d4 is hanging. The queen on e7 is hanging. The pawn on g6 is hanging. f7 under pressure. The pawn on c6. The bishop on d7. Every single piece.
I
It's the rook and the
have
three.
never seen this. You know, that 4 diagonals are putting pressure on black's position. Unbelievable, insane. And the rook protects on e3. So there is no counterplay in the center. Wow.
Okay, so what's going on in this position, Peter? Your queen is, well, not yours, but Duda's queen on e7 under a lot of pressure. You got to move the queen, right? There's no other option.
And
I
look
don't
at
see
this.
so
Duda
many
is
squares,
shaking his
actually. I
head.
just see one square for the queen. So I can't kind of find another move except queen e4.
Yeah, but Duda is shaking his head because actually queen e4, if that's the only move, it will simply lose a piece. Yeah, all this drama drawing all these arrows actually means nothing because white is just winning a piece. Yeah, we can just even take. Yeah, no, sorry. I mean, we take on d7 first with tempo so that the rook is hanging. I just wanted to illustrate. Yeah, that okay, you take back and then we can just take on e4 and also collect the knight on d4. And with the 2 bishops, I mean, this doesn't look like enough compensation for black. Definitely not.
But do you see an alternative to queen e4? Because the queen on e7, center of the board, it's just trapped. There's no other square. I mean, this bishop on c4 control. He goes knight b3, so clearly sacrificing it. And after bishop e7, he wants to go knight d2. Is that he goes rook e7? But this is just busted. No, you just pick up the knight on b3. Queen takes b3 comes to mind here, or even a takes b3. Eyeing queen g6 next.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, because if you can sacrifice the queen and get the bishop to c6, it might be perfectly fine. Maybe white actually needs to be energetic. Maybe white needs to be energetic here. Also the question, can we actually take queen takes g6? Is it too much or it's beautiful? Yeah, that's also a big question. Maybe we can, because we have the threat of rook h7 and hitting on g7. So, but the question is like bishop takes c6.
Oh, rook d2 might be something coming in, no, Peter?
Yes, but I don't know. Yeah, because rook h7 yeah, and rook d2 is here kind
King
of.
e1, there's rook e3.
Yes, but can we sidestep it somehow differently, like king f1? But you have then rook d1, rook d2 check in any case. Yeah, this is too much of a counterplay. This is too beautiful.
And the moment you go king g1, there's rook g2, so you can't really run to h2.
Yeah. Then this is fine for black. I mean, okay, this was the first thing that we had to clarify. Okay, if this is, for example, unclear, then.
And I think after c takes d7, then black has the option to go knight d2. So even that looks a bit. I don't know how you feel about this position, but maybe queen b4.
Yeah, queen b4, and then you take on d7. I mean, at least it looks like a position. Yeah, it's because the evaluation bar is completely driving us crazy. Yeah? Apparently, there should be something, very simple killer. But I mean, all these things, if we just end up being queen up and black has some kind of play, it's not obvious that why is white winning.
And it brings, and in the current position, the initial thought was just take on b3, and when you take on c6, take on g6. But then we spotted this rook d2 idea. For example, even if you start with bishop b3 or ab3, doesn't matter. Bishop c6, there is definite counterplay on d2, which white needs to avoid with these checks.
Exactly. Yeah, and we see that, yeah, finally, actually, Liem opts for c takes d7, knight d2.
Also, just an update, a quick update, Peter. Jorden versus Magnus has ended in a draw after that skirmish that happened with rook takes c6 and eventually liquidating into an endgame. So we might have a
Wow,
look
but
at that
hang
game
on,
later.
queen takes. Oh yes, of course, queen g6. He goes queen h7, queen h8 after knight takes c4. I think this is the point. Yeah, look at this: queen h7, king f8, queen h8. This is stellar stuff. Takes king g7, only move rook takes d8, and there is no defense against rook g8. That's the reason. Wow.
So even though black has got an extra piece in this final position, he's dead lost because you've got a rook jumping in with a check. The king has got no shelter and you end up queening.
Yes, exactly. And that's why Duda had to go king f8. And okay, if king f8, that's already a completely different story. Yeah, white won a very, very important pawn.
Okay, that
Very
was a
important
really nice
one.
idea. Yeah, queen h7, queen h8, picking up that rook on d8 with a winning endgame, being a piece down. You don't get to see that every day.
Yeah, wonderful. I mean, just really beautiful. And now, okay, now it really looks like technical position. This pawn on g6 is really missing, because with pawn on g6, whenever, for example, black takes on c4, queen c4, rook d7, with pawn on g6, we could argue next move is f5, and you have wonderful construction, yeah, and very solid one. But without this g6 pawn, this is all falling apart.
Okay, now that we know that it's a bit of a technical show required by Liem, a brilliant find there, this idea of queen g6 giving up the bishop and then that endgame, which perhaps Duda missed in his calculation. Peter, let's jump to the Anish board. We haven't had an update on that. And I do see Anish continues to crush in his game, actually. And he's got one extra pawn, but very strongly placed pieces here. Can white try? Is there any compensation? Can white try for anything at all in this position to keep it together?
Well, I would say that black is pawn up and black has the winning position, which is quite a powerful combination of forces. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. Yeah, black takes rook takes c5 immediately, because queen e8 check, we have bishop f8, and bishop takes c5 always is queen takes c5 check. Yeah, that's the point. So there is no time to. Oops. This is something of a mouse slip as yesterday. Yeah, that instead of queen e8 check, the queen got stuck on e5. I don't know how. Yeah, bishop f8, bishop takes c5, queen takes c5 check. Yeah, and this is what I wanted to highlight, that because of the check, that's it. So I'm expecting some kind of a resignation. Yeah, rook d3, queen e5 on the board. I don't think Shakhriyar will. It's not his style to keep on playing in a completely lost position.
Now, this would mean that Anish would take the lead in their match. Rook d8 check, bishop simply falls back. Shah keeps the queens on the board, trying to get in with queen a8, but isn't. And for queen a1, he wants to go rook d1. So it's still not completely over, although queen a1 can be played. Queen a1, rook d1, just you pick up the d2 pawn as well. But the rook on c5 is hanging.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, black is a piece up. Black still got a very, very nice position. Yeah, just rook b5. Settling rook b1 checkmate. I guess it's time to resign.
All right, so this one's going to be over any moment. We will turn our attention to the Eric Prague board right now, expecting a resignation from Shak really any moment in this position.
Yes, well, actually the same applies, almost exactly the same to the game between Prague and Eric, because white is a piece up. And nothing is happening in the position. White's king on b1 is perfectly safe with this knight b5, bishop c4 construction. Everything is harmonious. There is just nothing here for black.
I mean, f7 is hanging currently. So black, and just the only thing is the king on b1, which is slightly exposed, right? But it's hard to imagine building up any kind of an attack on it when you don't even have any pieces and your queen is on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, just impossible. I mean, somewhere some rook takes c4, queen takes e4 check kind of sacrifices, something that one needs to keep in mind, but that's all. And Prague has 2 minutes 20 seconds. I mean, it's just impossible not to find a way how you coordinate forces. Yeah.
Wow, so that's two big blunders that we've witnessed in today's round. I mean, with Eric and with Shak both being completely busted, a piece down in their position.
Yeah, and I would say, like, Magnus played a very, very nice game. However, he did have this big miss of not finding knight h4 at the critical moment. Yeah, I understand Prague that he's taking his time because there are all kinds of tempting options of, just going for some sacrifice, but he goes for queen d3. This is the move that I like because it's a stabilizing move. We are already completely winning. There is no need for us to complicate matters. It is up for black to do something. And I guess that at some moment black will try something like takes and check. But okay, we have rook c2. We have everything under control. Yeah. Bishop is also hanging. Yeah, it's I just don't see any idea. I don't see a single idea. Another idea is rook takes b5, bishop b5, rook c3. But okay, this is also absolutely nothing. I mean, we even have queen e2. Just all these sacrifices lead nowhere.
Yeah, white just ends up with more and more material, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
I mean, okay.
looks,
Yeah, rook c4 on the board. I mean, okay, there is just no other move in the position.
For check, and you just simply go rook c2 here.
Yeah, and then queen b7 will be tried. Yeah, I guess this is the only
But then
move.
there's queen c8 check, right?
Ah, yes, that is queen. Yeah, then that's it. I mean,
So
but
rook c2, queen b7 doesn't get you anywhere, and if not, then white is just a full rook up.
yes, exactly. And also, if you move the bishop, I will play a4 protecting the knight very nicely. Yeah, it's
no,
it's
Eric is
terrible.
not enjoying this position at all. You can tell. But I think everything went wrong from the opening for Eric in this one. I mean, it was clear that he mixed up something and allowing h4, h5, and Prague just never gave him a chance.
Yeah, of course. I mean, okay, he just won a piece and then of course he simply converted it.
Well, the intrigue still continues in the Jan-Krzysztof Duda board. We've got a position with queen versus rook and bishop.
Yeah, but this one is also a completely winning position for white.
12 seconds to Duda. And
he resigned. Yeah. I mean,
and he
okay.
resigned. All right, this one's over. Meanwhile, so is the only game remaining is the Prague one.
Yes. But I mean, look at this. White is rook up and white is on the attack. Yeah, it's...
And white is up on the clock.
Yes. I mean, everything is perfect.
In these kind of situations, it's probably just best to get ready for the next game, no? Instead of just pushing on, continue yourself to be tortured.
Yeah, in this position, I mean, without any hope, yeah, I don't see any point. It's rook b8 is coming. Yeah, black is, yeah, queen g3 stopping rook b8. But
and setting up some ideas. For example, if you go queen c8, then there's queen d3 check. So, you still have to be a little careful about the queen on c4 not being able to move. So Eric being a little tricky. And yes, right now it might look like Prague will never fall, but in bullet games or blitz games, when you're down to like seconds, it's so easy to miss this stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, just knight b5. I'm making sure that rook c7 is not coming. Yeah. And
queen c3 next.
Yeah, or just a4, king a2. I mean, it's so natural to, evacuate your king away because this queen on c4 is just beautifully placed. I mean, okay, Prague is also very systematic. Yeah, he brings all his heavy pieces to the queen side, which is now his king side, and okay, it's just saying like, you know what, you can't even give me a single check. I will just take care of all the squares. Yeah, it's basically a very simple win for Prague. And I'm already thinking, yeah, that we have seen 3 wins. Yeah, and Anish has won his game very, very easily. I mean, I felt like, maybe it will be the turnaround for Shakhriyar, but for the moment, what I'm seeing from Shak is quite scary. It's simply he's not himself. That's the scary part of this.
It's the feeling that we've been getting since, that turnaround Prague game of G6. Yes. He had that fantastic first round win against Liem, and it looked like we're going to see a Shak in action. But it's just been a tilted Shak ever since then. He's just not been able to find his rhythm in any of the matches.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, somehow he's completely unrecognizable. The same actually applied to Anish in some ways, but yeah, now with this very nice win, maybe exactly this was the win that Anish needed. Yeah, sometimes some easy wins give you know, this feeling that everything is fine, and then from that moment on, everything comes easily. It might be a huge turnaround for Anish.
I'm just really surprised that Eric is continuing this position and not just setting up for the second one. I mean, I don't see where he sees the hope here, but he clearly wants to play on. And now King A1, so just bringing King away from any kinds of checks on the diagonal. Bishop F6, Eric continues. He's putting pressure on D4, saying the knight on B5 can't move. But he's never going to go Bishop D4 where you end up trading pieces as long as the knight is on B5.
Yes, but I understand actually, because if he would have resigned 5 moves ago, would have been absolutely normal. But the last couple of moves were a little bit nervy from Prague. Yeah, that he moved his queen all the way to H2 from C4. It was a lovely square on C4. I believe that would he have just played A4, Eric would have just resigned on the spot. But by feeling that Prague is for some reason a little bit undecisive in this completely winning position, it gives the feeling for Eric, then okay, let's make a couple of more moves.
I mean, Peter, I can't imagine Prague not converting this position with the rook. I mean, if it was Lawrence, it would be a different story. We know his history with rook odds, but this is not going to happen today.
No, definitely not. No, I can't imagine Black is ever saving this or White not winning it. I'm just saying that, okay, based on the last couple of moves, I kind of understand why Eric feels that, okay, then he will continue. Queen F5, he will play. No, Queen F5, Rook F2, Queen takes B5, Rook F6, but okay, that's already a little bit at least murky. Yeah, okay, Queen D3 played.
It's kind of hard to suggest a move in this position because everything, you can play anything you want. He goes Queen F1, which is nice because you're also threatening Queen F6.
Yes,
and now
exactly.
he can go Queen E3.
Queen E3, but look at this. Prague is down to 20 seconds. I mean, yeah, now he's forcing the trade of queens. He's relieved because he really feels like the last 5-10 moves weren't ideal for sure. But okay, it's also very difficult.
But can you go Queen takes F2, Rook F2, Rook D4, there's Rook F6.
Yes, but I mean, it's also very difficult to take it seriously, yeah? And you know that doesn't matter even if you make 5 or 10 mistakes, unless you don't blunder the Rook, you are just completely winning. Bishop takes D4.
It's amazing actually that Eric continues, you know, he is putting up some fight the last few moves, but now I think it's all over, Peter.
Yeah, now he resigned, yeah, enough is enough.
Yeah. No, once Eric had to trade off the queens, there's nothing to fight for. And finally, Prague wins the game. Well, this one went completely wrong for Eric right from the beginning. And we can see him there. He's checking what happened. Where he could have improved probably in the opening was a point. I see him somewhere in this final position having a look at the game. But I think once H5 came in, it was just already Eric on the defense in a very difficult position.
Yeah, but it's actually a terrible preparation, yeah, because as I mentioned, yeah, there was nothing new, only that, okay, compared with Prague's games against Shakhriyar, where he included somehow the move Queen B3, but there is no need actually. I mean, this G4, Bishop G6, Knight E5 is absolutely the main line, and it's considered to be quite dangerous for Black. You have to know your stuff. And Knight B7 H4 is maybe already kind of almost game over. I don't know if you have a defense here. I believe not, because somehow maybe you had to take D takes C4. I think some D takes C4 move is the best move for Black, and it just slightly worse for no reason. But Knight BD7 H4 just finishes the game almost instantly.
Yeah, you can't even push the H pawn because of Knight takes G6. So definitely. And I think that's the reason that we saw Eric just sit there and look at the game, because even he was a bit under shock how things had turned out. But he's back in the next one with the white pieces, which is good news because it gives him the chance to come back into the match straight away. So a big game to coming up. Let's quickly bring our score board from game 1 of day 6. here at the Oslo Esports Cup. Jorden and Magnus, a very interesting skirmish battle in the opening, which eventually ended in a draw after, well, that rook c6, which maybe had that tactical moment which the world champion missed. But after that, everything was in control. And this one ended in a draw with Magnus starting with the white pieces in game two. Liem won against Jan-Krzysztof Duda in pretty dominating fashion. That one seemed to be in that interesting opening idea that Liem took with h4 and the quick pawns moving down the board, and it turned out absolutely right for him against Duda. Duda was just not able to handle, was just not able to bring out his game in that position. Prag beat Eric after an opening mistake by Eric. Meanwhile, Shak continues to struggle. We'll be back for game two after this quick break.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to lift off game 2 of the 6th match for the players. Let's quickly update everybody with where we stand after game 1, because we already have 3 decisive matches that have taken place, 3 decisive games that have taken place, with Liem taking the lead in his one, Anish. And Peter, I have to say, the way Shak lost the first game, it's going to be tough to imagine him coming back with this one. I mean, it wasn't just losing to Anish, but a position where he's completely paralyzed.
Yeah, this was really shocking. I mean, I don't know. I can imagine if somebody asked Shakhriyar after this game that, okay, what happened? He will tell you that, no, I mean, this was just that terrible game. Yeah. I mean, he's also always very self-critical, yeah, about this, because he always likes to say it was an interesting match. Even if he wins or loses, it doesn't matter, but it was interesting match. It was a fighting match. And he can only tell you that, no, this was a total disaster. I mean, I don't know what happened to him with the white pieces. He gave up the center. He just got completely crushed. Yeah. And I hope that he recovers somehow, because this is definitely not the way. He will be very, very unhappy with himself. But we also have to tell something that, yeah, it's very, very tough. I mean, each day the players are playing these matches. This cannot be compared with any other tournament. You know, this is like almost giving your life every day for a new match. And maybe the players are already a little bit burned out. Yeah. And those players, like, for example, Shakhriyar and Eric, who are at the bottom, I feel like, you know, they don't get this extra energy. Like, for example, Prag, he knows that he's fighting for the tournament of his life. Yeah. For an incredible success. And these guys are somehow now already completely shaky, like little bit they let it go. Yeah, I really hope that after this terrible disaster, what happened both to Eric and to Shakhriyar, they will somehow, you know, shake themselves up, because they need to do something.
And not just Prag because he's at the top of the leaderboard, but even, you know, players like Duda, Leko, Liem. I mean, there's this, you win a match, it gives you that confidence. Even if you lose, you've had a good game, then you're feeling good about the motivation comes in. Anish has had his moments, but I think for Shak, it's just been, it's been a bit of a misery fest so far for him. And for Eric, the last one, I think when you know that you messed up in the opening, it's still somewhere easier to come back in game 2. But when you're feeling that, you know what, you're just completely out of form, out of shape, and no matter what you're doing, it's not working out on the board, I think that's a harder situation to be in. So Shak really has this, well, mammoth task in front of him right now, playing against Anish with the black pieces. He really needs to get that win to be able to come back in this tournament, but so far struggling. And Peter, we've got a Sveshnikov on the board.
We got a Sveshnikov, and Anish is very, very professional. I mean, knowing that he has a very good match situation, he doesn't want to get into any kind of adventures. I mean, the way how Shakhriyar started, he didn't play with the classical knight c6. He did not want to give the Rostov-Liem option, and he opted for this, and he was willing to take the risk of going for these complicated lines. However, Anish was thinking probably like, okay, this is what Shakhriyar wants. I'm leading the match. I have a plan B. Maybe it was also plan A. Maybe it was the main idea of Anish anyway, to just transpose into this main line of Sveshnikov. I was playing it from the white side and from the black side 20 years ago, analyzed it like, you know, day and night. The move 97 is a relatively rare line, but Magnus likes to play it, and it was kind of also very popular in the middle of 90s, end of 90s. 97 was quite a move. I think Krasenko was playing this move a lot.
You know, I'm just looking at the players cam, and just looking at Shak, one gets the feeling that he doesn't want to be here. It's just very difficult for him to get going in this tournament, and every game is just getting harder. Peter, we'll come back to this because we have some interesting opening choices, and this time Magnus taking Jorden by surprise. And I think this move Queen H5. Well, Jorden thought for a couple of seconds. Is this something that you've seen before?
No, not at all. But it reminds me of the game between Boris Becker and Garry Kasparov. No, it was like this exhibition game, E4, E5, Queen H5. And this is like, you know, with E4, E5, you are pulling the net like in tennis, and then with Queen H5, you are delivering an ace. Yeah, that's the feeling I'm getting whenever I see this quick Queen H5. That this is tennis, it's not chess. Very funny stuff.
Tennis or bad tennis?
Yeah, I mean it's tricky. Yeah, let's take a look what it was. So it's C4, E5, E3, Knight F6, Knight C3. And after D5 takes. Queen H5. Wow, it's definitely a shocker. I mean,
and we're getting an update that actually Magnus has used this specific move order and Queen H5 against Hikaru in the St. Louis Blitz back in 2020. So it's something that he's played before. And somehow, Peter, when I look at this position, I feel, you know what? If Boris Becker plays it against Gary in an exhibition match, I'm willing to take it. But this is such a crucial round. Magnus is playing against Jorden. These are the elite players, and seeing Queen H5 and knowing that he played it against Hikaru, once again just leaves me speechless.
Yeah, well, it also shows that there is some work behind the move Queen H5. If you tell me that he played it against Hikaru, I almost feel like it was little bit of a trolling, yeah, because Hikaru is the one who always likes this Queen H5 moves also. And doing it exactly against Hikaru, it was some kind of a provocation.
What just happened? Did he just miss Queen E5?
No, definitely not. But the follow-up.
Now he's thinking suddenly.
Okay, yeah, but no, I mean, I cannot believe that he missed it. Yeah, still in the Magnus Hikaru game, by the way. Yeah, so Knight DB4, Queen takes E5. This is maybe some kind of a theory, but Bishop E6. And then Queen E4, that's the point, yeah? That you can actually retreat with the Queen. Yeah, Bishop E6 on the board. And then if we come back to E4, we are covering the C2 square, covering DC square, and we are threatening A3.
But then that doesn't answer my question, that why is the E5 pawn given up?
Yeah, Teddy's saying it seems like theory, but maybe bad theory for black. Yeah, maybe. I mean, who
this
knows?
just looks like you've lost a pawn. White is coming out with the knight, a3 coming in next. And you did have moves, you had moves like queen d6, defending that e5 pawn. Or I'm sure there were ways to defend it, but you give it up and now you're fighting for compensation, which is not clear.
Yeah, no, I mean, basically, probably you don't have any, definitely not enough compensation because bishop e2, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. If white can even allow himself to come back, because the move queen d7 would be the punishment, yeah, that to threaten bishop f5 before white goes a3. The only problem is that bishop f5 is illegal because it's a pin. So, and if you have to retreat the knight, it's over. Yeah, it's just a pawn for nothing.
Yeah. And if you go f5, then white can further come back with the queen, retreat it to b1, and then you're still a happy camper.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically, you do this often in the pause and with the black pawn on e5. Yeah. I mean, this is insane. Completely insane.
All right, well, we're not being able to make sense of why Jorden would voluntarily go into this position, but maybe he'll show us. We'll come back to it. Peter, let's do a quick opening tour. And let's start with the Anish Shark position, because so much has been traded off. And look at that pawn chain that we have, that the black pawns and the white pawns are making this wall that we have at d6, e5, f4, g3, h2. A lot of pawns on the dark square there, pawn chain. And the king on g8 absolutely in the open. What is going on here? This can't be good for black.
Yeah, I feel like, because if we look at the clock situation, we feel like, wow, maybe Shakhriyar is still following preparation. No, I think this is just playing fast out of frustration. Yeah, it's...
this is Shark just waiting for it to be over, Peter.
Could be, but this is very bad news because, I mean, there are still a lot of rounds. I mean, lot of matches, and every match consists of 4 games. Yeah, this is still a hell of a lot of games to be played. I don't know. Something has to be changed. Shakhriyar has to find the way how to get the motivation, how to mobilize his reserves. Yeah, because at this moment, clearly nothing comes naturally. I mean, nothing good comes naturally for him at this moment, but if he is able to find the way how to fight against it, then we might be able to see the Shak that we know in the last matches. Because at this moment, I mean, this is even it hurts a bit to look at it. But let's take a look what happened. So knight f6, gf, g3. I think the reason why it was a little bit like an unlucky choice from Mamedyarov's side, that Anish has just played against Magnus, and by playing against Magnus, you have to kind of expect the Sveshnikov, right? And he definitely, I think, for that match, prepared this system, and he was very, very familiar with what he's doing. And maybe we shouldn't be even harsh on Shakhriyar. It was just like he wanted to get, some complicated position, but he's running into some kind of a big prep from Anish. f5, f4 coming, long castle, queen b6, queen g4 check, king h8, and okay, maybe just a simple move like also queen e6 is very, very tempting, yeah, to just enter with the queen to e6.
Okay, so Peter, let's just slow down in this position, because it's quite yes, we don't like black's position here currently, and we can see the eval bar seems to agree with that, but he does have a threat of taking on f2. So queen f2 is the threat. Queen e6 is an option that you're pointing out, which hits the knight on e7 and the pawn on d6. Now after a move like queen e6, it's hard to imagine a good square, because after knight f5 there'll be g4 at some point. So let's just have queen e6 on the board. Wow, he says no, he goes for g takes f4. And I was just wondering if after gf4, does this give black the additional opportunity of actually picking up the f2 pawn? Or
yes, it might.
F1.
Yeah, it might give, but yeah, it doesn't look too good. Yeah, I mean, rook f1 and then rook takes f4. Is that the trick? I mean, let's just take it. Let's take a look. Yeah, queen f2. I mean, if rook hf1, maybe I have the move rook takes f4. I mean, it's anyway slightly worse, but of course, yeah, black takes rook takes f4 first. Queen e6 is played. I don't really get it why it was better to start with gf than queen e6, but certainly Anish knows why he's opted for this.
Okay, to me, it looks like after queen e6, knight g6 has to be played. Well, there's knight f5, but you don't want to allow queen f6 check. So knight g6 on the board, because after rook d6, the e5 pawn is defended. So you can take queen takes f2 after rook d6.
Yeah, which probably also explains that after the move queen e6 that we have been talking about, maybe black would have anyway played knight g6. Yeah, protecting the e5 pawn. So after taking on d6, you can play your favorite move, queen takes f2. Yeah, you are eliminating
It's my favorite move.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very good, yeah, because queen takes d6, now queen takes f2, and thanks to this knight on g6, and you get a password on f4. So whenever white takes gf, then maybe even black will take ef.
Yeah. And now
the-
it's not looking all that bad for black, you know. After you've got this position with the f2 pawn falling, it could get tricky for white.
Yeah, well, but that's why it was very nice for Manish actually then to include gf4, because now it's clear that you were not able to take with the pawn, and just taking on d6, giving the f2 pawn, and then bring all the pieces. After all, you have a very, very safe king. Yeah, you can hide it, king b1, a3, and then the knight will also start. I mean, lovely position for white, but definitely black is in the game.
Black is in the game. I mean, whatever you play, black is capturing on f2, right? And I think and look at, again, Shak up on 15 minutes. I don't know if that has more to do with him loving his position or hating his life right now. But in either case, he's up on the clock, and f2 still under fire. Anish definitely needs to do work. And I think regardless of what the eval bar is saying, it's a very tricky position in a practical sense. Peter, let's continue our tour. And I want to bring us to the Eric Prague board now, and we have had an open Spanish in this one.
Yeah, but a very special one. Yeah, this specialty that I think Magnus was somehow favorizing. I mean, he popularizing. He was really playing it a couple of times as a surprise. Also, Radjabov. I think Radjabov was the very first. I think Radjabov was the very first on the highest level to play this. You know, this is some kind of a shocker. Yeah, when I first saw it, that what is this? Knight takes e4, rook e1, and you are playing b5, rook takes e4, d5, knight takes e5. That where does it lead? And it leads to this possession by force, takes, b takes a4, knight c3, and castles. I mean, probably white has some options here. Yeah, there were some games when white played b3, white played some queen e2. I mean, there are many moves here, different moves. The so-called knight c3 is the most natural move, but knight c3 gives quite some options for black, quite some tricky options. Bishop d6, rook h5 on the board, and Eric down to 6 minutes. Wow, I mean, basically Eric doesn't know at all the theory here.
And I was just thinking the same thing. It's like exactly what happened in game one, right? Prague seems so well prepared, and he's blitzing out move after move, and then Eric down on the clock by over 10 minutes currently. He's got 6 minutes to 16 minutes to Prague. And a strange looking move, this rook h5. I mean, you place your rook at the corner of the board. You still don't have a piece that's supporting the attack. Black can meanwhile continue playing natural moves like rook e8, bring the pieces. Maybe the bishop will be developed to b7, hitting on g2. And Eric, low on the clock by a lot. Peter, I think we can conclude this by saying that Prague can be happy with the way things have turned out in the opening.
I think he can be very, very happy. I mean, certainly this is a very tricky position. He's up on the clock. He's more familiar with this position. And I feel like it's a super strategy, yeah, what Prague and his team came up with for this match. Yeah, that to surprise Eric immediately, yeah, get him out of his comfort zone. And well, I don't know exactly. Also, after a move like g6, where is this rook going? Yeah, I don't necessarily have to play g6 immediately. I can maybe first start with rook e8, but at some moment g6 will come, and white's rook will have it very, very hard to find a nice square.
And we look at Eric on the camera. He's not looking happy with the position or the way the match is going. You can just tell he's shaking his head there. Prague looking confident. He knows that, well, it's not his opponent's day today. At least that's what it seems like so far. And there we've got them on our screen. Peter, this is going to be a tough one for Eric. We will come back to this. Meanwhile, Jordan's kingside pawns are unstoppable as always. The g pawn has advanced to g4. Quite a complicated middle game we've got here. And Magnus, a pawn up. The bishop on b2 looking very scary, staring at that rook on h8 in that nice diagonal. Bishop b2 with the last move. Makes me think that maybe bishop g7 is the way for black to go to counter this bishop. Do you want to take it from where we left it?
Yeah, well, it looks like I don't know exactly what is the move for black. Yeah, here. I mean, maybe where we left it, it was bishop e2, queen d7, ace d f5. It was basically forced. Queen b1, knight d5, knight f3. castles b4. Yeah, white is just a clear pawn up, so black needs to create some desperate counterplay with g5, castles g4, and yeah, Magnus goes for this knight g5. I think he definitely calculated very nicely that he hits the bishop has to move. And after bishop g8, bishop b2, black has some very, very direct problems, because, for example, a move like bishop g7, isn't it running into something like
knight d5, bishop d5 is forced?
No, but then I take on g7, take on f5. That's the point, yeah. This pawn is hanging with check.
It's hanging, but if I just go king b8, then is there any chance of winning that knight on g5 with?
No, I mean, I always have knight e6, yeah. I mean, I can even maybe play d4, but if I'm very scared, I just go knight e6, force the takes, and
maybe
okay.
I start with bishop b2, then knight d5, bishop b2, queen b2, bishop d5. Maybe that's the point, Peter.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's the only way for black to play. Now, also here we have some knight b6 check, for example, as an extra option.
Okay,
I mean,
that makes life easier to tell what is black's next move.
Yeah, takes, but what is then the next move here? It's already a big question. Probably still
Maybe
bishop
bishop
d5.
d5, yeah?
Yes, yeah, bishop d5, but I mean, okay, now it's looking very, very bad, yeah, because maybe I even have some a4, b5 ideas now with this terrible pawn structure.
But b5, I can go a takes b5, and if you recapture, Peter, watch out. After 8-6, the knight on g5 could be trapped.
Yes, I know that it can be trapped. Yeah, I have to watch out. No, I was actually trying to make sense to a4 and then b5, but no need for it. Yeah, bishop g7 played and knight a4. Yeah, Magnus just goes knight a4. He wants now knight c5. Okay, that's yeah. So the move h6, which would kind of trap the knight, runs into knight c5, and again this queen takes f5 will be a big problem because there is no square to protect this.
All right, so knight a4, 8-6 isn't possible currently. Is there something that a black can do to fight? And bishop takes b2, you take queen b2, and the d5 square isn't vacant for the g8 bishop. So very difficult to play that position as well.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm struggling to find maybe some knight d4. Can you play a move like knight d4? But very hard to imagine, yeah?
Wow. Okay, so knight e2 is a threat, so we have to take on d4. But we can still take bishop d4, e takes d4, queen a4, queen f5.
Exactly, you can still take it. And yes, I managed to, destroy your pawn structure, but you are taking quite a lot of pawns, yeah? King b8, and then you just take on g4. It's 3 pawns, yeah?
That's a lot, no?
That's a lot, yeah. Okay, we have this lovely knight on d5, but just one knight sitting nicely on d5 will not do anything, yeah. All right, so basically knight a4, it looks to me like Magnus is almost winning, yeah, in this position.
Okay, so we can call this as big trouble for Jorden after this adventure on the king side. And even though white's knight on g5 is potentially trapped, but the world champion is making sure that Jorden has no time to take advantage of it. Peter, let's get an update on the Liem Duda board.
Yeah, this went somewhat tragically bad for white. I mean, Duda wanted to create immediately counterplay, tried to, bounce back after this big loss in the first game, but his aggressive approach heavily backfired. I mean, e3 castles, yeah, this is very, very standard, and going for rook g1, yeah, going for this g4 idea. Black is answering it with very, very systematic classical approach: g4, knight c6, d3, d4, yeah, and that's it. When I saw this position, it looked to me like it's 0-1. I mean, I just don't see how white can avoid not losing this. Yeah, the bishop is...
Okay, Peter, that's a very strong statement that black plays d4 and for you it's 0-1. You have to break that down for us a little bit.
I mean, I think it's not so difficult. I mean, look at white's position. The king is committed to the center, yeah. Black has already castled. This whole idea of rook g1, g4 is to create contraplay. I mean, create some dynamics. But this dynamic is actually killed by d4. Yeah, the bishop on b2 is locked out of the game, and you just don't have a game. Basically, black cuts, white forces into 2/2 and comes in the center and combines all the play. The rest is basically a matter of technique for a player like Liem. g5, knight e8. Look at this, what happened after knight b2, e5, reinforcing, making sure that white will never be able to open up this diagonal. And then what are you doing? Yeah, queen e2, knight d6, long castles, rook b8, preparing b5. Where is white's play? Bishop g2, rook e8, h4, bishop g4, bishop h1, bishop h5. That's the current position. It's completely hopeless for white.
Peter, hopeless for white. We're going to come back to this, but we've had a massive move on the Magnus board. Can we just quickly rush to that? Because
Knight f4.
Look at that. Knight f4. That's a bit of a stunner. And I'm trying to make sense of it because the knight is just hanging. It's clear knight e2 is a threat. So white has to recapture. E takes f4. You don't have time to take the bishop on g7. And then I'm wondering what the idea is. Is it to take on b2 first? Take on d2, hit the bishop on e2, and remember that knight on g5, which is hanging with h6. Is that the whole point? But it's hard to imagine with queen f5 check. Let's take a look. So bishop b2.
Queen
Knight
b2
b2
and
or
knight
queen-
d4, yeah.
Knight d4 is the point, yeah?
I think knight d4 is the point, yeah.
But
I
bishop
believe.
d1 and h6 then.
And then, yeah, to get this lovely, yeah, but somehow it should not work, but it's an incredible idea, yeah.
All right, bishop b2, and white could not go knight takes b2 because then you just go for h6 immediately.
Yeah, I mean, you will always also combine it with knight d4 and h6. Yeah, this is the key motive.
Okay, knight f4 is stunning though. I mean, whether it works or not, knight f4 is an absolute stunner.
But I also have a move like knight c5. I mean,
And at that moment, Tad is informing us that knight c5 runs into queen takes d2, hitting that bishop. And Peter, guess white's move here. Yeah, bishop a6.
well, I read the comment. Yeah, I read
yeah.
the chat message, bishop a6. But you know, when I spotted knight c5, I already understood that okay, it should be winning for white. This is because it's much more important to win the f5 pawn with the queen and activate the forces and avoid any kind of this counterplay for black with knight d4. So if Magnus finds knight c5, I think it's almost game over.
Okay, what is happening after bishop a6? It looks brutal, but can you break down that line for us? So queen takes d2, bishop a6. You're threatening bishop b7. And if white just takes b takes a6 here, how are you finishing the game off? Queen f5 check.
Well, I don't know how I finish, but I definitely enjoy. Yeah, queen f5 check, king b8. I mean, I also have some knight takes a6 check. Yeah. I mean, because king a7 runs into queen c5 check as well.
And there's rook d1 also coming. This is just torture.
Okay, rook d1 always queen d1. I mean, rook
oh
d1,
yeah, that's the one way white will lose.
Yes, this we have to pay attention to. But I mean, knight a6, king a7, queen c5. This is a very, I don't know, maybe even a b5 check is possible. But
okay,
I mean,
Peter, you're enjoying yourself too much now in this position. Let's come back.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. So Magnus is now taking his time. I'm pretty sure he's calculating all these things after knight c5. Yeah, he doesn't want to take on b2 because let's just compare queen b2 and knight d4, and suddenly black is the one who, you know, tries to get counterplay. And let's not forget that after h6, black is not only trapping the knight, but if he gets the chance to play hg5, he opens the h5 for the rook. Yeah, the h2 pawn will be very, very vulnerable. So this is absolutely no go for white.
So queen b2, knight d4 would be a big turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's definitely counterplay. I don't know exactly how strong it is. And in rapid game, usually you don't want to give counterplay for your opponent.
All right, so he needs to find the idea with knight c5. And if queen b2, let's say knight c5, and the other move, knight takes b2, that also gives black a lot of chances combining the threats of knight d4 and h6, right?
Yes, exactly.
So knight c5 is potentially the only way for white to keep the advantage going.
Well, it's kind of, yeah, but it's also psychologically tricky for white, yeah, that he could be piece up, yeah, if he takes somehow on
Peter,
b2.
we got to run a poll on chat. Will Magnus find knight c5 here? As we are pointing out that queen b2, knight b2 would be exactly what Jorden is aiming for, but knight c5 is the killer move, chat. Do you think the world champion will spot this idea with knight c5, bishop a6?
Yeah, Magnus is a spoiler, yeah? He goes for knight c5,
Immediately.
yeah.
I mean, immediately. Yes. He just doesn't give a chance.
But basically, I think everyone in the chat agrees that 99% was that Magnus will play knight c5.
We literally got 0 votes before Magnus played.
But what? Magnus played the next move, rook a2. I mean, this isn't approved by the computer.
Did he just miss bishop a2? Oh my god!
Yes. Look at him. He just blundered. He just blundered. He went knight c5 and missed bishop takes a2.
And look at him laughing it off. He's just saying while it happens what to do. He clearly missed that there was a bishop all the way back at g8.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. It just shows that the
turns
players
out the world champion is apparently human.
Yeah, and look at this. Now he's using bishop takes a6 out of desperation. Yeah, he could have just done it with the rook on a1 and win the game, and instead now he has to do it out of desperation. Now black is a full rook up. Yeah, black is a full rook up and has everything under control. Incredible.
You know, he laughed it off at that moment, but I think right now he's really mad at himself.
Yeah, he's very, very mad. I mean, okay, this is basically a big lapse of concentration. Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't happen. Of course, we are talking about this, that it takes a lot at the players. It's not playing some games. I mean, they are playing matches each day for 3 points. Yeah, and winning the match gives you 3 points. If you lose the match, no matter how big fight you have pulled off, you go empty-handedly with 0 points. Yeah, knight d4, queen takes g4, b takes a6. Now, in fact, black is rook and a piece up.
And look at those pieces. It's not just random pieces. The knight on d4, the queen on d2, the bishop on b2, a2, and all of white's forces on the king side. So the attack on the king is also very far-fetched. The king on a7, although no pawn shield, but still completely safe for now.
Yeah, it's completely designable. Yeah, because, okay, there is just nothing going on.
And queen e2, a nice move because the queen doesn't, and that's it. Magnus has had enough. What a big miss, Peter. Let's just quickly come to that moment, knight c5, where rook a2 was played, because this has been the moment of the day. I mean, we were all just thinking that the world champion spots it, and knight c5, he won't miss it. And then it's not even a blind spot. You just don't see that there's a bishop on g8. You just forget about the bishop.
Yes,
I mean, it's just, how do you explain this, Peter?
I don't know. I absolutely don't know. I think that simply that he had so many choice and he lost concentration, that he won a pawn too quickly. Yeah, Jordan blundered his pawn or somehow underestimated that white can take this pawn. Yeah, I think it's not blunder, it was underestimation. And then white is pawn up, has almost kind of a winning position for free. And then black is going for this knight f4. Okay, try something, and you are like in your mind, okay, so my opponent wants bishop takes b2, and if I take back, then some knight d4 counterplay. All right, I go knight c5, queen d2, and rook a2. I'm gonna win simply. Yeah, put an end to this game, and then you blunder your rook. It's of course incredible. But let's not forget that in the very first game, Magnus already missed the winning one move with knight h4. Yeah, so it shows that the players are very, very exhausted.
Yeah, and maybe this is his health showing up as well, but I don't think this has anything to do with his exhaustion levels, Peter. I think rook a2, once again, just forgetting about that bishop on g2, because until this moment, he played it all correct. Well, this has been a big shocker for the world champion. We'll see what happens, or is Jordan going to just take this one home? There are 2 more games coming up, Peter. I want to go to the Eric Prague board. And before we do any play-by-play, I just want to point out the kind of journey that rook on a4 has had. You know, you give this position and that rook on a4 looks just so odd. I mean, you can keep staring at it and then you'll just start losing your mind. And let's just point out how the rook found itself there. It went from h1 to f1 after castling, from f1 to e1, and then e1 to e4, e5, d5, then h5, then back to a5, and now rook a4.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was also thinking about, that if the journey would have continued immediately with rook a5 from d5, it would still kind of be more or less, you know, clear, yeah, that but this rook h5 was like a big shocker, yeah, like destruction. Yeah, let's go back to this moment. Yeah, rook h5, like you want something there, you are not happy going with the rook to a5, but after you weakened something there, after g6 you go rook a5, rook e8, bishop g5, developing the bishop with the tempo. That's actually one of the key moves of this rook a5. f6, bishop h4, you actually feel that once you get the bishop to g3 and somehow fight this monster bishop on d6, then already if you consolidate, you are pawn up. So everything is fine. Black is the one who has to prove what he has in store for you. Bishop b7, rook takes a4, queen e7, bishop g3, and bishop b4. Basically, the move bishop b4 shows that now Black is fighting for his life. Yeah, there is no clear compensation. It's just 2 pawns up for white. Black wants to destroy the pawn structure and hope for the best with the opposite colored bishops. But it's healthy 2 pawns for white.
Wow, so healthy 2 pawns for white, despite that, well, journey to Mordor that the rook made, and it looks like it could potentially get trapped over there, but it never really does, because how do you even attack that rook if before bishop b4, the c4 square was there, now after d5, Eric takes away the idea of bishop c6, which would have trapped the rook. So it's just not easy to get to that rook, and meanwhile, white is enjoying the 2 extra pawns. So Prag's only hope is really to try and make something out of that rook's position on a4, but right now, unclear how you're going to do that. And if you don't, you're just worse.
Yes, I mean, basically the problem is that, yeah, whenever you are forced to take on c3, it opens up the rook, yeah, then the rook is freed. So I guess something like rook a8 should be the critical move. Yeah, you have to bring this rook to the game, but then also white has different options, yeah. Maybe the move d6 is possible, but are we happy? I'm not sure we are happy to play the move d6. Because d6, bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, just to illustrate this, rook takes d6. We have some problem on the back rank. Yeah, we can't play the move that we would love to play, rook d4, because takes, queen e1, checkmate is to follow. And because of this problem, then the rook d6 would be definitely a very unpleasant thing that we have to play something like queen f1. It doesn't feel right. So interesting that why Prag is so rook. After rook a8, how he wants to play? Bishop takes c7. Bishop takes c7. I was just going to
say, what was your idea after bishop c7? Because the b4 bishop is hanging, and after bishop c3, there's bishop d8.
Yeah, no, I was so focused on showing this queen e1 checkmate at the end that, yeah, of course, yeah, rook a8 loses to bishop takes c7. Yeah, this is huge because bishop c3, bishop takes d8 hits the queen.
Shaking their head a little bit. I think he isn't happy, and both players down to 2.5 minutes. He's about to make a move. You can see him hovering there with the mouse. He goes queen c5. So bishop c7 now is not possible because black can go bishop c3.
Yes, but I mean, now it's clear that the position is very, very bad for black. I mean, I don't know. Also, some exchange sacrifices with rook takes b4, queen b4, bishop takes c7 are very interesting. I mean,
Peter, we'll jump straight back into this, but can we just take a quick look at the Anish Shark board? Once again, hot action there. Look at that king on g7 and the queen and knight combo coming in for the king.
Yes, it's coming, but okay.
But it's not, because then I see the eval bar which just says that that the position's completely fine for black, but I would be so scared with black here.
Yeah, well, but it's a Sveshnikov. This is some kind of a typical Sveshnikov, yeah, that you actually have really powerful center. Yeah, this knight f5, queen e4 is a very big force. Yeah, the king on g7, but still the knight, can it really reach the dangerous zone of black's king, or black's king will be simply always safe on the h file? Yeah, that's a very big question. And the rook on g6 is covering all the squares on the g file with this knight f5 combo, and white has some, you know, white needs to create some luft to avoid any kind of problems on the back rank. It's a dynamic position.
Knight c7 is threatening to give a check with knight e8, and then where do you want to hide with your king?
Well, after knight e8 check, I would have to go king h6. Yeah, that's true. But at the moment, it's my move.
It is your move. Knight c7 on the board. And, well, 7 minutes to Shark. So definitely he's got more time on his clock, Peter, to give it a think. Do you want to jump back to the Prague game where both players are less than 2 minutes?
Yeah, so what happened? Okay, so after queen c5, actually, Eric simply played the move h3. He doesn't mind bishop takes c3. I was a little bit afraid. I already wanted more than this bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and eventually maybe queen d5 takes bishop c7. Yes, it's 2 pawns, but double pawns. Maybe black has chances to make a draw. But Prague goes rook a8, wants to play the dynamic move, and Eric down to a minute. This is really sharp now. So bishop takes c7 is met by what
you
exactly?
can take bishop c3, and after bishop d8, the queen is not on e7, so it's not attacked.
Yeah.
So maybe you've got bishop b2.
Exactly, yeah. Now he goes queen d3. Now I understand why actually Eric would love to, get that end game that I've been talking about.
Also, Peter, just to point out, after bishop c3, bishop d8, there was rook e1 ideas as well.
Yes, exactly. I mean, no, this, queen d3 is kind of natural, but now after bishop takes c3, there is also rook c4. Yeah, this is now an extra move that white has. And it would be probably a different story. I mean, this pawn up, I'm enjoying much more than with the double pawns. Okay, so queen d3, very nice move. If it works, and knight e4 is also some kind of a threat. Yeah, bishop takes c3. Will we see rook c4? No, we see queen takes c3. But I felt like, rook c4 was maybe Eric's main idea, but he has too little time, and then he's tempted to make quick moves and get into a position where he can torture his opponent and will not have any time issues.
But now, I mean, Prague has chances because white's pawn structure is quite bad. Yes, you still have an extra pawn, but it just doesn't feel as healthy as before. You've opened this file for the rook and you go rook b1, but a black can also go rook b5 here, Peter, intercepting that attack on the bishop. And if you take on b5, I'm happy to change this pawn structure with a b5, unless rook a7 might get me into trouble.
Yeah, but still, yeah, even that position is kind of acceptable.
So rook b5, a b5 is an idea, and Prague having a quick think here. Both players about a minute on the clock, and Prague quite close to defending this one.
Yes, and rook b5 on the board. This is kind of... Yeah, rook b3 played. Yeah, white wants to play c4 and force black to capture on b3, which would really be wonderful news for white.
Okay, Peter, this is an endgame. And of course, we can say that, the most difficult part is over for Prague. We'll see if he can hold it together. The other game where the clock is really low is Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Liem, and a very complicated position. Do you want to go over to that one?
Yes, especially because, I was very, very skeptical of white's position before. And now I feel like, with this bishop on e4 and finally getting all this counterplay on the king side, this is a very, very sharp position. This can go either way. I mean, there it just looked like it's a terrible position for white, but now anything can happen.
I mean, look at the stuff that's going on the queen side with all these face-offs that the pawns are having, and black has managed to open up the b file. So b takes a4. Liam thinking which pawn he wants to capture, but he doesn't. He goes b4. Peter, do you like this move?
Yeah, well, b4 was the move that I was also considering. It's very, very tempting because he wants to get access to the b4 square. Yeah, for example, after maybe he will be able to activate his knight. Yeah, it's a very practical choice, seeing also that Duda has just a minute on the clock.
Just a minute on the clock. He sidesteps the b file with king a1, and now black can start focusing on the a file as well with a move like queen a5 or queen a7. But the bishop on e4 doing a fantastic job of keeping the a8 square covered.
Yes, the bishop is of course incredibly strong, but also this knight, which seems to be doing nothing, is very, very important because it covers the d5 square. And if the knight would move, white would give bishop d5 check, king h8, and then after some rook h1, rook takes h6 ideas would be very, very dangerous mating ideas. So he opts for rook f8. I'm not sure. I mean, it feels a bit slow. I mean, if you have to switch back to the king side, it doesn't feel that right, but okay, it's now blitz, basically super sharp position, completely crazy position. Yeah, you can't have any feeling for it, and it's just anybody's game now.
But maybe he's not completely switching, right? He's just made a move that puts the rook in a better square than c8, and meanwhile now he can move the queen again to either a5 or a7, and that would create a threat of b3, Peter, if we can just have some arrows there. For example, if you go queen a5, after that b3 becomes a threat, trying to pick up the a4 pawn. Also the rook on f8 suddenly hitting the f2 pawn, so the queen is tied down to defending it. So I don't think rook f8, it's with purpose. You're sort of playing on both weaknesses, f2 and a4.
Yeah, exactly. No, of course, yeah, because f2 pawn is a weakness, pawn on a4 is a weakness. But one really feels that this queen a5 move is somehow the move that should be played. Yeah, this move. But after queen a5, can I take on b4?
Ooh, then I was thinking
But
about
then rook
b4.
b4. No, then rook b4. Yeah, no, I was hallucinating. Sorry. I mean, because yes, once queen a5 is played, then of course, yeah, rook b4 is happening. I'm keeping an eye on the Anish's game also. There, you told me that there are all kinds of. Let's just very quickly jump in there. Look at this. Yeah, the black king is kind of chased, knight f6, but I don't see how to create any problem for this king.
Yeah, it's very interesting because all of black's pieces are participating in the defense, the queen, knight, and the rook, especially that rook on g6. a3 played, so just creating a lift, and Anish down to a minute on the clock. A very, it's a very tactical position where really one move and anything can happen. But Peter, hard to imagine a mate because queen h8, there's always king g5 and the king is just running away.
Yes, exactly. This is insane. Yeah, that basically, I mean, also here, queen h8 check is just nothing, king g5. And then knight h7 check, black continues the journey, king h4, queen d8 check. And okay, somewhere, because there is this back rank problem, yeah? So
exactly. You can't pick up the rook on g6 because of the back rank, which is why Anish played a3, so that now after queen h8, king g5, he's got rook g1 check.
Exactly, yeah. Now he's probably already settling all these things. Down to a minute.
Also, Peter, it's so hard because in the Duda game, all of that just happened and he is winning now. We are being told by our producer. So let's just jump to that because that would mean he would equalize the match.
Yeah, but winning how exactly? I mean, with some bishop d5 check, rook h6, but how does it work? Yeah, bishop d5 check. This is the point. Yeah, this bishop d5 check is the point.
Wow, so Liam got everything that we were thinking about, right? The queen on a4, the pawn on b3, bishop d5 check. If king h8, you're pointing out rook takes h6. Maybe we can have it with arrows, Peter. We do have the live board. Rook h6, g takes h6. And what is it? Is it g7 or is it queen h5?
Yes, I'm thinking about g7. Yep, takes. Then some check. King moves to the side. And then, but still, where is the mate? Queen g4. Yeah, queen g4 just. Yeah. We can also use bishop takes d4. Wow, I mean, we can also do queen g4 first, and then also some bishop takes d4. Yeah, king h8, bishop takes d4, takes. This is incredible. Yeah, and then king h7, bishop e4 check, forcing the king to g8, and then rook g1 check. Yeah.
But he doesn't go for rook h6. He plays bishop f7. So Duda misses this brilliant
Yeah, but
idea.
I mean, still, it's so wonderful. Yeah, because okay, this. Bishop on f7 stops everything.
So it still keeps a big advantage, but rook h6 was over on the spot. Bishop f7, and the problem is that everything is stuck on the queen side. There's no attack against white's king, and black eventually sacrifices the rook for that brutal bishop on f7.
Yeah, this, that's why I was a little bit worried of this b3 construction, because actually b3 a3 is very nice for white. Yeah, you really need to sacrifice something on a3. But you don't have time for that. Bishop c1.
Oh, I love this move, Peter. Take a look at that. He retreats with the bishop, and now he wants to give a sacrifice on h6 with the bishop.
Yeah, bishop f8. Of course, yeah, that's what I wanted to say, that I can actually protect. I can still protect, but okay, you are exchange up, you have everything under control, and this knight on c7 is a terrible piece. Rook b6, okay, well played. Rook f6 is a plan. Rook f6 is a plan, but
rook f6. Okay, can you just go rook takes h6?
Yeah, or bishop takes h6 also. Yeah, it's the same ideas. Opening up the g file. Rook b2.
All right, so he's inviting rook f6, and after rook f6, he'll go rook h6.
Yeah, rook f6 runs into, but yeah, still rook b2 with idea rook e2. Yeah, he wants to activate like this. Wow. King h7, okay, nicely protecting against this rook f6, rook takes h6 idea.
And Duda down to 17 seconds, Liam at 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is still a huge drama here. Yeah, it's if black somehow manages to consolidate, anything can happen here with so little time. Queen e4 check.
This is getting crazy. So after king h8, do you sacrifice on h6 already, or maybe queen e8, Peter?
Yeah, g6 played.
I'm loving this queen e8 idea, but right now f7 is under attack. So queen e8, black will simply grab f7.
Yes, with rook or queen, yeah, basically. Okay, it's anyway a technically winning position. You trade the queens and then go king b2, king takes b3 or whatever. I mean,
it'll be just unfair if there's no sacrifice on h6 in this game. I mean, there has to be something on h6 at some point.
Yeah, and Duda wants to do this. Yeah, queen h4, yeah, hitting on f6, hitting on h6.
That's nice. Queen f6 and bishop h6 both in the air.
In fact, it seems it's over. Yeah, it's just over now. Rook f5, stunning resource with rook h5.
But you go bishop h6, rook h5, bishop f8, rook h4, rook h4 mate.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's just show that, Peter. That's a nice line.
But
he
no.
doesn't go for it. And Duda shakes his head because I think he saw it after what he played, that this was just checkmating.
Wow. I mean, okay, there was still queen takes f7, but yeah, it was losing. Yeah, losing for white. Okay, knights no checkmate. It's technical win, but both players are done to their 20 seconds.
Wow, this is amazing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is rapid play. Yeah, that's why anything can happen with few seconds on the clock. Rook f6, rook h5, terrible blunder by Liem. Just when he at least survived the storm on the king side, he runs into rook h5.
And in the simplest way, where g6 pawn was pinned, and now he's just going to double up on the g file and start hitting the g6 pawn. And f5 is coming in as well.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, there is no way back from here. I mean, just rook g4
rook
and
g4 and rook g2 follows up.
Yeah, and also now the king on b2 is so beautifully blocking everything there. No counterplay. Yeah, knight g7 had to be played. Yeah, the knight is trying to get to f5. Blocking things out. Also insane action in the Anish Giri Shakhriyar Mamedyarov game. If we have a chance, we're gonna jump in right in there.
Well, Peter, now that at least black isn't getting checkmated anymore, and we can just call this is going to be a
Yes.
technical win for Duda, should we shift to that one?
Yeah, let's switch there because actually it's completely insane. I think like only white is risking. Yeah, black has sacrificed the queen and
Wait, but didn't we think that, okay, this came from that crazy position with king h6, so it was quite unclear even back then.
yeah, it was completely unclear and Anish was very, very low on time. Yeah, that was the trick. Maybe actually Shakhriyar understood that, you know, no matter what, I'm gonna play very fast. I'm gonna play super sharp play because one really feels like he's going with the flow. Queen h3, okay, what is this? I mean, knight f5, queen g2, I mean, rook h7, rook h2, or just e4. I mean, it looks like black should be faster. Or maybe just sidestep with the king somehow so that after knight h4, queen h3 will not be a check. But king d6, we run into some queen. I mean, if we go here and then knight h4, then some queen g1 and queen b6 check will appear. So we have to be careful. We have to be
Regardless of what
careful.
the eval bar is saying, it's still not very trivial because there are all these checks on the board, right? And black has to navigate his way quite carefully.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not obvious because, okay, you have this option of going rook h7, rook h2, but it doesn't feel right. Then white will somehow activate the queen. Otherwise, yeah, get behind the pawn and start checking on
Can you
g6.
start maybe, Peter, pushing the pawns? Can you make a move like e4 or something and start try and get the other pawn rolling?
Yes, but okay, white's pawn is also moving forward. Yeah, of course, one can rely on this knight protecting the pawn, but
I was really
maybe
hoping
that's
of getting
why.
e4, e3 in.
Exactly, that's why e4, e3 because you close this diagonal. Yeah,
You close the
of
diagonal and your king can always hide on e5 at some
Yeah.
moment. Plus, the a pawn is not advancing further than a6.
Yeah, for example, just to show this that okay, white will definitely play a move like king a2 and then try to go b4.
But then we can already go king d6, and there's no queen g1 stuff.
Yeah, this is looking good. This is really looking good. So Shakhriyar taking his time is also down to a minute. He needs to make up his mind.
And Anish, less than 30 seconds on the clock on the defense here. Queen G2. Shak needs to bring in all the energy he can because he can turn this match around at this moment.
Yeah, and he needs it. Yeah, he really needs it.
38
yeah,
seconds.
E4 played. Yeah, E4 played.
E4, A5. Well, Evalbar didn't love it, but I think, Peter, it's a very natural way to play.
Yeah, it's very human. It's very human way.
And now you can also continue the push down the board with E3. That beautiful knight on F5 just controls the two pawns as well as a beautiful defender to Black's king on E6.
Yeah, but Shakhriyar also down to not 20.
He needs to make a move. Yeah.
20 seconds.
Maybe he's thinking about Rook A7, but there's B4 on Rook A7.
There is B4. No, you can't. No, actually, this E3 King E5 is kind of a very nice way of doing. But down to 10 seconds, Shakhriyar needs to make a move.
Why is he not playing? Okay, he makes it. What did he play, Peter?
He played King E5.
Okay, that's fine. He switches it up with the move order and A6 played. So after Rook A7, there's Queen E2. Queen E2 still defends that A6 pawn.
Yeah, so difficult to play this on seconds.
So difficult for both players, really. The one on the defense as well as the one trying to push.
But there are some ideas like you go King F4 and then maybe at some point you go, what? Knight H4? No, Knight H4 feels wrong.
Queen H5, why is he allowing these checks? Queen H5?
I mean, Queen is Rook A6 check, but
Peter, maybe Queen H5 check.
Queen H5, Knight F5, Queen somewhere, yeah, Queen E8, and you hit the Rook. Yeah, you hit the Rook.
Yeah, but Queen H8, where do you go with your
king? No, then
why would
Queen E2 back? Very nervous situation.
And is this Shak just bailing out in this game with Knight H4 repetition? No, Shak, don't.
Yes,
oh
that's
my God.
it.
And
Draw.
that's it. That is it. I mean, this was his chance. No, this game was his chance to come back, Peter.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, here you see also for me it was just impossible, to find the move with seconds because it's so complicated. Yeah, the engines are super sharp in this one.
Wow. Okay, let's quickly switch up. Well, Shak close to getting that point back, but of course a very complex position ended in a draw. Peter, we still have action on. Can we quickly get an update on the Prague board before we move to this? Is that a draw? Just a quick look at it.
Yeah, it looks like Prague is saving this.
All right, because this is not going to be the most exciting.
Hang on, be careful. Actually, White needs to be careful because Rook A5 check, King B4, Rook A4 checkmate is a threat. Actually, amazing. So if it would be Black to move, Black would just mate White.
And White can just now start giving checks. He goes Bishop C7.
Yes,
well,
Bishop
Rook
C7
was
and
not possible because of the Bishop on C6.
Yeah, and okay, now it's just a draw. Yeah, now Black can take the pawn if he wants.
And King B4.
But yeah, because this White King is in such a danger. Yeah, okay, Rook C5, and then okay, they will agree to a draw.
All right, Peter, let's should be King B4 now. Rook B5 has to be played. Anywhere else there'll be Rook C3. So this one will end any moment. Peter, should we switch back to the
yeah, it's agreed also.
That's it. This one ends in a draw. So Prague keeps his lead.
And Duda wins. Yeah, and Rook E6 resigns. Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice discovered check. So Duda is back in the match.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow, Peter, I feel like we need to catch a breath. I mean, this was just some insane chess action that we just witnessed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, it's, I mean, I'm blundering also pieces all around the places. I feel like I'm also getting completely exhausted. It's no surprise that the players are also having a tough time.
I mean, Magnus first sets the trend with this Rook A2 move, a complete miss at Bishop A2, and then game over. And then all the turnarounds that we saw in the Anish Shak board in that crazy endgame. Then Prague keeping it together against Eric and this Duda board. I mean, this was just absolutely insane, this game against Liem. We've had some very intense chess this last round. Let's quickly bring up our scoreboard, and this is where we're at. Duda strikes back, so he's leveled his score in his match against Liem. Meanwhile, Magnus on the chase in this one. That big blunder in a position that actually was all Magnus. He was playing a brilliant game from the opening, but then Knight C5 and completely missed. A one-move blunder makes us that even Magnus has his human moments. So now it's Jorden who looks like, well, he could beat the world champion, but 2 more games to go in that. Pragnananda keeps his lead against Eric. Meanwhile, Anish, who won the first game, was able to draw a wild game against Shak. Peter, we've got the next game 3 coming up. We're going to go into a quick break and be right back.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you. And I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games.
Wow. Peter, I think we all needed a bit of breather after that one. I mean, what a round that was with all the drama. We had blunders, we had hits and misses, we had all these plot twists. You were mentioning that you needed some fresh air, so you just went and opened your window.
Exactly. I immediately opened the window. I felt like, if I'm not opening the window, I will not be able to calculate a single line in the coming round. It was insane action. Yeah. And we already have liftoff. Jordan starts with E4 and Magnus goes E5. Yeah. Very interesting to see if Magnus will try to be solid. Yeah. To limit the damage and then count on the last game with the white pieces, or will he try to spice things up?
Magnus looks like he's currently sitting in, I don't know, like a hospital rather than an esports arena. I mean, look at him, Peter. He looks sad, and with that, he just looks so unwell right now. It's just sometimes difficult to see him play in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, after this loss, I mean, I can understand, yeah, because this was an incredible shocker, yeah. Instead of being very comfortably up, leading this match, now he's trailing and okay, he has to play. But okay, I believe that he should be very happy because White played this bishop g5, bishop h4. At least this kind of, it has the potential that Black plays a strategical game and might get chances. Of course, White is also looking for chances himself. It's a very, very ambitious move, this bishop g5, bishop h4. But I feel like maybe exactly this is what Magnus needs.
I don't know if it has too much to do with what happened in the last game. Definitely, that was a bit of a heartbreak moment. But I think overall in this event, he's really been struggling with his health. And somehow he's still been able to put up the performance that he has. But definitely that rook a2, bishop a2 must hurt. And even today, the world champion does look like he's not in best shape. Peter, we have this position and this kind of an opening, we know it's going to be a long grind.
Yeah, it's,
now once a4 is played very often in this Spanish setup, we think about making the move a5. Should Black play a5 in this setup or not?
Yeah, it's kind of very, very tempting to go a5 from the Black side. Yeah, just to stop this. After all, White pushed a4 and you can ask the question, so what's next for White? But Magnus, for some reason, decides to think. Yeah, there are different ideas. There are ideas like, you go g6 and then knight h5. Yeah, target this bishop like this. You don't want to take it, but it's just very, very nice to get this g6, knight h5, then also some king g7 move. Maybe somewhere bishop g5, activating this bishop. I mean, there are many, many ideas here. But of course, even if you play the move a5, you can still afterwards try to do those moves. It's just a very complex position. And Magnus goes knight h7. Yeah, that's the very, very old classical plan. Yeah, you go knight h7, you go knight g5, you trade this knight. Also, you are aiming at some king h8, f5. A very interesting double h fight is arising here.
Yeah, I think we've got action on the other boards on as well. So let's do a quick opening tour. While this one, as you mentioned, it looks like it could be a very interesting fight, especially once Black gets that central break of f5 after moving the king. But let's take a look at how the other openings are going. And let's start with the Shark board because, oh my God, that one, the last game, I don't know how the players are going to get over it.
Well, I think the only reason why they can get over it because it ended peacefully. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, if one of them would have won and then afterwards realizes that, oh, I was completely winning, why I didn't do that. Or this case, I think both can more or less live with. Anish is, of course, leading. Now, Shakhriyar is also playing a very, very complex setup from White side. Yeah, he knows this is his last White game. He needs to do the maximum. And we see that now Anish is using some kind of a ban-only setup against Shakhriyar, but it was a Grünfeld. So it started out from a anti-Grünfeld, the line that Shakhriyar already played during the event. But there, Shak was normally playing d takes c5. Yeah, he played 2 games, I think, against Eric with d takes c5. Now, clearly knowing that Anish prepared, he goes for the old classical traditional main line with d5. And now we are getting this Benoni type of positions that Magnus was playing with black against Anish. Yeah, but you see, now white reached d4, which Anish got right from the start. So actually black is one tempo up here. And making all these classical, traditional, useful moves. H3, rook b8 as well. A4, ed5, cd5, a6 on the board. That's the current position.
Wow, these Benoni structures are really picking up in popularity in this tournament. We're seeing a lot of players go for it, and I think it's also because of the dynamic style. Once again, this one promises to be a roller coaster. We will come back to it. Let's continue with the opening action on the Eric Prug board, and this one was a Grunfeld.
Yeah, now Eric, after this total disaster with the Slav, he had to change. It turned out that he was just not well enough prepared for that. And he's going for this. And yeah, this queen a4 check is Praga's specialty. He likes this. I remember seeing him using this in a couple of games. So c6, knight f3, castles, bishop e2, b5. Wow, I mean, what Eric is doing, actually he gives up the center, I mean, for free. I believe that here white should be just super happy. I mean, you get everything what you can hope for against the Grunfeld.
But it just feels like Eric has been under fire so much in the last 2 games in the opening part of it. You know, we've seen him drop down on the clock to 5 minutes, 6 minutes, with Prug showing immense preparation with 16 minutes. Eric's aim in this one is to surprise Prug before Prug does it to him, and at least try to keep the momentum up on the clock, because that's been a very tough part for him throughout the match so far.
Yes, he's trying. Yeah, also now this queen ac, for example, it's an interesting move, definitely very natural one. Yeah, you move the queen to a4. Going queen ac is very natural. You might want to follow it up also with some bishop g5, but then black will play the move knight f6. I'm guessing. Yeah, let's take a look at bishop g5. It's very, very important, hitting the e7 pawn from all angles. But black has a move knight f6, and the reason why I'm not happy from white side that after e5 you can play knight d5, yeah, and all of a sudden you protect, and I push d5 too prematurely. I shouldn't give black this lovely square on d5. So he opts for castles. He opted for castles, and black plays the move rook e8, basically hinting at some ideas with e5, but also protecting the e7 pawn. I don't know exactly if it's you know, intending to go e5 or just preparing some knight b6, bishop e6 idea and playing for the c4 square, for example.
All right, rich position, but I'm still quite happy that Eric is keeping it under control in the clock in this one, because you know, that's always a struggle otherwise, no matter what kind of a position you get in these formats. Peter, the other Grunfeld that we have is on the Liem Duda board, a very different one. An interesting one, and especially when I see the last couple of moves that black has made, taking out the bishop to e6 and falling back to c8. Maybe we can just have that and take it from the top.
Yeah, and again, we see the same bishop d2 line being repeated by Liem. So it means that he was quite happy of what he got in the very first game. And Duda is the first one to deviate with bishop g7 instead of knight b6. We have seen knight b6 in the previous game. The idea of knight b6 is, yeah, that you immediately target the d4 pawn before white gets the chance of pushing e4. But now he goes bishop g7, the old classical main line, e4, knight b6, bishop e3, castles. And also here Liem comes up with this relatively fresh. Yeah, we have seen in the previous game he used h4 idea. Now he's using a4 idea. Always very well prepared. Bishop e6, and now black is actually willing to lose 2 tempi basically, but in order to provoke d5. Yeah, it's very interesting
d5
because
and a5, right? I mean, you can't go a5 directly because knight is jumping to c4. He's provoking them. Yeah, let's just show that and now after d5 you'll take on e3, so that's not possible. But bishop e6 clearly provokes the move d5, and the point is that you open up the g7 bishop and it becomes a bit of a monster. Also, it's easier to break than the d5 pawn with a move like c6 eventually. White pushes the knight back as well, a5, goes to d7, heading to e5. So even though it looks like black is setting up for the next game, bringing all the pieces back, slowly, step by step, they're going to come out. Meanwhile, white has pushed all the pawns forward, which can become easy targets. And Peter, he just continues to provoke the pawns to move forward with tempos.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, it's also typical kind of Grünfeld spirit, but I'm not sure if he's not overdoing it.
I find that he's really overdoing it. I mean, like allowing d5, going back bishop c8, a5, going back knight d7, and now f4, the bishop drops back to g7. I think there's a bit of an overpush here.
Yeah, I mean, basically there is no reason why White shouldn't be extremely happy of the outcome of the opening. I mean, everything is wonderful. White is ready to block Black's bishop out of the game with a timely e4, e5. Yeah, c6 had to be played, of course. Yeah, c6 is played, but I mean, White is getting way too much freedom here.
And this is the point, one of the points of having White push the pawn to d5 to provoke him to play d5 so that you can break in the center easier. But I think too much has been compromised to do this. Too many tempos have been lost. White is still a move away from castling. But I think after a move like c6, he doesn't need to react in the center. He can just keep it as is. You don't want to take d takes c6 because then the knight comes out to a nice square developing. Peter, can White just ignore what's going on with c6 and go short castle?
Yes, definitely. But okay, after short castle, I'm anyway gonna take cd5. And I believe that you would love to recapture with the knight, but then bishop on, I mean, the pawn on b2 is at least hanging. Yes, maybe I can't take it, but I understand why Liam opted for e5 first. Yeah, just shut this bishop out of the game, and then you're gonna go short castle next.
So the point is that after cd5, he really wants to recapture with the knight. I just thought the pawn on b2 would be so dangerous to take, but perhaps e5 just makes sure that Black doesn't have these additional options of taking on b2.
Yeah, plus we also get an additional option of eventually maybe when taking with the bishop. It's also not completely out of question, because after knight c6 we might have a move like a6, and then we simply also very nice that the bishop can always be retreated whenever you attack the bishop if you find a good way of attacking it. Even this is an idea. I mean, in any case, White has many nice ideas. Here White is clearly better.
All right, well, we can wrap this one up by saying that White is better out of the opening. Peter, let's jump over to the Shak Anish board, because in that Benoni, at least at first sight, optically, it looks like Anish got everything one can hope for from a Benoni.
Well, he did push b4, c4, everything. Yeah, now it all comes down to the fact that this d4 square, yeah, how much is this? What is the value of this d4 square? Yeah, the first move that comes to mind is something like knight ed4. And Black will, after trade on d4, I'm guessing that's kind of the more natural one. Yeah, like knight takes d4.
d7, just controlling the c6 square.
Going like this, yeah. And then trying to go queen b6, putting pressure on the d4 knight, yeah, because the bishop on g7, queen b6 would be a nice combo. So putting a pressure on the e4 pawn. I mean, it feels like definitely Black should be happy of what he got here.
Knight b5, a nice move. So Black really wants to try and trade as many of these knights as they can, because c6 is a weak square. So I like this approach by Anish. Knight b5 goes rook a4. So putting pressure on the b4 pawn, but is that really on pre? Can that be picked up?
Well, also because e4 pawn is hanging. Yeah, okay. Before I understood that, I mean, let's just point out that the reason why Black had to play knight b5, and after knight takes e4, something like knight ed4, the knight heading to c6, and also targeting the, let's not forget about bishop on b1, the bishop on b1, rook e1 hitting the knight and threatening knight c6. But after knight b5, exactly, this is what we have on the board. Knight b5, rook a4, knight takes e4, rook takes b4. Now it's a completely different story. I mean, we eliminated the e4 pawn, we activated the bishop. I mean, it's very hard to imagine Black having any problems.
But White does have these threats along the b file, no? The rook on b8 is pinned, the pawn on c4 is attacked. And how are you fighting against these threats on the board? What is Black's next move now?
Well, honestly, I don't know exactly if you have a threat. Yeah, I'm not feeling that I'm under any kind of pressure.
Well, I want to go knight d4 next, right? Or is that not a threat? Are you going to sacrifice the exchange?
Well,
I mean, if it was White's move, then I think I would want to play knight d4.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, there are so many tactical shots. Yeah, like on f2 you are weak. Yeah, this is a square which kind of provokes me for some tactics, but I don't see it yet happening. And also the pawn on c4, because I would really, you know, I would love to show this, that after the rook takes c4, I have this strategical idea, knight a3, and using the pin, but e4 knight is hanging. Yeah, that's why this whole knight a3 operation is not effective.
I mean, you can take rook e4 and that knight will not come back from b1.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's lovely, you know, the idea, but it just does not work. So I have to come up with another idea.
Well, rook b4, big question to black right now. c4 attacked. The knight on b5 can come under fire with a potential jump knight d4, which will also hit the knight on e4. Actually, the more I look, because queen b6, white has got bishop e3.
Yes. This is quite irritating, but maybe actually at some point it will turn out that then the knight on e4 is not hanging anymore because the rook is not attacking it. In any case, Anish goes bishop f5, and I'm kind of loving this move for the fact that after rook c4, this knight a3 ideas might be there. These ideas might be there. Besides, rook takes c4 now runs into some knight f2, king f2, bishop takes b1 tactics.
Yeah, I think knight f2 is a big threat on the board right now.
Yeah.
With that bishop on b1 hanging. So bishop f5, a nice tricky move by Anish. Peter, we will come back to this and see how Shak handles it. Should we take a quick look at Magnus's board?
Yeah, quite a lot of things have happened here. And I would say, like, you know, it's very, very difficult to evaluate strategically what is going on. Magnus going g5. Okay, we have to go back to understand what happened here. Knight h7, knight bd2, king h8. So Magnus wants to go for this f5 plan. a5, a6, castles, f5, takes, rook e1, knight g5. So everything very traditional, very classical. Takes, knight f3, bishop f6 back, bishop d5, rook b8, with the idea eventually also kicking this bishop away with knight e7. But white voluntarily goes bishop e4, queen d7 takes. I mean, I feel like, okay, black has solved all his problems. It's not about any opening problems. It's the question already how to get the maximum out of this position. And takes, d takes e4, and here Magnus opted for g5. It shows to me that he's in a very aggressive mood. Yeah, he wants to advance these pawns. He wants to target this bishop on g3. Knight d2 played, g4, yeah, immediately, and now black wants to push h5, h4, bishop g5, activate this bishop.
Suddenly that bishop on f6, which looked like it was a bad piece, comes to bishop g5 and finds a nice spot there. Someday can go to f4 as well. So it's funny because despite the material being so level and whatever the eval bar is saying, Magnus is playing aggressively in this endgame. He's not backing down. He says, yeah, it might be equal. It might end in a draw, but not before a fight.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, I even don't see how white should, you know, have a safety net. Yeah, it looks like, of course, it's an endgame. White might be able to hold, but it's not. I mean, with white, you don't want to be in a position that you have to somehow hold. Yeah, you want to have some clarity, and I just don't see how to get this clarity. Yeah, how do you break? Because if you play f3, then bishop g5 is coming, and yeah, he opts for knight c4, but still after h5, then how to proceed? After h5,
h4 is a direct threat, right? So white has to fight that. So it has to be what with the pawn move, h4 or h3?
Yeah,
h4 I don't want to play because after h4, black can go knight e7, knight g6.
Well, you also have then the regrouping knight e3, knight f5 against this regrouping, yeah, still protecting. But basically, yeah, it's, I mean, even something like just no matter where this pawn is, I mean, even this structure isn't so clear that this is so obvious what is it, yeah, because black will activate the bishop to g5. The bishop is still out of the game on g3. I mean, black has all kinds of ideas to get slightly better. Yeah, bishop g5 on the board.
So he starts with bishop g5 activating. So this might end up being a long Magnus grind. Peter, where do you want to jump to? Because, oh wow, look at this Leko Liem. Look at the position that we have.
Well, it actually happened exactly how we discussed. Yeah, that white captured back with the bishop. e5, cd5, bishop d5. Yeah, it's that was the extra option after the c5. Also knight c6, a6, and rook b8, castles. I mean, black's position is very, very unpleasant. I mean, white's play is so easy. I mean, white might be. just threatening to go queen f3 as well. Yeah, increasing the pressure on the long diagonal.
Bishop d7 on the board, and now your move queen f3 with the threat of a takes b7, hitting that knight on c6, making sure you don't have time to take the a6 pawn. And after queen f3, it's kind of hard to find a move for black. You probably have to go something like queen c7. But then the knight jumps to b5, just everything, Peter.
Yeah, it looks awful. Yeah, it really looks awful. Yeah, because white is also coming with rook fc1 against any move. Like if you play queen c8, yeah, trying to sidestep things. Okay, queen c8 can be just maybe answered by rook fc1, and the pressure is increased on the c5. On the board,
queen f3 on the board, and Duda does look pretty disgusted with his position right now. And e6 doesn't help matters, right? You simply fall back with the bishop to e4.
Exactly, yeah. And then kind of we can argue that even with e6, you weaken the dark square as well.
All right, we can wrap this one up by saying that Jan-Krzysztof Duda in big trouble in this game. Liem looking good in this one, and take a look at the clock situation. He's got almost double the amount of time as Duda does, and a position which is very difficult for black. All right, Peter, let's get an update on the Shak Anish board. Interesting position in front. We've had a couple more moves from where we left it. After bishop f5, you were praising the move quite a bit because it had the threat of knight f2 if you just back up. And here, bishop e3 was played, sidestepping any ideas of a discovered, and the queen protects the bishop. Queen a5, hitting that rook on b4. And now, instead of taking on c4, which perhaps would have ended up with rook c4, bishop takes b2, and Shak did not like that trade. He instead attacks the queen on a5 with rook a4 and queen c7, defending c4, the bishop still threatening to pick up the b4 pawn.
Yeah, because actually the pawn on b2 is very, very important. It covers the c3 square where black would immediately start jumping with his knight once this pawn disappears. And the move queen c7. Okay, it's all about this timing. Yeah, that for example, can black push c3 or not? Yeah, and Shakhriyar goes queen c1. Protecting the pawn on b2. It's such a complicated, messy position, but intuitively I feel like, okay, there should be enough dynamic to claim that black is perfectly fine. I mean, it's just impossible that white can get advantage like this.
Peter, let's check out this move c3 that you're talking about, because it's such a direct move, breaking, and just it's quite a blockbuster looking move right there. And c takes b2 is coming in. How is white responding to this if Anish chooses this way to go?
Yeah, I was actually wondering that can white ignore and go g4 and, you know, use the fact that suddenly there is some geometry on the e4 knight. After cb2 we can trade the queens, and then I collect the bishop. Yes, you have a very strong pawn. Completely crazy white position.
And Tad is informing us g4 would be great, but black has a nice little resource of the knight falling back to c5, hitting that rook. And after bishop takes c5, you just want to capture on b1. Is that the point?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this knight c5 is a brutal move. Yeah, basically putting an end to all these ideas with g4. Yeah, lovely touch there.
So g4 doesn't work, but then it makes it look like c3 could be quite nasty for white.
Yeah, very, very nasty. I mean, okay, if black gets some, I mean, access to the c3 square for his knights, then white's position could actually even fall apart. I mean, okay, maybe if white is already careful here, he can still more or less keep the balance. But I mean, black is the one calling the action.
Okay, I would love to see Anish go c3 in this position. You know, many times he kind of sometimes, not many times, but sometimes hesitates to make these decisions and wants to improve his position max to max before he breaks through. So it would be nice to see him go c3 at this point.
Yes, the reason why I was smiling, because it reminds very much of what I was doing, you know. I also always liked, you know, to maximize everything, and but then sometimes you miss out the momentum. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, by trying to do everything nicely. Yeah, but okay, in any case, yeah, Anish has lot of potential in his position. What else do we have?
He's about 7 minutes. So once again, hoping that we get some c3 action on this one. We'll keep an eye out on this. Peter, we should take a look at the Prague board. And wow, a lot has happened here. Should we take it from where we left?
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, it seems to me like, yeah, Prague is doing extremely well, not just because the computer says, but humanly also it looks very good. Yeah, that's the point. I was a little bit, I mentioned that black can try to play on the c4 square, but knowing that, this center, you can't really align. Wow, beautiful, yeah. After rook a d1, white can very nicely retreat with the queen. It's perfect harmony with his pieces. I mean, Pragg really has this feeling for harmony. Bishop e6, bishop f4, kicking the queen away. Knight e5 jumps. Yeah, taking all the tempos back. Queen c8, queen c2, and now we see that the smoke has cleared. Maybe I somehow have the feeling that maybe black should have opted for something like this, trade this bishop and go for the c4 square, because this f6 move, knight d3, bishop f7, e5, in this position I don't like for black. I mean, this bishop on g7 is stuck. Knight a4, rook e1. So some big battle is happening here, but it seems like white should be very happy with this. Queen d5, h4, 6 takes, queen c1 back, bishop g6. All right. I'm expecting somewhere some move like f4, yeah.
So after bishop g6, f4 here.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, somehow I had the feeling, yeah, f4 on the board.
On the board, Pragg following your plan here. Probably that's why he went queen c1.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I already expected f4 instead of queen c1, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and it might have been also just some transposition.
So avoiding any pins with bishop g6. And now bishop h6, so still you can't take on g5 and putting pressure on the f4 pawn. You just, what do you do here? Do you go rook f2 or how do you sidestep this pin?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, rook f2 is very tempting because then we are threatening maybe some f4, f5 ideas. And I don't know how to react. Wow, Pragg goes fg and then bishop g5. He wants to go for bishop f4 or knight f4 probably. He can also go bishop f4 and bishop dc, rook dc. Wow, I mean, let's just show this, that this is again bishop f4 and after bishop dc seemingly winning because the bishop on f4 is hanging, rook d3, queen protects, and then you get checkmated with rook g3.
And Pragg moving back and forth there. I don't think he's grooving to any tunes because he's mentioned before that while he's playing, he's not listening to music. I think Pragg is grooving to his own tunes of good moves here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, with fg and then bishop f4. I mean, spotting this rook takes d3, that, I mean, it's wonderful. I mean, you are so excited. It also gives you total clarity, yeah, because he's done to 4.5 minutes. I mean, it's really nice when you have a clear way of, you have a good position, but you also know what to do with it.
Well, Eric not enjoying his position. He's gone for f takes g5, and one can just feel that things have gone wrong for black. Look at that bishop on h6. Even now, Peter, the move rook f2 is quite attractive, fixing that pawn on g5.
Well, there are so many moves that are, I mean, basically it feels like it's completely winning position for white. Of course, we know exactly that, we have to be careful. I'm sometimes exaggerating that, I'm saying that this is winning. I really feel like, the position has the tendency, e6. Exactly. That's what I felt like. Rook e5 is coming. You can't.
Or knight e5 is coming. I mean, knight e5 hits the bishop as well. Rook e5 as well, very strong.
Yeah, everything.
Lots of threats.
You have to go back with the bishop to g7, but then g5 will be very, very vulnerable.
And after bishop g7, maybe we can still insist with your move bishop e5 and not trading from f4, but trading from e5 instead.
Yeah, that's also, I mean, I really have the feeling that Pragg is specializing himself on 3 games matches, yeah?
He's actually not had a match with 4 games. I mean, even when he lost to Magnus, it was over in 3 games.
Yes, and exactly.
Peter, that might be great strategy because you're sort of saving a lot of energy that way more than these other guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you can finish your opponents off in 3 games, then you deserve, yeah.
And this might be headed there as well, because if Pragg wins this games, it's not just winning this game, it's winning the match once again in 3 games.
Exactly. And to be honest, I just can't imagine any scenario. I mean, the only way how I can imagine to put some resistance is bishop g7. And if you play the move bishop e5, I go bishop f6. And I'm still kind of trying to hang on there.
And rook f2 now?
Yeah, rook f2, then okay, rook f8.
You don't care about anything like bishop f6 and e7 coming in?
Yeah, not really. I mean, okay, I understand I'm losing, but at least I feel like, I put up some resistance, but yeah, I'm losing because rook f6, rook e5 is still very strong.
Yeah, and if you take e takes f6, e7 is
Then e7, yeah, exactly. I mean,
wow,
in
e6
general, e7, I would not be impressed at all, but the problem is I can't go rook f7 and then it's falling apart immediately. Yeah, well, it's just game over after e6. I don't see.
It's quite incredible that how Pragg doesn't let go of the momentum. When he's better, he keeps it up and he tries to wrap it up as quickly as he can. It's like you go into some sort of a full focus mode, and instead of trying to slowly, improve your position or go for a long grind, he's completely focused in that moment and takes use of any opportunity to finish things off immediately.
Yeah, I think that seeing what Pragg is doing, you should never give him the momentum. I mean, if you give it, it's already too late. Yeah, it's
already too late. I mean, you give him a little bit and he just takes a lot.
Yes.
Knight e5 on the board. Peter, we can say that this is a big, well, it's a difficult moment for Eric. Do you want to take a look at some of the other stuff that's going on? And wow, the Anish board.
Yeah, this is okay. This is completely lost for Eric. Also, one quick update that I think that Jorden is now putting some pressure on Magnus. I'm not sure, and if Jorden wins this game, then it's match over. I mean, there is some danger on. We felt like there was a moment that Magnus was pressing, but he lost his momentum, and now actually White is the one who can try to do something. But it's an end game.
And that's also because White's knight is jumping into f5, d5, while Black's knight is still not very active, not finding the good squares, White's pawns rolling down on the queen side. But I still think, Peter, this one's going to end in a draw. I think we're going to get a fourth game here.
Yeah, could easily be. And of course, the Shakhriyar game is now much, much more dynamic. So we have to jump right in there. So what did we have? Rook a4, queen c7. Queen c1, knight c5 immediately. So Anish actually missed out on this c3 g4 knight c5 idea. Of course, it was also very, very tricky, easy to miss. And it also looks very, very tempting what he's doing. Yes, so knight c5, bishop takes b1, bishop d4, knight takes d4, knight ed4. I mean, when have you ever seen this, that in Benoni structure you get two bishops versus two knights? I mean, usually this is clearly better for black. But here, computer says that actually it's good for White. Why? Why is that? I mean, why can't we just play bishop d3 and be happy? Why can't we just go bishop d3 and be happy? I mean, rook takes c8, b3, there is this pin, but I somehow feel like we will have some queen b6 or something to sidestep. I can't really worry about something like this. What am I blundering after bishop d3?
I'm not sure what you're blundering, but something has been blundered in the Anish game because g4 was played after c3. Should we quickly switch to that for a moment?
Sorry, which game?
Oh, sorry, I'm confusing. Somehow I was looking at I had all the games. Never mind. We are in the Anish game.
Yeah, I know it's a tricky spot. Yeah, I have been there. Yeah.
No, it's just I've got my eye out on every game, and sometimes I'm missing the one that we're looking at.
Yes. So basically here, knight ed4. Yeah, and I'm asking that what happens after bishop d3, because Anish is down to 2 minutes. If it would be so simple and good, he would have played it. Computer, yeah, I guess, yeah, that black plays the move knight c6. I think that from distance, Anish simply has underestimated this, because knight c6, it looks like you're gonna have bishop takes b2. You're gonna have, I mean, okay, here of course now rook e8 and queen b2 is winning, but I mean that it's impossible that your opponent can play a move like knight c6 when the long diagonal is opened. Yeah, but it turns out that it's a mirage. Yeah, after knight c6 you have no way of taking this b2 pawn. You just can't take it.
And after rook takes e1, you can even take with the queen, but I think knight e1 is also nice.
Yeah, but I mean, just to illustrate, yeah, that queen e1 and then rook takes b2 now runs into problems along the back rank, on the 8th rank. So yeah, lot at stake here, and Anish done to a minute, because actually this is a shocker, yeah, that the position which he probably thought like this is fantastic for me, and he has problems. Or at least practical problems, yeah.
And it all comes down to that square c6 that we were talking about, right? That you get everything in Benoni except that you've given this d4 square that gives access to c6.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it feels like, you know, with this structure, I mean, it should always work out for you. And exactly in this one position, it's absolutely not clear. Yeah, rook e1, queen e1 on the board. Finally, with 40 seconds on the clock, Anish goes for this.
And Peter, just a quick thing. I think Pragg is completely winning. Let's just switch back to that for a second because he's winning material now. The queen is attacked.
I mean, this c4 was there. Yeah, that he's just breaking everything. And then he will take on f. Yeah, it's game over. Yeah. But we have to jump back because this is highly dramatic. Anish down to 20 seconds.
Wow.
Finally, and bishop f5.
That's a panicky move. But what do you do after bishop f5? Do you take and spoil the structure, or do you go knight c6 and pick up the c4 pawn?
It's a big question. Yes, suddenly white has a very, very nice choice.
I like knight c6 intuitively.
Yeah, knight c6. And
you can't take rook b2 because let's just point out that after rook b2, that idea that we were showing, queen jumps into e8 and rook comes on to a8.
Yes, this is clear. But there is this incredible, stunning idea. Does actually Anish wants to play something like c3? Can he play c3 or not?
What? c3 here?
Yeah, as a shocker. But
it's
the only problem is
sure,
that
but is it good?
Yeah, that Mamedyarov has 5 minutes on the clock, so I don't think that it will shock him. But I have to play c3.
Okay, please explain this, Peter. What is going on? I'm going to get greedy. I get it. Knight b8, you're not going to take the knight. You want to take the pawn on b2, right?
Yes, I'm taking on b2 and I'm creating some mess.
You're definitely creating a mess. And if queen e8 check, then suddenly after bishop f8, you're queening.
Yes, and I have queen c1 support, yeah?
I mean, is it this clear? Because rook b4... Oh, but then you go queen c1 check first.
Yes, I go queen c1 and my bishop on f5 is protecting the d7.
That was my idea. That was my idea, that if you go b1, then rook b1, bishop b1, knight d7.
Yes, but here I can take with the queen and then bishop protects back, yeah.
But knight c6, you go back queen e4. So everything's under control, yeah?
Yes, suddenly it should be, yeah. I mean, okay,
nice.
It's very, very messy, but clearly, yeah, knight c6, c3 is a crazy position.
Wow. Okay, Anish down to 25 seconds. I think this is getting a bit crazy. So bishop f5, big question now, Peter, to Shak. He's got 3 minutes, and I know that you want to stay on this, but Pragg is just about to wrap up. Do you want to see the last moments of that game?
Yeah, well, basically, it's it will force resignation, yeah, because the queen on c6 attacks the rook on a8, bishop on e6 is hanging. Bishop on e3 is hanging. I mean, there is just no material left on the board for black.
You know, there's this, we talk about this grueling format that the Champions Chess Tour has with 4 rapid games. And then 16-year-old Pragg just comes and goes like, I don't want any of that. I just want to play 3 games every day. And that's the most you're going to get out of me.
And also probably he's the only one who is not really getting exhausted. Yeah, he's getting sharper and sharper with each game. Yeah,
he's getting sharper and sharper. And I think that also comes from having so much energy, but also just the motivation to play against these guys. And every day he's playing against some of the best GMs in the world. So you don't have an easy day at all, but he's just making it look so easy. Except his match against Magnus, I don't think there was a single match where we felt he was in trouble, except that one game with Shak, and that's it. Pragg has done it again. Once again, he beats Erik Hansen in just 3 games.
Yes, it's fantastic. But here we have what? And after knight c6, Anish immediately blitzes out bishop b2. But hang on, knight b8, queen b8, rook b4 is winning the bishop, no? So after knight b8, he wants to go c3, but no, this will not work.
That's very hard to believe. That's very hard to believe. So let's just take a look. So let's show this line. Rook b4 would be an entire rook up.
Yeah, knight b8 on the board. And if you play c3, I have knight c6, c2, rook c4 as minimum, yeah? I mean, and probably maximum, but it's good enough, yeah? Just protecting the c pawn like this, and we are winning. Oh my God, yeah, Anish, yeah, okay, but with 20 seconds on the clock, to play such a sharp position is just impossible. And rook b4, yeah, that's it.
Oh, he just missed maybe rook b4, yeah, because we saw the bar also just shoot up completely, and Anish shaking his head completely missed this idea. And that means we've got a match on our hands, Peter, with Shak looking to equalize the score.
Yeah,
and this
absolutely.
Is just over. He's just going to resign, yeah?
Yeah, he's gonna resign. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, I mean,
puts his
making
hand
this
up in
sign with his hand, he's just disgusted. Yeah, it's just too much. Yesterday he blundered the bishop with bishop e1 in the final game. Now here he had a wonderful position. I mean, it really felt like he had a wonderful position, and it ended in a total collapse.
Yeah, queen e4 the first one, then bishop e1, and now this blunder. And with that, Shak has earned a match, a fourth game, as the score equalizes. Peter, which other game remains? Magnus against Jorden. Is he pushing?
Yes, I want to get there because actually it looks like, yeah, pawns are traded, but it did not change the fact that, I mean, if Magnus would have the white pieces here, we would be very, very confident. I think that, okay, Magnus probably will convert this. But now he's the defender, and now we believe that he will hold it. Yeah, that's what it matters with which color the champ is playing.
That's the Magnus bias, no? We all have.
Yes, but what is the objective evaluation? That's the
objective
question.
Evaluation is that we don't want to be black in this position.
Exactly.
I mean, bishop e5, you picked up a pawn. c7 is hanging. If you go c6, the knight would jump to b4 or to e7, hitting the pawn one more time. So white at least is going to end up with an extra pawn in this position.
Exactly. Yeah, and then also, I mean, white has more centralized pieces. I just don't understand. I mean, is there some incredible trick? Yeah, I mean, because the evaluation bar says almost that it's equal, but I mean, this doesn't look equal at all.
By the way, Peter, I do have my eye out on the other game, and in that, it just looks like Liem is crushing. I mean, he's got an extra piece, right?
Yeah, he has an extra piece. It all went very, very badly right from the start. I mean, white is piece up, has the more active pieces. Black is completely passive. I mean, the rook is not participating. Bishop is not participating in the game. So and Duda is down to 23 seconds against 4 minutes.
Well, if Liem takes this one, it means Duda will have to win on demand the next game to force a playoff. And in this match, Peter, one gets the feeling that Liem has been the better player.
Well, I mean, but it's also connected that he always gets Duda on the ropes right from the beginning, yeah? It's very, very difficult. I mean, he simply dominates in the openings, yeah? That's clear, and also plays very good chess. And then it gives this combined feeling of, you know, he completely outplaying the opponent, but it's also connected with his incredible opening knowledge.
Peter, can I just say that if Jorden actually beats Magnus, or if Magnus isn't able to win, then Prague once again takes the lead in the tournament.
Yeah, and with a 3 points advantage, yeah?
That's just massive.
So, well, I mean, then I know whom India is rooting for, yeah?
Oh, wow. Okay, so the Magnus board, bishop takes a5. What is this? Is this just
just a draw, yeah, finally. So okay. Yeah, this is the Magnus touch, yeah, that whenever he's worse, he holds it.
Whenever he's worse, he holds it. Whenever he's better, no one can hold it against him. All right, Peter. So this means that there's a fourth game in this one coming up, with Magnus Carlsen starting with the white pieces to try to win that game so that he can level his score. We still have action on the final board where Liem has an extra piece, but Black has got 2 pawns. So Duda is still trying to fight, but you can tell from just looking at him that he himself doesn't have much hope that he'll be able to do it in this one.
Well, I feel little hope, you know, I feel little hope for him that now he managed to put the rook behind the pawn. Yeah, we are always telling that in rook endgame, this is extremely important. The only problem is that here it's not about rook endgame, it's just a piece. There is the immediate question that should white, for example, try to trade rooks with rook c8 check? Yeah, the only problem is that this case, this black pawn starts to advance quite a bit. Yeah, and it's not so easy to, of course, yeah, now you want knight d2, knight b3, knight c1 to collect this, but it's never so easy, and we're gonna see this variation. Rook c8 takes on the board. So I'm guessing that black will push a4, because if white comes back with the knight to b6, then it's automatic win. So yeah, black needs to push. And okay, thanks to this bishop, of course, it's very nice. And that's what I wanted to say, that maybe actually white should just bring the king. There is just no need to move the knight at all, because you can't really target this pawn, and just bring the king. And then Duda is trying to get some counterplay from this angle.
But whenever you do that, white can just make a move g4, right? And then every counterplay dream of yours is stopped. For example, king f3, g5, g4.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this kind of stuff exists, but Liem even comes back with the knight, hitting the f7 pawn, so that black king will not even be able to move to h7. Bishop f8 is played. So is black now trying to play some f6 or f5? Is that an idea or not? Maybe it's an idea to go f5. Yeah, use the fact that this knight is hanging, there is no en passant, and then try to improve the pawn structure. Maybe white shouldn't give this for black. This option of going f5. Yeah, knight b5 played. I'm guessing a3 will be played as well, because I don't want to give white the chance of blocking this pawn with bishop b2 on a4. Yeah, I want to keep this pawn advanced as far as possible. Yeah, a3 on the board.
But now come with the king, time to go king f3, or do you think he should block it? Because a2 doesn't go anywhere. You go bishop a1, knight c3, pick up that pawn.
Yes, king f3 is coming.
And now it's time to start doing something. He goes g5, and Peter, I would go g4 here and try to fix this.
This is your thematic. Well, I mean, it's a very logical move, yeah, just to fix. But there is some idea, you know, that if you play g4, for example, if we trade, I get king to g6, bishop g7, play some f6, then maybe my a pawn will be dangerous at some moment. I don't know.
He goes king e4, and the eval bar didn't seem to love this move.
Okay, it's basically probably it does not really matter which move to start with. It, yeah, g4 on the board, so we get your position.
And Peter, your point was that after bishop e7, f6, and imagine black's bishop comes on f6, the pawn is on a2, suddenly things can become a bit tricky.
Yeah, this was my idea somehow. King g6, bishop to g7. I needed my bishop on the, I mean, of course, put the pawn on it and then push the f pawn. But it should not, I mean, intuitively, it shouldn't work. I mean, it shouldn't be enough. There is no way it's going to be enough. But, okay, there is not so much material left. Duda down to 8 seconds.
Well, he's got at least a clear plan. He needs to make a move. He's got 4 seconds. Okay, he plays bishop e7. At some point, he wants to go f6. But he needs to time it well, because the pawn also needs to be on a2 when you play f6.
Yes, that's of course his next move will be king g6.
And he's shaking his head. I don't think he believes in the defense much, but there is this little idea. So Peter, he goes bishop a1. I was just going to ask you what he can do. And now king g6 is what we're expecting.
Yeah, king g6 is what we expect. And now the big question is, now white needs a very nice move.
Well, can you just come king d3 and start marching with your king? King d3.
But then f5. No, this is what I'm...
But Peter, after f5, e takes f6.
Yeah, then bishop f6.
Bishop f6?
Yeah, then king f6, and and then king
knight
e5,
a3?
king e3. Yeah, just like this. Yeah.
Yeah, just knight a3, king e5, king e3.
Yes. Okay, but it shows you have good nerves. Yeah. You have good nerves. I don't have such good nerves. Yeah, I want to keep my king on e4.
But you got to make a move. I mean, there has to be some progress in the position.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, but
the thing is that if you move the knight from b5, then black is definitely going f5.
Yeah, I mean, and there is an argument that if you move the king, then f5 will not come with a check. But okay, it does not. Yeah, king d6 is played.
Goes for it, and oh my God, Peter, this is not a good move. What is the problem with king d3?
Okay, a2.
Okay,
a2 and knight c3 f5. Knight c3 f5. That's the move, or what? Yeah, I think that's the move. Yeah, knight c3 f5. You can't do another en passant because of bishop f6. You are pinned.
I'm not going to do the en passant. I was just thinking we can take knight a2.
Yeah, but then f takes g4. And black king will get access to the f5 square, and then the c5 pawn will be vulnerable.
It's white's move, right? King e.
Well, the knight c3 on the board. Duda down to 6 seconds. We're gonna see f5.
He's gonna play f5. 3 seconds. He goes for f5, and you're saying that this is now holding for black?
Maybe it's holding. Yeah, ef6, bishop f6 on the board. I mean, this is now some pin.
Okay,
Very
the
nasty
pawn,
pin.
he has to go king c2, king b3. It's the only way to get out of the pin.
Yeah, or king c2, bishop b2. Yeah, that's the other way. Bishop d4. Yeah, trying to go king f6, king e5.
Oh my God, if you go king b3, you can still go king f6 because after knight e4, there's king e5.
Yeah, but I mean, still, it looks like it should, but yeah, it's so hard to, to calculate. Yeah, king b3, king f6, knight, yeah, king comes back to d3.
Okay, this has been a big miss by Liem.
Incredibly big miss. I mean, this will hunt him, yeah, badly. Bishop e5.
Chess is hard, Peter. Chess is tough.
Chess is super tough, yeah. That's it, yeah. Now bishop b2, yeah, he's trying to win a tempo. Yeah, that now king f6 runs into knight e4 check. That would be a terrible blunder. So king f7, now he will play king c2.
And then you come back, king g6. Is that the point?
No, but then already...
Sorry, king f6, but then also knight e4.
Yes, it's not so easy. Maybe king c2, you're going to play bishop d4 so that you are against that in king f6. Yeah, I'm guessing that this is the idea.
And after knight a2, bishop b2, king f6, you're in time?
I don't know. We have to figure, but it feels like I should be in time, yeah. King
wow, okay,
c4
Peter, let's have the current position on our screen.
King c4 plate so that white wants to cover the d4 square. King e7. Now Duda is coming from the other angle.
And this is nice because he's not allowing black to go king f6 because of the threat of knight e4 check. So at least he's making sure you're not getting to the g4 pawn easily.
Yeah, but actually you are not coming.
So king b3 now.
King b3 and king d6 might be an option now. It's a big, yeah, king d6. And if it works, it works. Yeah, because king takes a2, bishop takes c3, king d5, bishop f6, king e4, bishop takes g5, king f3 eliminates the pawn.
Okay, Peter, can you please draw some arrows for us?
I mean, king a2, bishop c3, king d5. The bishop has to attack the pawn. Then king e4, the bishop takes the pawn. And black goes king f3 and picks up the g4 pawn.
So that wasn't working, which is why he gives a check first. And then he'll take the a2 pawn with the knight.
Yeah, but anyway, king d5 is coming. Yeah, and
but knight c3, I'll stop you.
Then bishop takes c3, it's the same position. Yeah.
Oh, it's the same position. Bishop c3, king e4, bishop e7, king f3.
Yes.
Or even king f4.
Wow, I mean, what an incredible miracle escape.
And Duda just, a sigh of relief there from him. He knows he was super close to losing this one. And what an escape this was.
Yeah, this is, but I mean, it started with the queen trade. I was just, yeah, because after rook a8, this rook c8 check and this a pawn, sometimes you get these practical problems. And now, okay, that's it. Black already draws in a different ways. Yeah, king e4, of course, is the cleanest. King f3 picks up the pawn and draw is about to be agreed. I mean, now the players are, I mean, white plays out of frustration. Of course, this is completely draw, so without the pawn.
But he's playing. I mean, he didn't trade the bishop, which means he wants to play on.
Yeah, he will play on, but I mean, okay, it just... of course, you can play on. You are piece up, but...
That's it.
That's it.
Repetition, probably. King e4. Okay, he takes, and that's it. King f4. There'll be e5. Oh, e5 without king f4. Nice.
Unbelievable.
Big turnaround in this one. Yeah, Liem will be very disappointed because he was so close to taking this home with this win. All right, Peter, with that, we are heading to game 4, and this is where we are. Jorden leading his match against the world champion. Magnus starts with the white pieces. He has to win to force a playoff. Liem, Jan-Krzysztof Duda have traded blows, and currently the score is level. So whoever takes the next game goes through. Well, not goes through, but takes the match. Otherwise, it's a playoff. Shak, Anish, the same story. Shak bounced back in game 3 with a win. A very uncharacteristic play by Anish in that last position, blundering with that rook b4 move. And Prag, I don't even know what to say about him. I mean, every day it's the same narrative, the same story. 2.5 to half against Eric. Wraps up his match in 3 games. What a day it's been. And take a look at the leaderboard. If Magnus does not win today, Prag goes into the penultimate round, it is, leading the tournament with 3 points. We're going to find out what happens next game with Magnus to see that. And we'll be back with game 4 action in just a bit.
And esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you. And I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Wow, Peter, we've got a big game 4 coming up, and I just realized when we went on break that actually regardless of what happens in Magnus's game, he's not going to catch up. Prague in the standings. So currently, Prague will go into day 6, the penultimate round, being the leader of the Oslo Esports Cup. And he's all of 16. And it's his first time playing against these big guns in this format. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, incredible. And of course, now for Magnus, there is a lot of pressure, because in order to at least get closer, he needs to somehow win this game, get a chance to play the Blitz playoff, and then also to win it. Yeah, it's quite a big task ahead of Magnus.
And we've got Anish and Shak there. And Peter, while we were on break, I just pulled up chat, and there's some interesting conversation going on. And Ilya is asking a small question, that what do you prefer in an Armageddon game, black or white? And James, I like what you say. That I love that question. It says so much about you. Do you think, Peter, picking black or white in an Armageddon game is a reflection of your personality?
Well, actually, I don't know which one I would prefer. Okay, usually, of course, over the board, definitely black. Yeah, because okay, I'm perfectly satisfied with the 4 minutes. Online chess, because of my mouse skills, I have basically zero experience or very little experience playing online chess. I actually prefer to have the 5 minutes, because otherwise I will be flagged very easily.
So then 5 minutes, which means that your opponent would have result odds. So if it's draw, then white would lose.
Yes, but okay, I'm online willing to take this risk. Over the board, not. Over the board, give me black and give me the 4 minutes, it's fine.
So in some ways, it does tell you about your personality, the nerves and the ability to make fast pre-moves and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I'm just not used to this. Yeah, if I practice, then it's fine. I mean, there was some. I mean, before the Legends tournament, I played a couple of games. I immediately felt like, you know, it's a completely different story. But I mean, if someone had seen my very first Banter Blitz, which was before the Legends, I was, you know, because also my table and my mouse was absolutely not ready for it. I mean, just controlling my mouse on this very slippery table was like an art already itself.
So your table and mouse was not ready for it, and then you found out that your heart was not ready for it also, with all the madness on the board.
Yeah, but that I knew in advance. Yeah, that wasn't a big surprise. Yeah.
You know, it's really funny, Peter. Whenever I get a moment and I pull up chat, I see like everyone in chat. It's like a community. They're having their own conversation about what the position is, what's going on in the world, and you know, we're doing our commentary here. Chat is on a different level. It's very entertaining, guys. Keep it up.
Yeah, but this is how it should be. Yeah, I mean, the chat has to be, you know, involved with their spirit, and everybody has his own ideas. You know, it's always a lot of fun to exchange the views, yeah, on all these topics.
It's super fun to pull up chat. All right, what's going on? We do have liftoff in 2 games, right? So let's take a look at the openings.
Yes, and I wanted to, you know, jump immediately here, because something happened here that I have never seen in my life, and we are just move 3. I mean, GST or Knight F3, we have seen this Magnus using this GST. Finally, it leads to reti position anyway after D5, Knight F3. But the move Knight C6, which is quite a rare move, usually is combined with the idea of going D4, Bishop F5, and then this Knight B4 ideas, which is like this Jobava London that we have been seeing some games recently, yesterday as well. But this would be normal. Yeah, Bishop F5, I know. However, now Jorden played the move G6, and this position I have never ever seen in my life. What is this move? I mean,
and not only you, I mean, Jorden plays G6 and Magnus goes into a bit of think there with that knight on C6, already a bit unconventional. But we know the one player who does have all the unconventional opening ideas, it is Jorden van Foreest. Peter, Magnus taking his thought here. I mean, the first thing is you just go Bishop G2, then you think. What alternative is he looking at to Bishop G2?
Well, probably he's looking at Bishop F4, C4, yeah, if he can try to use it, but finally decides that, no, I'm just going to play very classical. The point being that, you know, black can't play the move E5 because the D5 pawn will be hanging. So if we trade everything, yeah, on E5, takes, black takes on E5, then finally the D5 pawn was hanging. So black plays the move Knight F6, and now already, because this is a very familiar territory for me, let me just show how we get to similar position. This is like a mainstream theory that black plays the move G6 here, Bishop G2, Bishop G7, D4, Knight F6, castles, And imagine that black plays the move knight c6 here. I mean, basically what you tell him, my friend, stop playing chess, because the knight does not belong in front of the c pawn. Yeah, black is playing with c6 or with castles, but never with the move knight c6. And this is what Magnus wants to, claim that really we transpose to a position where you are voluntarily going knight c6. What are you doing, my friend?
And I mean, Jorden just needs to draw this game, right, to wrap up the match. But of course, Magnus will have a lot to say before that happens, whether Jorden goes for this unconventional, strange knight c6, or he would have stuck to theory. Meanwhile, Magnus fan-chattering both the bishops, bishop b3 on the board, bishop b2 to be followed. Peter, let's continue our opening tour, because you got three big matches, really. Anish and Shak is the next game. And let's take it from the top. So this was a Petrov. We did see Shak employ the Petrov earlier, right?
Yeah, Shakhriyar, okay, he's mixing a lot of things in e4. Yeah, I mean, he plays many different openings, but Petrov is one of his main, I mean, at least it used to be, and I think he returned to Petrov as well recently in some tournament. So takes, probably in the Grand Prix series. I think in Grand Prix series we have seen him playing the Petrov as well. And this is the big question, yeah, that before, like 15-20 years ago, bishop e7 was the straightforward move, and after castles we have seen knight c6. Yeah, that was the line that Kramnik was playing and was blocking me in the World Championship match in Brissago, and it was driving me crazy, forced me to go to 1d4 and so on. But this system is now absolutely not in. It's not fashionable. White find the way finally how to put some small pressure, and ever since, this big bishop d6 move, the old classical Petrov, became again very topical recently. And another one that after bishop e7 castles, people started to play with the bishop f5 move order. This is the recent new kind of development the last 3-4 years. White is playing rook e1, castles, knight bd2, knight d6, and knight f1. Just a very simple little approach. And I think that simply computers have a lot of impact in this position, because otherwise, like 15-20 years ago, if you show this position, it looks like, okay, black has a slightly weird knight on d6, but the idea is to trade the light square bishops, and if you trade the light square bishops, then what should happen? Well, now with the computers, you actually get, you start analyzing it, and then engine keeps on some pressure from the white side. And this is exactly what Anish is doing. Just very simple, but very effective play. Takes, and rook e8, rook e2 on the board. Tiny little advantage, but it's not so comfortable to be black here.
Peter, it's so tiny in these Petrovs that for me, I just feel that it's just, white will push a little bit, but if I had to predict, I think this game is going to end in a draw, and this is a match where we're going to get a playoff. I just can't imagine white actually managing to convert these positions. Yes, like you mentioned, these nagging edges are there, but I think Shak will keep this under control. Meanwhile, a little bit of action on the Magnus board, because Jorden managed to get e5 in, and it did sacrifice the pawn for just a move, but of course black regains it. Peter, let's just take a look at this little center skirmish we saw.
Yeah, b3 castles, bishop b2, rook e8. This is the point, that whenever you play something like this knight c6, you have to know the follow-up, yeah? But otherwise, you just can't place the knight on c6 and then play slow chess. It's not how things work in chess. Knight bd2, and Jorden immediately goes for e5. So he had a very concrete idea. We see at his time management, yeah, he's almost 60 minutes on his clock. Takes, knight g4 is the point. He's jumping to knight g4, targeting the pawn on e5. Of course, white can't protect the pawn with f4 because of knight e3, but one really has the feeling that, okay, after all, white should be able somehow to use the momentum, but black is threatening to take knight takes e5 and get a tempo by threatening knight f3 check, and then the bishop on b2 will be vulnerable, and it would be, of course, a fantastic trade for black to get white's dark square bishop.
All right.
So the big question is, can Magnus, for example, play the move c4? Yeah, that would be a very natural move here. Let's put it on the board. And okay, what would be black's reaction after c4?
if you take knight takes e5, you just want to capture on d5.
Yes, then I'm willing to allow knight f3 because I want a very big important pawn in the center.
Fair enough. And what if after c4, I block that bishop on b2 with d4? Are you going to jump back with knight f3 and start putting pressure on the d4 pawn?
Yeah, exactly. This is what I wanted to do. Knight f3, you have to play c5, and then
I will play c5.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking to go b4 here.
But Peter, this kind of a position after knight takes e5, and you probably take knight takes e5, right?
Well, knight e5 or b takes c5. I mean, I have these options. It's looking quite nice for white, in my opinion. But Magnus opted for knight f3. It's also a possibility.
He perhaps didn't like this d4 idea, blocking the bishop, so he goes knight f3, and now black can just pick up the e5 pawn.
Well, but actually, if you pick up everything, then there will be some problems with c4. There is a pin. Yeah, if we trade everything, we might be seeing this. Yeah, takes. There is c4.
c4, d4. Do you continue with the pin with e3?
There is also f4. I mean, there are so many moves that needs to be calculated. It's a very direct position, very concrete.
All right, well, c4 you're mentioning here, maybe white is having a think about that. Black will have the option to go d4 there as well. We'll see the line that Magnus decides, Peter, but let's just continue a little bit and take a look at some of the other boards.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention after c4, that it looks like black can counter it nicely with bishop g4, hitting the e2 pawn, but there is queen d4 double attack. I mean, this might be very, very important, hitting both pieces, but Magnus opts for e4. Yeah, that was the other option, like e4, if d4, then c3, and okay, you isolate this pawn. I'm just not understanding what Jorden has in mind.
I think after e4, d4, c3, if he starts pushing d3, this pawn is going to get really weak. Let's just have some arrows, Peter. If e4, d4, c3, c5 is an option, but then you get this weak d4 pawn forever, and white can always start putting pressure on it. Plus, not to mention ideas like f4, e5 eventually. So a full control on the board. And if after c3, black was to push the d pawn further, if we just back up after e4, then if you go d3, then maybe rook e1 follows and rook e3 coming in, and the pawn is just so vulnerable for black. So big question, big moment for black, how he wants to respond. What did he have in mind for Magnus's e4? Peter, let's take a look at Duda and Liem while Jorden takes a think here.
Wow, this is again a Benoni. Yeah, now it's a reverse Benoni, but very, very sharp structure. And usually this knight on a4 is a dubious, I mean, knight on a4 or knight on a5, it depends on from which side we are looking at this Benoni. But now with the pawn on a5, actually, there is this c5 idea targeting the b6 square. Yeah, this is a completely new dynamic to the position. I'm intuitively, and also combined with knight e5, it feels to me like this is maybe very, very dangerous now for black. Bishop d7 had to be kind of played. Yeah, bishop d7, very nice move because it stops knight e5, targeting the knight on a4.
Now after knight e5, you'll just trade and pick up the other knight as well.
Yes. So
and you can't even take knight d4. Let's just point out, because of the same threat, that knight d4, knight takes d4, bishop d4 also runs into bishop a4, winning the piece. Bishop takes f6, bishop f6 will win the rook on a1.
Yes. Yeah, this is ending badly. So the big question is, after bishop d7, yeah, we know that we can't play knight e5, we can't take the pawn. Okay, we can't. But we have this idea eventually to go for c5, and then this knight b6 idea as well. The big question is, do we have to hurry, or do we have time to, for example, play a move like d3? Yeah, because after all, nothing moves. Yeah, the pawn on d4 is vulnerable. Maybe if we have time, it would be preferable to push this d3 move. Maybe. Very complex. Let's see, how did we get here? Yeah, it's knight f3, d5, c4, e6, b3. So again, this hybrid stuff, but now Jan-Krzysztof uses this moment and goes for g3. Castles, bishop g2. We are getting this double fianchetto position, a5, knight c3, c6, castles, d4, knight a4, c5. This is how we, yeah, but this is very tricky position. This is very, very tricky position. Yeah, and white plays a3. Yeah, that's the other very natural move.
All right, so you stop this jump of knight b4 at any point, coming into d3, attacking that a4 knight as well, taking away the b4 square. But knight d4 is still not a threat. So black can also continue making developing moves here. Like maybe rook e8, bishop f8, try to get e5 in. Do you think black has enough time to try and do that?
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, it's in general, it's a very nice plan. Yeah, it would be lovely if you could get this and get e5 in. But I'm somehow skeptical, yeah, that after rook e8, there should come the moment when we will be able to play somehow with this c5. Maybe we are not in any hurry. Maybe we can just first play rook c1.
And this is what I was actually trying to think this, because now bishop f8, maybe you can take on d4.
Maybe, but I actually would prefer not to. But yeah, let's take a look.
Knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4, bishop a3 though.
Yeah, but also you can take this. I mean, even this isn't so clear to me because I'm not happy taking on f6. I mean, queen f6, b takes
He's
a4.
gone for it, Peter. That's the plan that Liem chooses to go for. He's gone for rook e8. So I'm
yeah, he has no other. But I mean, I just want to highlight that. Okay, some bishop c5. I mean, the dark squares, I don't care. I don't count the pawns. I look at the position, and it feels that black should be perfectly fine here. No, this we will not do. I mean, if I go rook c1 and you play bishop f8, I will follow with my plan with c5.
And try and get that knight onto b6.
Yes, I want to. Of course, it's very sharp. You go e5, I go knight b6, you go something like rook b8. And I can take the bishop or I can try to go b4. I mean, it shows that the position is on fire and anything can happen. It's a very complex.
But then if you want to get c5, why are you even playing rook c1? Why not go c5 immediately in the position?
Well, that's a question I'm also asking myself for all the time. But somehow, because Duda played the move a3, I feel like he wants to, he does not want to prepare c5 immediately. He wanted to stop some knight before or something. That's because to me c5 was the move that was a question before ac already. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a rich middle game, Peter. We'll come back to it. Let's go back to the Magnus Jorden board because we have some decisions there. E4. Let's go back to the moment when e4 was played by the world champion. Jorden responded with d4 as we were expecting. And then Magnus continued putting the pressure. We were discussing this position. And exactly as we thought, trades on d4. The queen comes up, trying to double up on the d file, putting pressure. Jorden moves the rook to a better square. And now after rook d1, I don't really see a good way to defend this pawn on d4 anymore.
Yeah, he will probably just give it. The big question is, does he include bishop g4? Maybe bishop g4 runs into queen takes d4. That could be, but even that's not clear. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe bishop g4 just f3, yeah? Just to highlight, yeah, that is bishop g4, queen takes d4, bishop takes d1, queen takes c5, rook c8 feels a bit, but maybe we have a move like, I don't know, queen d5. Yeah, maybe it's fine, but I just don't want to be provoked. And in general, I believe that actually the idea of Jorden is that he systematically wants to give this pawn on d4. Yeah, he might be simply playing a move like bishop e6. Yeah, it's on the board. And says like, you know what, please take it. Takes, and I'm gonna go, I don't know, with rook c2 or rook ac8. And it reminds me of Caruana versus Carlsen in Vaikanze when Magnus was in trouble in some Catalan. And then he managed to sacrifice this pawn and he got exactly this type of endgame. And then he started pushing his pawns, relying on the c file. And he very confidently and very easily made a draw. Maybe that's the whole idea.
You know, Peter, every time you give these references, I've noticed, like I myself and chat included, we all just go crazy with how do you remember all of this? And it just comes into your mind in that moment. And it's just amazing to see that happen. How does that even happen?
Well, to be honest, I was just so impressed, with that game because I felt like, okay, Magnus is in a lot of trouble. And okay, Caruana Carlsen is always an incredible prestige duel. And then suddenly, Magnus went on to sacrifice this pawn, and then in this position, I mean, it's almost, people can check it out. I think it's very, very similar and very easily made a draw. Yeah, just very, very easily. And I feel that exactly the same spirit applies here.
This is incredible. And I feel you're not the only one who has a memory from that match and the way Black defends this, because I look at Magnus and get the same feeling that he totally understands why Jorden has given up this pawn. And yes, it's a free, healthy pawn, but because of the activities of the rooks, it's just not easy for White to do anything here.
Yeah, absolutely. And he goes bishop f1. It's a little bit strange move because usually one would expect, and the reason why I told you that I don't want to provoke any of this queen d4, because for example, in this endgame, we see this takes. It's an incredible nuance that with the pawn on f2, I can't do this rook d2 business that I would love to play, yeah? Rook c2, I'm gonna go rook a d1, and then I start coming with my king, yeah? This f3 pawn move helps me tremendously. Yeah, that's why I said that I don't want to provoke anything. I don't even want to calculate queen takes d4. And bishop e6 was the move that was very, very nice. You give the pawn immediately, and then you just rely on your compensation, on your activity. Wow, is Black actually winning the pawn back?
I was just thinking the same. I mean, rook is coming to c2. This rook a5 move is quite a stunner. Unexpected. Bishop b3 is a massive threat on the board. Let's say you defend it with a move like rook d3. Well, rook b4 might be the more active way to do it, but Black can anyway come in with rook c2.
Yeah, all these active threats. I mean, basically, I find it very, very hard to believe. But this is breaking news, because if Magnus is not winning or not getting any chances, then he has no way of, reaching the playoff. Then Prague actually just gets a 3-point lead.
He gets a massive lead. And, you look at Jorden, he's just so focused and he knows that he's so close. Look at him right now, Peter. He can feel the tension. He can feel the nerves. Very understandable when you're this close to winning against the world champion.
Yeah, and sometimes somehow I feel that, if you work with the champion, yeah, Jorden has been in Team Magnus for the world championship match, and then you beat your boss, so-called, yeah, then you feel like it was really worth it. I really learned a lot from this experience. There is also a lot of mind games involved, definitely, between the players.
Magnus not happy at all because he knows that he needs to win. He's got an extra pawn, but there is very little that he can do. And rook a5, we're often looking at ways to come onto the second rank, rook c2 moves like that. But then this side attack from a5, hitting that pawn on b3, that's definitely not something that Magnus is happy about.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it's very difficult to find the move, yeah, which keeps the game going. I mean, it's already an art to keep this position to continue. Wow. Okay, it looks like it's about to end in a draw.
Peter,
let's take a look.
I want to go to the Anish board. Yes, I've been keeping an eye out on this one. And Anish has managed to win a pawn. This is not something you expect out of a Petrov, right? An outcome like this.
Well, he won a pawn, but actually I'm loving Black's position. Look at this. This knight on e6, bishop f6, queen d6, pawn c6, d5. The pawn on d4 is a weakness. The rook on b2 is very, very active. I even find it hard to understand how we'll... okay, so the move c3 would be the move to stabilize things, right?
c3, or do you want to start with even knight g4, hitting that bishop? Because you can't take on d4, the rook on e8 is pinned.
Yes, okay, but knight g4, I would just move the bishop back to g7.
Someday I want to land onto e5. Well, he starts with c3. I was wondering about c3 at this moment. He starts with c3. This is nice as well. Getting rid of that very important rook on b2.
Yeah, but for example, after some trade on e2, like rook e2, queen e2, a move like c5 could open up things. Yeah, takes, c5, but then at least also d5 pawn becomes a bit vulnerable, but still it will be played. No, queen a3.
Queen a3.
Queen a3. Okay.
Queen a3, so it hits the c3 pawn, so there is a direct threat. And also watch out for knight f4 at some point.
Yeah, knight f4 and also some rook b8 business, yeah.
That is dirty business coming into b2.
I'm expecting that queen c2 is the move, so that after rook b8 we will... no, rook b1 is impossible because the c3 pawn is hanging.
Exactly.
Okay,
queen c2 on the board,
and
we might be seeing this. We might be seeing rook b8 idea, rook b2, which can't be met with rook b1.
Yes, so rook b8 will be played. I'm pretty sure about this. And what is the idea? Is queen c1 an idea? But I mean, we still have problems with the back rank. I mean, I find it hard to believe that a move like Queen C1 would stabilize things.
All right, Chalk is having a think whether to go rook b8 or not, but it turns out that despite being a pawn down, enough compensation, as you're pointing out. Peter, a strange pawn structure in the Duda Liem board. Take a look at that. And white has an extra pawn, but a4, a3, c5, d2. Once again, I feel that despite having the extra pawn, black should be fine here.
Wow, but actually it went along the lines we discussed. Yeah, very, very similar. So what did happen here? It happened rook e8, c5. Yeah, c5 was played. Rook b8. But okay, yeah, that was the point. Yeah, that white managed to get his pawn to c5 in this opposite colored bishop position. That's the big difference. Yeah, takes, bishop a4. So very similar what we looked. But now, thanks to this pawn on c5, black was not able to block this with bishop c5. Rook e d8, blocking white of going d4, of course. Yeah, very, very important. The move rook d8, taking control of the d file, and rook e3, queen d4 on the board. Yeah, the isolated c5 pawn, I mean, one doesn't have the feeling that white can have winning chances here. Rook
okay,
e3.
and a lot of time on the clock. I think this one also, Peter, potential playoff coming up on this one. Well, I'm going to love it. The more blitz we have, the more action, the more chess, the more fun the night gets.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and it could be also an incredible fun watching this because Duda is a monster. And the big question is, can someone actually stop Duda in a blitz playoff? Yeah, that's, I mean, if someone, then Liam is the guy because he's extremely good also in all these things. But let's take a look. So Magnus's game, well, I mean, just a very, very tiny little advantage thanks to the pawn on b5. Yeah, if the pawn would not be on b5, it would be a dead draw. Even this looks very, very drawish.
But he's going to push because it doesn't matter whether he draws or he loses, it's the same result. So he's going to play this one till the end.
Yes, he definitely will. I mean, he wants to activate the king at least first. Yeah, and there is a little dynamic. I mean, the position looks completely drawish, but if, for example, the king lands on d4, then you have bishop c4 taking some nice center squares. Maybe it leads nowhere, but in such positions when you have nothing, you have to go step by step. Yeah, you have to at least put pressure on the opponent. You should have the feeling that you have something to play for. Yeah, that's the most important.
And I'm being told that in chat before this game, will Magnus win game 4 was a 67% yes for Magnus and 32% that Jorden will take this match. Well, it is equal, but it's still sort of not over. Equal, but not over. And that was what we just saw right now was in this position, Magnus choosing his playlist. That's what he just did, Peter. I mean, the guy's got to win this game to force a playoff. But before he chooses his moves, he decides to choose his music. I wonder which playlist he's decided. Is it going to be ABBA again?
I don't know. I'm not sure if ABBA is the right music for this endgame. And if Magnus is already choosing the music, it means that he wants to get into this grind mode. Yeah, that he wants to, you know, that no matter what, I'm going to play 100 moves. Of course, it's a big question how you're going to keep on playing 100 moves here, but that's what he's signaling.
Peter, he could be signaling two things, and maybe we'll put a poll up on chat for this, and chat, you tell us which one of the two you think it is. One thing could be that I'm choosing my playlist because I want this to be a long game. I'm just getting started. So bring on the music. And apparently we have an update. It is the Backstreet Boys for the world champion. And it's I want it that way. That's what Magnus is saying with his playlist to Jorden, that, you know what, this is going to be an endgame grind and I want it that way. That could be signal one. Signal two could be he's just trying to stay awake.
Well, but I mean, choosing I want it that way, it really means that, yeah, I want to win it somehow. I don't know how. Yeah, the rook gets to c6, cutting off black's king off reaching the 6th rank. This little pawn on b5 still keeps dynamics. I mean, of course, black has all kinds of ideas, rook b7, and then try to go after the b5 pawn. But the problem is that actually black can never get rid of it. Yeah, for example, just to illustrate, rook b7, a move like king e3, bishop d7, white simply falls back with the rook to c5, and there is no way of getting rid of this b5 pawn. Black is never able to trade it with a6, and the king is approaching. Yeah, for example, king gets to c4, then already some ideas like bishop g2, bishop c6 might appear. Yeah, you cannot trade because then white will have a very strong pass pawn. White might have some king a4, king c4, king b4, king a5, king a6 ideas targeting the pawn on a7. I'm not just showing that there are scenarios how things can go wrong here.
Yeah, no, this is far from over. It's the most he's gotten in this entire game, and definitely looks like this is going to be a long one. And well, we keep saying that Magnus is a very universal player, and to be honest, I'm a little surprised by his music choice. It goes on to show that he also has a very universal music taste, from ABBA to Backstreet Boys. Just everything works for him. So Peter, we'll keep an eye out on this one and find out if Magnus is just trying to stay awake, or he is giving out the signal that he's in for a big fight.
Actually, I perfectly agree. This Backstreet Boys surprises me because Magnus was born in 1990, right? It's, middle of 90s and so on. Second part of 90s isn't exactly where, but maybe I don't know, but it's very surprising.
I think Backstreet Boys are a classic as well. So, that's, I love their music too. But yes, we do have an update that apparently now it's been changed. Listening to how much we've been sort of discussing his music taste, it's now Billy Joel and it's Captain Jack.
Yeah, well, Magnus, I'm very impressed by Magnus. I approve all his choices. Yeah. But okay, let's move on. Let's take a look. What is Shakhriyar doing? Is he getting enough? Or I'm not liking this, that I see that the d5 pawn got isolated. There is the tendency of eventually getting some pawn done endgame against Anish, and he's also an incredible master of this endgames when he has everything under control.
So Queen b3, so Anish saying you take the a pawn, I'll take the d5 pawn, and we'll do this a long grind as well. I want it that way is what Anish is saying to Shak on this one. And I really don't see a way for Black to avoid that endgame anymore, because if you don't trade, d5 falls anyway.
Yeah, it's somehow okay. One can argue that okay, those endgames are, yes, despite being pawn done, very, very drawish, yes, but those are 50-50. 50% chance for win, 50 for a draw. Practically speaking, very, very unpleasant. And also Shakhriyar done on the clock. Defending an unpleasant ending with pawn done with 3 minutes, very, very ugly spot.
Well, Nguyen in chat is suggesting that Magnus should switch to Eminem. But I just think Eminem music would be, I'm sure, I know for a fact that Magnus enjoys rap a lot, but I think Eminem would be just too distracting.
Yeah, it's a little bit too aggressive. Yeah, it's you have to follow the text and so on.
Yeah,
it's
and it's too violent in a position like this. You can't hurry, and I just feel that Eminem is suited for like another kind of position, not this one.
Yeah. I also somehow this endgame, and let's go back to this ending. It's something slow. Something that does not distract and gives you the feeling that okay, yeah, let's go, let's carry on. Let's play a very, very long game.
No, absolutely. And you see, but one thing's for sure, that he wants a long game in this one, and he's ready, because this b5 a7 structure that we have on the queen side is giving him a lot of hope. Peter, we'll come back to this position. We haven't had a look on our board with Liem and Duda for a while. So let's go back to that one.
Yeah, I think we are already mentally preparing there for an incredible blitz playoff. Yeah, that's why we ignore the action. The position really has the tendency of somehow liquidating into some completely drawish opposite colored bishop position. Rook dc8. Yeah, Black has this terrible weakness on b7, which White eyes with his bishop, but White also has problems with the c5 pawn, which Black is eyeing with all his forces. Very nice little touch. Bishop f3. He just wants to go king g2 next and show me the money. Yeah, where you gonna move with your pieces?
I mean, the rook b8 is tied down to the defense of the b7 pawn. It's not going anywhere. You never want to trade queen b6. After c takes b6, that b6 pawn can become a bit of a menace. It's kind of hard to come up with a move. The rook on c8 defends the queen on c7. Is he going to follow the same strategy and make a move like king g7, bring up the bishop, play it a bit slow?
Yeah, exactly. I think that now it's, yeah, h5, it's also exactly going along the same direction that, okay, I'm just going to block it. I'm going to go bishop e7, activate my bishop, go king g7, and I'm looking at you, yeah, because you have the weakness on c5 also. White can't move at all. I mean, bishop e7 would be so natural. Because if after we move, yeah, bishop e7 on the board, we move king g7, then if white falls back with the queen to b2, we always have bishop f6. Yeah, that would be always a lovely reaction.
So, Peter, are we going to predict a playoff in this match?
Yes.
Okay, let's do a prediction round. So this one is a playoff. Let's go on to our other board, which is the Anish Shak board.
Yes. No, I think that here, I think here we won't see a tiebreak. I mean, here Anish will convert this.
All right, so hot take by Peter there, which we get very rarely. He does say that Anish will convert this. He does have an extra pawn, but currently the move rook a4 puts pressure on d4, Peter. Are you going to pick up the bishop on f6 and then go d5?
Well, I definitely going to pick up the bishop, and after I start to think, yeah, I don't know if I will play d5 because maybe I don't want to push d5, but I have faith in Anish, yeah? And Anish goes knight c3, so he wants to protect everything with knight e2, keep as many pieces as possible. Okay, very interesting approach. I'm believing in Anish here.
So interesting approach, and you're sticking with your prediction?
I'm sticking with it, yeah.
Okay, fine. So guys, we're not going to see a playoff in this one according to Peter. Rook c4, he probably has to go back knight e2, and after rook c2 hitting that knight again,
then I'm gonna go king f1, yeah, just simply king f1.
Just king f1, keeping things under control. All right, let's bring up our third game, which is on, and wow, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't say that I'm as confident as in the previous game that we will reach a blitz playoff, but I actually have to say that there is a big but. I feel that Magnus is doing progress, and this pawn should not prematurely go to f6 too early, because then if black gets active with his king to g5, the f6 pawn will be forever weak. But there is some scenario. I mean, you can combine your king position. Yeah, for example, if king is already on e3 and you are able to go f6 check, then after king a6, you can make a move like king f4, and then black's king gets into some mating net on h6, yeah? And if after f6 he's forced to the back rank, he's also getting checkmated. So, and if you have to play a move f6, that's already some kind of an achievement. Okay, Magnus is pushing.
All right, Peter, no is pushing, no shoulds and woulds and ifs and buts. Will we have a playoff in this is what the world wants to know.
Well, it's still a little bit too early to call.
You know, I have a feeling that if it wasn't for Magnus, if it was any other player, you would say, no, Jorden is taking it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I also don't know exactly what I'm rooting for and how. Of course, I want Magnus to stay alive in the company. I mean, of course, even if he does not get to blitz playoff, he still has all the chances in the tournament. But still, I feel that it would be nice for the tournament if he manages to win this and gets to get to a playoff. But I also know that, I mean, for Jorden, it would mean so much, yeah, to win this match against Magnus. And when do you get a chance to beat Magnus in a match? Yeah, so I'm in this regard, I'm also very much rooting for Jorden to make this incredible achievement. That's why I find it so hard to understand whom I'm really rooting for.
Wow, there's no getting an answer from you, is there?
No, not in this position yet. I mean, okay, when we get clarity, I might change my mind, but for the moment, not.
All right, Chad, I tried. Okay, so f6 played, which fixes the pawn on f5. So potentially moves like rook c5, hitting that pawn is possible, but f6 as well can be a weakness, especially because white's rook is on the 6th rank. Do you approve of this move, the fact that it stops white from going f6?
Yeah, white had to be stopped going f6, and black is somehow trying to get his king to e7, yeah, which would kick the rook away from d6, still keeping an eye on f6 pawn, and if king reaches to e7 and the bishop is controlling the a6 square and white rook has to fall back, yeah, Magnus tries to activate his rook. He tries to go for some rook h8 ideas, but I still don't see it happen.
I think one of your predictions is on point. By the way, just a quick update that I think the Duda Liem board, we have an opposite color bishop, and even the white pawns are stuck on the dark square. This is going nowhere, and this is ending in a draw.
Yeah, this is completely dead draw. And what is Anish? So that's my second prediction. I mean, he got a pawn to d7. He has
But
some.
that can be vulnerable, right? You're threatening knight c3 or knight d4, knight c6,
And
or
he
knight
even
e5,
goes,
knight c6.
he goes knight e5 immediately. So Shakhriyar is trying to set up some battery with knight b7, knight d8, and tries to get the king near the pawn.
But will you succeed? Because white will put knight c6 now,
Yes.
and now you go knight d8.
No, we don't have to go knight d8 yet. Yeah, we can still go king f8 as well.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say was that if you do go knight d8, then the other knight would jump on to d4 and c6. So it's still not very easy for black to get that king to e7.
Yes, but exactly. That's why I want to go king f8. And let's suppose you make a pass move, yeah? And then the difference would be that knight d8, knight d4,
knight d4.
No,
but then I take knight d8.
Ah, and there is a fork. Okay, beautiful.
Knight d8,
Yeah.
king e7, and knight c6.
Okay. Then there is intrigue. Yeah, I already blundered this little trick. So Shakhriyar goes bishop d8, blocking with the bishop, and he wants to come like this. Okay.
Well, that knight is going to d4 regardless. At some point, when you're threatening to attack that d7 pawn, the e2 knight will jump to d4. He can start with king f. But I'm just wondering, after king f3, is there a way for black to trick white? Not really.
Yeah, and there was also this other way, yeah, like knight f4 to stop the king on f6 like this, yeah, that nothing moves. I mean, basically nothing moves, and computer is showing that there is no way to progress in this position. I mean, humanly, it looks that it should be winning. It should be winning, yeah, king f6, and somehow we can't make progress. The king can't just very slowly somehow come. I mean, why can't we? Then black will start some counterplay.
And Peter, some great news for all of us. We're going to have more chess action because we have one playoff guaranteed, as Liem and Duda have drawn their game. So that one is going to be 2 blitz games. Now, Duda has had a fantastic run in the blitz. He beat Anish, he beat Shak, both 2-0, 2-0, just crushing performances. And can Liem stop Duda in the blitz section of the Oslo Esports Cup? We'll find out. But right now, Peter, the big question is that going to be the only playoff?
Yeah, well, now Anish is trying this king maneuver that I was mentioning. So black will definitely start some counterplay on the king side. That's what I'm expecting, because the king somehow can never get closer to the d7 pawn. I don't know. That is a big question. Like after this bishop d8, there was this other way that what you mentioned, knight ed4, and then just staying there, and black's king can never come closer. Yeah,
I liked it. I like this setup of knight d4 and knight c6. I felt like it's more coordinated and more paqueto and more cemented.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I'm guessing that somehow Anish was worried of some king f6, g5, and then start trading pawns. But maybe when you can play a move like f4, yeah, just totally block everything and nothing moves, and then start this very oops, sorry, not king d3, of course. I mean, this very slow maneuver with the king. And it looks like black is completely stuck. I'm not sure why Anish chose this knight f4 direction.
Okay, Peter, let's jump back to the Magnus game and see if there's been progress in that, because the rooks
no really intriguing progress. It seems like black is very comfortably making a draw now.
But I mean, it's the f pawn versus the a pawn, so it's
but black puts the bishop on c4, controls the f7 square, and he also starts pushing his own pawn.
So we might get some rook bishop versus rook marathon in this.
Well, that would be a dream scenario for Magnus. I'm honestly not seeing how to get there. Yeah, for example, bishop c4, what do you do? Okay, a5 played, rook a8. No, it's not going along the a4, king f4,
king b4 now.
Then maybe bishop d5. That's but I mean, okay, bishop d5 is also just nothing.
You
Nothing
can also
at
go
all.
after bishop d5. You can go maybe bishop c4 as well.
Yeah, well, it's just a complete draw. I mean, I just don't see any chances. Rook b8 played.
Can he go a3, or is white got a nasty threat with bishop d3? It's not
Well,
that nasty because you can still maybe go rook c5.
yeah, you can, but you also don't really want to stay pinned like this.
That's true.
But if it works, it works. Yeah, it's also possible. But there is something to calculate. Yeah, like for example, if king c5, I like this more. I mean, let's not calculate in such position at all.
Definitely the
Bishop
safer.
c4 next. Yeah, that's what we want.
A very impressive play by Jorden, you know, coming under pressure against Magnus is never easy in these positions, but he kept it under control.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, it wasn't so difficult. We were trying to put some intrigue into the position. Yeah, that it's not completely. Of course, it was very drawish, but yeah, I perfectly agree that okay, holding it against Magnus, even if it's drawish, it's a very nice achievement. Yeah, Magnus goes f6, but bishop comes to c4 anyway.
All right, Peter, this one's going to end in a draw. There's a big time scramble in the other one, Shak versus Anish. So let's go to that because there's still intrigue in that position.
Yeah, extremely, and both down to 10 seconds. This is, and king d4, yeah, white goes with the king, but it allows bishop b6 check, bishop takes f2. Shakhriyar, can he sacrifice the knight for the pawn?
But wait a second, king d5, bishop f2, knight where?
Knight d3, yeah, knight d3, and if bishop takes g3, then knight c5 would be interesting.
Okay, that's strange. King d3.
No, king d3 is a panic move. Now just bishop f2 and black starts to play for a win.
I mean, why king d3 and not king d5?
Now black will start to play for a win. He sacrifices, but okay, it's a draw, of course. Yeah, it's a draw, but yeah, now suddenly Anish cannot even pretend for something.
Wow, so Peter, that's a second playoff you might be headed for.
Yeah, but it was not what I was announcing, no predicting.
But that's fine because I know that in your heart you wanted another playoff.
Yes, that's for sure. Yeah, that's for sure.
So it was a win-win. That prediction was a win-win. So bishop takes g3, knight d5 played, and black can go on to pick up the third pawn as well.
Yeah. No, but I also see somehow that why Anish is trying to play very fast. Yeah, also in the blitz, because whenever he gets down to 10 seconds on the clock, he's a little bit shaky. I mean, when you compare it with Duda, yeah, who is incredibly, I mean, of course, Duda is one of a kind, yeah, that he's able to play so extremely well with few seconds on the clock. Okay, now it's a dead draw, so the game is agreed.
And not just this one, the Magnus Jorden game has also ended in a draw. And that means that Jorden van Foreest beats the world champion, which means that Pragnananda has a massive lead in the event going into the last two games of the tournament for him. Take a look at the scoreboard, the leaderboard currently. Of course, Jan-Krzysztof Duda still has a game to play. We've got an interview, so let's rush over to Oslo.
Do you feel like you just played poorly today, or do you feel like you got really good play from Jorden against you?
Yeah, he played okay, but I mean, he just gave me a great position out of the opening in the second game. Admittedly, he fought well after that, especially after I went b4, which was insane. I should just have castled. So he found this g5 idea, which was nice, at least practically speaking, and then also this knight f4 idea, and after that it was not clear. And then I guess in the last two games he played very reasonably. I mean, the fourth game was an opening disaster, to be fair. I mean, I played a little bit too quickly, and then I realized after e5 I could just pretty much give up winning the game.
I mean, obviously the second game ends up being deciding today, but is it more frustrating or less frustrating that the deciding game is an oversight of a bishop?
I mean, doesn't really matter that much, but yeah, usually when I lose these matches, it's pretty avoidable. So But yeah, I don't know how even to explain that. I generally know how the pieces move, but with some notable exceptions.
Thank you for actually taking the time, Magnus, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
It's Magnus Carlsen who feels he could have avoided that one move in the second game, and I think obviously.
We might also hear it from Jorden, but yeah, Magnus with his thoughts, definitely disappointed with the way things went, but I think well played by Jorden.
Yeah,
and we
there
do
was.
have the winner of the match with us, so let's hear it from him.
Magnus, you win a match against the world champion. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel. I mean, it's just complete shock right now. I mean, didn't expect I would beat Magnus in a game, let alone in a match ever. So it's yeah, just complete shock right now. I have to, take in the feelings for now.
Can you describe that moment in your career, basically? You're 22. He is such a dominant player, and the way you're playing today.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was definitely very lucky. I was lost in, I think, 3 of the 4 games, but he has been feeling ill here, and he blundered a rook in 1 game. So, of course, you need a lot of luck to beat Magnus, but still, it's a major achievement in my career, and I would rate it very high. I have to think exactly where, but it's for sure up there somewhere.
And especially that game too, that you end up winning. Is that a game you will remember for the rest of your life?
Yeah, I think I'll remember all the games here for the rest of my life, but especially that one, because it felt I was just getting completely blown off the board there. All his pieces were flying at my king. I was down a full pawn, and suddenly I managed to find a little trick, and he started to think, and I started to think, oh, maybe I get some really vague chances, but I didn't really believe in it. And then suddenly he just hung his rook. I was so surprised. So yeah, that's just a crazy game.
Yeah. And David, you had so many compliments for Jorden's play here in the studio today. What is it that has impressed you the most?
Yeah, it's just that one move. You mentioned the word trick there, Jorden, and I was really praising it here in the studio, this one kind of sacrifice of your knight, and it kind of led eventually to that blunder from Magnus. Maybe you can talk us through it in this position. It looked like you were in big trouble.
Yeah, well, sure. I had no idea what to play here. I was looking for a way to complicate the game because his knight on g5 is stuck a bit, but I just didn't really see what to do because his knight is coming to c5, and I saw I could, I mean, it's a typical idea in the Sicilian defense to sacrifice a knight and you get a square in return, and this is basically sort of a Sicilian reversed. So I had this idea in mind that sometimes I can sacrifice the knight and I can get this outpost on d4. So that was basically the idea. Of course, I didn't really believe in it, as it does give up a full knight, and it doesn't really work as it turns out objectively, but it was, I think, a very good practical try by me, and it got him confused at least.
And that led to the blunder, as you mentioned, in this position. How shocked were you when he did kind of put his rook on this square and forget about the bishop?
Well, my first thought was I must have missed something, but then immediately I figured he just missed I can take the rook, because it actually took me some time as well to see that I can take the rook. Like when he was thinking, I thought like maybe he has rook a2 winning the game, but then it's like, oh no, I have this bishop on g8 all the way and it can take the rook. So yeah, just pure shock and surprise for sure.
Did you see his reaction immediately when he realized you could take his rook?
No, I saw it on the internet later, because it's very hard to see the opponent's face because the monitors are quite big. So I just heard him, I don't know, maybe some noises, but I didn't really see his face.
Yeah, we saw your reaction, and that was his reaction when he made that blunder. We know you're working here with Johann Sebastian. That seems to be working very well for you. How are you doing here in Oslo?
Yeah, we're having a fantastic time here. We had a lunch with a couple of friends, for example, today, and we're sightseeing in the city a little bit, and of course preparing for the games mostly, but it's just a very nice time we're having here, and of course when the chess goes well, everything's especially good. But I've wanted to come to Oslo for a long time. I wanted to go actually 2 years ago, but then COVID came, so I couldn't come. But now finally I'm here, and it's, I think, the best time to arrive.
And with this win, 3 points, you're definitely climbing on the standings in the Oslo Esports Cup. How do you feel about now the 2 final days in the tournament?
I have zero expectations, but I had zero expectations coming here. I was happy if I would win 1 match, and let alone I already won 3 matches, I think. So it's been going very well, but everyone is so tough here. I cannot expect anything, but I just hope to play some fun chess, and that's about it, I think.
2 match wins in a row, one of them against Magnus Carlsen and Giri yesterday. Tomorrow, Mamedyarov. You guys are so entertaining. What should we expect when you guys clash tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope for some entertainment. I don't have the best of scores against Mamedyarov, but I guess I don't have a good score against almost anyone here. So, I just hope we provide some entertainment, hopefully some fun chess, and that's, I think, the best we can hope for. And we'll see who wins, but it's going to be fun for sure.
Definitely. We're looking forward to it. Jorden, so much congratulations on your big win today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
Bye.
for joining us. All right. Yeah.
Very happy Jorden, and he should be, because beating Magnus in one game is one thing, but beating the world champion in a match, very, very tough. And that's what he's done today and climbed up the leaderboard. But I think it all comes down to that moment of Rook A2 that we saw. We saw Magnus's reaction there, and that game could have just changed the narrative of the entire match.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, when we look back, then Magnus lost exactly the game which he should have won. Yeah, and afterwards, he didn't really get, this last game, I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, Magnus was saying that he missed this e5 trick in the opening. Yeah, and after that, he didn't really believe in his chances. I'm a little bit puzzled with this. It also means, that because he knows Jorden, so he probably knows that, this e5 is some computer idea, that Jorden checked with the computer. Maybe that's why he didn't believe, because when we discussed the position, one did not get the feeling that White is unable to pose any problems. Yeah, it might be, that your opponent, and that he always plays something like this with a lot of analysis, and you believe your opponent.
And it was funny how Jorden said, and I think this happens a lot, that usually when a player would play Rook A2, the first thought would be, wow, he's blundered. But when you're playing against Magnus, the first thought is, I've missed something. I thought that was pretty insightful. Peter, we've got about 4 minutes to lift off, and I'm going to pull up chat, and I think we'll spend some time with them because big games coming up. And chat, this is your moment. I'm going to do it without even consulting Peter on this. I'm doing an APA, which Peter stands for. Peter, guess what APA stands for?
No, I don't know.
It stands for Ask Peter Anything.
Okay.
So chat, I'm going to open up for questions. We've got some time before liftoff, while Peter and I discuss all the upcoming action, which is 2 Blitz playoffs. So 2 big games, 2 big matches will be decided in the Blitz portion. And if not, then an Armageddon. But if you have a question for Peter, I've got chat in front of me, so definitely send your questions here. Peter, meanwhile, let's take a look at our scoreboard and see and talk about the action that's coming up. And there we are, the 2 matches that are headed for playoffs, Leko Liem versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The first 2 games were decisive, and the final 2 games ended in a draw, and that was 2-2. Duda has been a complete monster. And Peter, would you agree that makes him a monster in the Blitz portion? Do you think that would make him a favorite, just simply having the experience of playing a playoff in this event? Would that make him a favorite over Liem in this match?
Well, basically, I would say Duda is probably a favorite against anyone here, a part of Magnus in a Blitz playoff. But Liem is incredibly, very, very well concentrated, very focused. Yeah, and I'm very curious to see how Duda will try to disbalance Liem. Yeah, because Liem is so incredibly, he has very good openings. Yeah, for example, the big question, will Duda now still repeat the Grunfeld? And if he repeats, will he finally get a normal playable Grunfeld position? Because he has always been under a lot of pressure from the black side. And this is the biggest question for me. If it gets to a very complicated position with few seconds on the clock for both sides, then of course Duda will become a favorite.
All right, we'll see what happens there. But before that, Peter, a few questions coming in. I'm just going to try and bring them up randomly. And Aaron is asking best player of all times. So really quick questions here. Who do you think is the best player of all time? Who is the GOAT according to the GOAT, who is Peter Leko?
Well, it's always very difficult to say some, because you have some personal favorites, and there are all these you have to compare players from different eras. Yeah. Of course, if you have to ask like this, I don't have a clear answer. I really don't have a clear answer. Of course, Garry Kasparov is one of the very first candidates, but then Bobby Fischer, then now Magnus Carlsen.
We'll
I mean,
go
there
with
are...
Gary. He was the first name that came to your mind. We'll go with Gary for this one then, Peter.
Okay.
Amritanshu is asking, who is going to be the candidate winner according to you?
Well, I think in candidates there are no favorites. Yeah, there are 8 incredible players, and anyone can. I mean, if someone feels that he's the favorite, I think he will definitely not win it. Yeah, I really feel like, you know, you have to just focus on the tournament. Don't think that you are the favorite. Then you have the biggest chance.
All right, and Eccentric Horse is asking, who is your favorite chess commentator other than yourself? Peter, I don't think you have an option but to take a certain name right now.
Really? I mean, who is it? I mean, of course, we are enjoying ourselves together very, very much. Yeah, we are a fantastic team. Yeah, I love commentating with you. Tanya, it's clear, it's fantastic.
Oh my
but
God,
I also have, you know,
not
some...
me. I can feel it. This is just a build up to say, but my favorite commentator.
Yes, I mean, I have to say, you know, that for me, there was some very big impression on both Danny King and Maurice Ashley when they started, you know, together commenting the PCA rapid events. Yeah, those were the events when suddenly all this commentary, I heard this commentary for the first time, and it was incredible. And of course, Yasser is also amazing. So I feel like, you know, there is so much energy, yeah, and it's so nice that everybody has his own style, and we are treated with incredible individuals.
Okay, I'm heartbroken, but whatever, Peter. All right, what is the next question? Let's bring up Peter. Are you doing a chessable course at some point?
Well,
and we have to keep an eye out for the matches, yeah, because I think they might be about to begin, but as soon as they are, we will jump to it. Peter, before we take that on, and there are a couple more questions which we have, if we have time chat, we're going to bring them up, but we see our arena, the players have taken their seats, a big moment here. And once more, I want to ask chat, because we've got 2 matches running, right? We've got Shak playing Shak against Liem. We've got Shak playing against, I'm losing my mind, Peter, remind me.
Well, Shak is playing against Anish, yeah, because
Shak against Anish and Liem against Duda. So, Peter, what we're going to do is, of course, if there's something exciting on a game, we jump to that. But chat, tell us which game you want us to focus on. Would it be the Shak Anish game or the Liem Duda game? But of course, if something drastic happens on any one of them, Peter and I will jump straight to that.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to decide. Yeah, it's very nice if we get some help from chat, because both are very interesting. Of course, I'm very curious about Duda if he keeps up his incredible dominance. But wow, and Anish Mamedyarov, I mean, basically they decided for us because they are the one who started the game first. But okay, we will be jumping, of course, and please keep an eye on the chat, Tanya, so that we know that where to jump.
They're also completely torn between the 2 options, Peter, but for now this is where the action's at, so we'll stick to this. Duda Shak, well, Duda Shak is not the match, so Duda and Shak, yes, we're going to keep jumping from one to another. And wow, Peter, what do you make of this opening approach?
Well, basically the opening approach is beautiful and it's fantastic because because white already has an advantage. No, it's the big question. How will black react after d4? Isn't white just getting a wonderful Maroczy structure? I mean, it looks to me like white is getting a dream. That's already something. So, okay, we have seen what happened here. We're going to see knight c3, then white will follow up with some bishop e2 castles, yeah, and enjoy the possession. So let's take a look at Liem versus Duda, and it's, yeah, no Grunfeld. It's a Queen's Indian, and a very, very special one, yeah, with a3, bishop b7, knight c6, knight e4, a sideline. So obviously Duda wants to avoid any kind of mainstream theory. Takes bishop f4 on the board. Bishop d6, very, very original. Very original. And bishop g3. This is also a very, very thematic way of, yeah, that opponent plays bishop d6. You want to, I mean, you are expecting bishop takes d6, c takes d6, and you want to keep the tension with bishop g3. No, please take on g3, and then we go ag and open the rook. We get some extra spies in the position. Bishop takes f3.
All right, so bishop takes f3. Peter, you take with the g pawn or you take with the e pawn?
Well, G, of
replies
course
with
with
the
the
G
G, of course with the G pawn, and we create some counterplay. But F5, yeah, very interesting play by Duda. He's setting to go F5, F4, and he's provoking white to go F4. Liem takes on D6 and goes F4.
This is a crazy pawn structure, right? With white having double the F pawn, black having double the D pawn, the G file is open. Definitely no short castle for white here. He's going to probably play, or maybe Peter, bishop G2 hinting at a short castle actually.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not obvious. Yeah, also black has to watch out for some D4. Oops, some D4, D5. Yeah, that's why knight E7, knight G6, knight H4. That's where the knight is heading.
And maybe white has to go H4, H5 at some point. That could be a plan. But if you have to do that, then you got to do it now.
Yes, maybe you have to. Yeah, H4, yeah, H4 on the board. Knight G6, H5.
Once the knight lands on H4, then that knight is just making life absolutely difficult for white. So I like this move H4. Rook C7. So also eyeing the idea of hitting the C4 pawn at some point.
Yeah, maybe it's some queen c8 idea, yeah, targeting the rook, because white is now having some trouble castling short with the pawn on h4. Yeah, this is not really an option, and this queen c8 move is also there, yeah, trying to go some d5 and use the pin along the c file. h5 on the board. It had to be played. And now it's all question, yeah, how will white protect the c4 pawn? Yeah, because it's hanging, and also d5, b5 ideas hang in the air. Not easy.
Peter, the chat has spoken. A lot of them want to jump to the Anish Shak matchup. So let's just quickly get an update on that and maybe make this a little bit of our focus for the next couple minutes.
Well, it actually looks like white has a wonderful position. I mean, clear advantage. Very nice positional pawn sacrifice with c5, yeah, damaging black's pawn structure. And it seems like it's white who will decide when and how to recapture this c5 pawn, yeah. White can, for example, just double on the c file, go bishop ac, and Shakhriyar says, no, I'm not going to wait for you till you decide. I'm going to give it back immediately. So is he planning c5, yeah, so that his bishop can be activated?
That's a nice move, c5, with the idea of bishop b7 and also taking care of that weakness. Well, white can double up on c file, right? Go rook c1 and put more pressure on the c5 pawn.
Well, it's a very unpleasant position for black. I mean, this pawn on c5 is kind of hanging. There are now all kinds of ideas. Also, I understand that maybe Anish, you know, you don't want to take bishop f6, but now there is a justification for taking, because if you might get some very strong attack, but your position is so good that you don't want to play a move like this. Yeah, rook fc1, positional approach. Targeting the pawn. Yeah, Shakhriyar now tries to jump out with bishop d7 and knight bishop b5.
That's a nice idea. So probably after knight takes c5, bishop b5 is possible immediately. And then that's in all those trades, it's not going to work out for white. But it's not clear, right? Knight takes c5, bishop b5, rook c3. Maybe
yeah,
bishop
but
takes c5. Maybe
but then bishop takes c5. Yeah, then bishop takes b5. I mean, but this is already too murky. It's too murky.
Peter, let's just quickly, because we have the live board, let's quickly show that line that if white takes the c5 pawn, it just doesn't work. Bishop b5 hitting the rook, wherever you go, bishop takes c5 next. And after bishop takes b5, you also have the intermediate move of bishop d4. Or maybe
well, you also have bishop takes f2 already as a minimum, yeah, and maybe maximum. I mean, it's very strong. No, of course.
It's very strong.
Yeah, white will never go for this, but that was the feeling what I had, that maybe instead of rook fc1, I would have tried to look at this bishop takes f6, but that's how you lose a blitz game. Yeah, you spend like 2 minutes deciding, do you take bishop f6 or not? Finally, you say, no, I don't like it. Why to complicate? You make another move, and now finally Anish takes anyway. Yeah, bishop f6, gf, and e5. Yeah, e5 is very much in the spirit. I mean, e5 and then open up the rook. Yeah, some queen h5, rook g4 ideas. Even if you push f5. There is still queen h5, rook g4 check, because fg4, queen h7 check, king f8, queen h8 would be checkmate. Yeah, so just immediately noticing some motifs which are very, very dangerous.
Peter, I think just in a couple of moves, we might not be able to leave this game again. Do you want to give us a quick update on the other board, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Liem? Because that position is also just super interesting.
Yeah, very interesting, dynamically dynamic equality, very hard to assess. Both kings are kind of unsecure. Black has the more active heavy pieces, but white has a very nice pawn chain, pawn center. So yes, it feels like it's dynamic equality. Both sides have their own trumps, but I don't know. I even can't say which side I would pick.
I mean, despite the king being in the center, stuck on e1, I just have a feeling that I would rather be black here. Yes, you have this beautiful pawn center, but I just think in a blitz game, you know, some ideas like queen a6 might come into play, hitting that a3 pawn, maybe. And look at this, he goes for b5, allowing the move c5 because there's a pin along the c file. But the moment you do that, the knight has such a beautiful square on d5.
Yeah, but still, I'm not liking it because, as you said, yeah, I would really love to use this position from black side, but these a6, b5 pawns are vulnerable. The pawn on c5 is now very well protected. Yeah, king d2 very well played, immediately solving the maybe king d2 was missed because yeah, d6 is stopped. Super, yeah, but okay, so he's also jumping to f6 with the knight.
I mean, white won't allow the knight to get to e4, regardless of what happens. So he does put the bishop on d3. At some point, he wants to get rook g1, Peter, and white might be the one who will take control of the g file.
Yeah, knight f6 now. So queen f3 is very tempting. Yeah, just to move like queen f3 definitely guarantees some advantage even in the end game after queen b7.
I love queen f3. After queen b7, I don't want to be playing that end game with black.
Exactly. Even maybe takes c6 is a possibility to break immediately, but even just very slowly in long terms with breaking some a4 maybe also is dangerous. Yeah, queen f3 on the board.
On the board. Wow. That's a strong move. Rook g1 ideas, putting the queen on a nice square. Queen b7, Peter, I don't think that's the kind of move that we expect from Duda. He just would hate to play that endgame. So if not queen f3, if not queen b7, what can black play here?
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, it's very, very difficult to say because, yeah, queen d8 is played. He's trying to get the queen to e7 maybe, supporting the king side.
And rook g1 might be a possibility now, but I think black wants to break with d6.
Yeah, he moves. Yeah, he sidesteps with the king. Yeah, maybe d6 is a move. Yeah, maybe d6. But even d6, cd6, queen d6, queen a8 check. You are still. You have to deal with.
It looks very scary. It looks very scary. And then king f7, queen b8, pinning that queen. Just so many things can be happening in that position. So I don't think he's prepared for d6 right now.
Yes, no, but I mean, what to do? Because not so easy to find harmony after all. This pawn on d7. Here's the coordination. Yeah, you can't connect the rooks. That's kind of a problem. Maybe now we have a very quick chance to jump on Anish's game to understand what is happening. But I'm feeling that this already black will survive.
Survive, Peter? I mean, Anish has 25 seconds. Who has to survive here?
Well, but I mean, in general, white is better. Yeah, white goes rook h6, puts pressure on f6 pawn. You can never play bishop d4 because I will sacrifice. But rook d8, yeah, this is very nice. Yeah, rook d8 is very
nice. And that rook is kind of stuck on the h file as well. I mean, it's going to be forever before you go queen h5 and start picking the pawns. Meanwhile,
yeah, Anish will play queen d3. Oh, yeah, queen. Okay, he just gives up the hope of winning. Yeah, he has very little time.
He has very little time. And I can see the eval bar likes white's position, but I think it's very tricky to play with just 20 seconds on the clock and your rook stuck on h6.
Yeah, no, it's basically clear that he doesn't have any winning intentions. Now he just wants to be safe. And maybe we can jump back to the other game because other game is now having more potential. I mean, both kings are in some danger.
So Duda did break through with d6, so managed to at least open up the position a little bit. And Peter, this is what I mean. I mean, the a3 pawn under fire, f6 knight is attacked currently, so it can't be picked up at the moment. But this could just go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now finally black has the coordination between the rooks. Yeah, this is very, very important. Of course, queen h4 is a nice move, touching the knight on f6. And Duda goes, what? With few seconds on the clock, he can calculate all these crazy things. Takes his queen h3. I can't believe this.
So rook queen f6, he's hitting the c1 rook. Peter, queen f6, queen c1, and then there's a perpetual. And if you go rook c8, he just wants to go knight g8.
Yeah, but it's still so hard to believe that this is possible.
It's an invitation. It's an invitation to draw city.
Well, but I don't know. Somehow I have very even this exchange sacrifice with queen f6, queen takes e1, queen takes e6. Is this draw? I mean, it looks super scary. But okay, white plays rook c6.
Because white's king is so safe on f3. You give a check on b2, and white goes to f3, and then there's no check.
Yeah, but exactly now after queen a2 check, we have to be careful. We have to play a move like bishop. Ah, no, then rook c2. Deadly trick. Yeah, queen a2, rook c2, and then the knight is hanging. So rook g6 played.
And after rook takes e6, there's queen a2 check. So watch out. Don't pick up that pawn on e6 just yet.
Yes, queen h1. Wow, queen h1. What a move.
Quick update, Peter. The other game has ended in a draw.
Yeah, that was kind of expected, knowing the clock situation. Yeah, and here now queen d5. And what is this?
You can't trade.
Wow, look at this. Queen h1, queen a1, and the dance is on. Rook g2. There is rook c5, d5 idea also. No, rook c5, kicking the queen.
Are you sure you're not scared about rook f2, king f2, knight g4?
No, then king g3. I have king g3.
Oh, you have king g3 and no
check.
But
Liem just picks up the pawn on a6. Can he do this?
Apparently he can. And b4 is a big blunder by Liem, by Duda.
Wow.
What are we missing here?
Well, rook c5 comes, and where is the queen going? And e6 is falling. Queen d7, bishop takes f5.
Queen a8,
possible.
Peter, queen a8, queen a8.
Queen a8, simply. No, queen a8, rook g8.
Rook g8. It's still rook g8.
No, I actually thought that bishop takes f5 was very strong. Rook b7. Okay, down to 3 seconds. Oh, I mean, even for Duda, this will be difficult. But for Liem, 2 seconds.
And rook b8 is a massive threat, picking up the queen. Knight f6,
That's
rook
it.
b8, game over.
That's it. Wow.
And for the first time in the Oslo Esports Cup, Jan-Krzysztof Duda loses a blitz game. Liem taking the lead in their blitz playoff. Duda has to win the next game to force an Armageddon. We might be getting an Armageddon for the first time in this event. Meanwhile, Anish and Shak had a peaceful first game. Peter, that was crazy chess at the end.
Yeah, I mean, with just few seconds on the clock to play a position without any safety. And in this regard, I feel like, White had an advantage because he had a very solid structure. So it was somehow more easy for White to find moves, yeah, than Black.
This is amazing stuff. Peter, we've got about 4 minutes to lift off. Do you wanna answer a couple more questions that chat has sent for you while we wait for liftoff? Or
yes, it's fine, but I mean, please don't ask me who is my favorite commentator, yeah, because I have simply too much respect for too many guys. Yeah, that's the problem.
No, I absolutely get it. I mean, even watching Peter Swidler commentate, it's just such a pleasure, right? It's just so. It's just amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, with Peter, I have a problem, yeah, because I don't look at him as a I know he's a fellow super GM with whom I played, all my life. I simply have him, as a player, yeah, as a world-class player, not as a commentator. Of course, he's brilliant as a commentator. Just in my mind, yeah, I see it like, from the classical, from the old times, yeah, when I was a player, and these guys were already like legendary commentators and so on. I have all those memories in mind.
Absolutely. No, it's a tough pick. Where Peter, everyone's saying you are their favorite commentator. So lots of that coming up in chat. Once again, because I think I've lost that bit where you guys had sent questions chat. So I'm sorry about that. But maybe you can send them again to me because it's sort of rolled up. And while we wait for that, a second game coming up for both these players. And I have to say that the Anish one definitely was a lot more peaceful than the action we saw in this one.
Yeah. Somehow, I mean, Anish got a wonderful position in the opening, and then he started hesitating. Yeah, it was like he didn't know what to do with the position because it was so nice. Yeah, his heart actually did not want to make a move. Yeah, if we just very quickly go back to this position. Yeah, here after knight a4, queen a7, he plays the move c5. Fantastic move, basically strategically winning the game. Rook c1, rook d8, queen e2. But it's a blitz game, and Shakhriyar immediately plays this c4. Very, very nice practical chance. Yeah, you have to sacrifice this pawn. Rook takes
Peter,
c4.
before,
c5.
1 second, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've got 2 minutes, and I really want to get some questions in. We will come back to this, but quick question. Do you like Spider-Man is what Jay wants to know.
Well, I used to like Spider-Man, yeah, but I mean, now it's not on my main agenda.
All right, so not on the main agenda. And Kevin wants to know, where are you commentating from, Peter? Are you in Hungary?
Yes, I'm at home in Szeged, yes.
Which is the biggest advice that helped your success?
Oof. I mean,
last one before we go to the games chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's too philosophical. I feel completely exhausted. You know, I don't feel sharp enough to answer such questions.
Matis is asking who's my favorite commentator. And I have to say that, you know, I enjoy working with, I think, everybody who I've worked with. It's been an absolute pleasure. But I think, Peter, doing this tour with you, especially during the whole pandemic and everything, it's just been so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from my side also, I mean, we are like an incredible team. It's such a pleasure. Yeah, always giving each other the energy and keep on going, all this excitement. It's a lot of fun. I mean,
fist bump, Peter. We got a fist bump to that.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, well, Shak is there on his board, and we've got liftoff. He starts with d4 and Anish knight f6. Is it going to be a Grunfeld?
Well, yes, again, the same Benoni, anti-Grunfeld Benoni structure. Exactly the same as the previous game.
All right, so they continue the theoretical discussion, and h3 played. Is this the deviation from their earlier game?
Yes, exactly. There it happened knight d2 and then e4, but nothing much really changes here. I'm expecting that Shakhriyar will anyway play the move knight. No, he goes bishop d. This is what he wants. He wants to set up this traditional Benoni structure. We also have liftoff in the other games, so let's just jump there to see what's in store for us there. So it's some kind of a symmetrical English, which is like a anti-Semita rush as well. It featured in yesterday's game between Magnus Carlsen and Prague. Bishop d6, knight f3, a6. I think this is a deviation. Prague played bishop e6, I believe. Bishop e2, bishop g4. h3, bishop h5. Let's not forget, yeah, Duda has to win this game. He has to win this game on demand.
And then we get an Armageddon. That's going to be fun. I mean, I'm rooting for the player who plays better, but you know what, Peter? I am all in for an Armageddon.
Yeah, we still haven't seen Armageddon in the tournament yet.
No, we haven't. And while this one, so knight h4, interesting approach there, offering a bishop trade and also eyeing that f5 square for the knight, which can get pretty tricky once white's knight lands on f5.
Yeah, usually if it comes from the Nimzo, yeah, with the reverse colors, then black is very happy because black has solved all his problems. Now the black is the white. And the big question is, yeah, that you are a little bit better, tiny bit better. However, black has a very solid position. Will it be? But okay, it's blitz. It's not a classical game where it's probably easier to hold such positions with black. In blitz, it's so easy. I mean, so important for white to have a position where you can play automatically from hand and put the pressure.
All right, knight e4 played, h4 knight hanging, knight f5 comes to mind, but he goes back with the knight to f3, so a different approach. Knight f5 would have probably run into queen f6, and God knows what's happening with that rook attacked and the knight attacked.
Exactly, yeah, there was this danger of running into, the bishop was not yet developed to b2, and knight f3 gives stability. Yeah, give one more move to white, bishop b2, and white will be super happy.
All right, well, let's see if white is able to get that stability. Let's go back to our beloved Benoni and see what's the progress made there, because right now, both players around 4 minutes. So not that big a time advantage. c4 played, Peter, and it always gets back to that point, right? It's a move that you want to make, but it forever gives up the d4 square. And black is looking to get his own knight to c5.
Yeah, but actually, hang on. I mean, this is now looking wonderful for black. I mean, why black isn't almost, you know, I would almost say like almost winning, because this is a Benoni that went horribly wrong for white. Just terrible.
All right, so what happens? Knight a4 played, and
yeah, but what b3? Why is Anish so nervous? Why b3? Why at all? Maybe it's a good move, but I mean, he could have actually taken a pawn. No, bishop a4, rook takes e4.
Peter, let's just have that on the analysis board. Let's just back up a few moves. We can see the live board on the corners. So let's just show that line that Anish could have potentially just picked up the e4 pawn.
Yeah, he could have just picked up a pawn. I don't know exactly what happened. Why is he so nervous? Why just not spend some time, take this pawn, and instead of course, what he's doing is interesting. Yeah, he wanted to sacrifice the pawn himself, but especially against Shakhriyar, why do you create some mess on the board? No, just don't do that.
And Shakhriyar loves a mess.
Yeah, now pawn on d6 is hanging, pawn on b3 is kind of a powerful pawn because you are having some counterplay with knight c2, but the pawn on d6 is the problem, and white actually solved his terrible knight's problem. Yeah, Anish might be now very, very upset with himself because, okay, why on earth he disbalanced the knight with b4 and then he let it come back?
But he's a minute down on the clock and he needs to kind of pace it up a little bit, but he knows that this is a critical moment. So he has to be very careful with all these threats. Peter, while Anish is having such a big thing, let's shift to the other board quickly and get an update on that. And just then Anish makes a move, queen c7.
Yeah, he played queen c7. Okay, yeah, it's a complicated position, but I do believe that white is now getting control here. And what is in the other board?
I like black's position here. I mean, look at those two beautiful knights. After knight e5, you can even think about going rook e5 with a rook lift and a big attack on the king side coming. Knight e5, rook e5 comes to mind. Knight e5, bishop e5 also equally really nice, but I think rook e5 could be super tricky to deal with. Knight c4 jumping in. Peter, I would take Liem's position any day of the week.
Well, actually, now it's a little bit unfortunate for white. Yeah, I don't really understand why white spent 2 tempi on a3 b4 because the part of weakening the c4 square, it didn't really do anything to the position. And for example, knight e5 also just because after all black needs to make a draw. Yeah, so knight e5, bishop e5 is maybe the most natural move. Yeah, just to play very, very classic. You don't need to attack or anything, but who knows? Yeah, knight e5, bishop e5 on the board.
And
queen
e2 played, and the eval bar does not like this move at all. Peter, can black just aim at setting up a battery, falling back with the bishop and going queen d6?
Yeah, but always you have knight f3 then returning. Yeah, there is basically no mate in the position. Yeah,
goes for queen f6. What's the idea? What's the plan behind queen f6?
Okay, it's just a move. I'm actually guessing that white will play rook c2, rook fc1. Yeah, it would be very natural to. I mean, rook c2 also protects the second rank, protects the bishop on b2.
Okay, Peter, this is a slow strategic fight. The other one is hot action because Anish we've had a few moves and wow, that's a lot of developments.
Yeah, after queen c7, bishop h2 happened, a5, e5, knight d5, e d6. And look at this, now the evaluation bar goes completely crazy. Saying that rook e1, queen e1.
No, rook e1, queen e1, you're losing the d6 pawn and the d3 bishop. No, d6.
No, I still don't exactly get it why computer is so. Yeah, queen c5. And just now everything is hanging. Yeah, the knight on c3, bishop on d3.
Knight d3 is a big threat. Knight c3 is a big threat.
Yeah, actually, maybe it's almost game over. Yeah, all of a sudden.
Wow, that's quite unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see a move.
Queen c5. All right, let's try and find something. What if you go knight e5? There's bishop takes e5.
Oh, but knight e5. Maybe knight e5 is the only move. Yeah, I basically otherwise we have to design. But knight e4.
Okay, that's a move, Peter. That's a move at least.
Yeah, but okay, you can just fall back with the queen to b6. Let's just not get provoked because this knight is not going anywhere.
And then you're hitting the b2 pawn as well.
Yeah, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn on b2, and actually everything works perfectly according to Anish's plan, what he played with BC night before. Yeah, this is an incredibly powerful construction now. Yeah, wow.
Oh, this would mean Anish very close to taking this match home.
Yeah,
Knight
very,
E4
very
played.
close.
He needs to be a little bit careful on the clock. So Queen C6.
Yeah, Queen C6. For some reason, he even felt like Queen C6 is stronger than Queen B6. He just does not want to give the chance to no, but Bishop C4 was possible. I'm not sure if it was possible, but yeah, he doesn't want to give even this chance to go Bishop C4. Completely crazy position. I mean, Shakhriyar in a lot of trouble. Let's just quickly jump to the other board. I see that. I mean, knowing that Liem only needs a draw with this knight on C4, it looks like it should be enough. But look at the computer evaluation, and computer says that, you know what, Black has this powerful knight on C4, but still White has chances.
But it's so hard to imagine that in a practical sense, because that knight on C4 just dominates White's position. I think Black's biggest problem here is the pawn on D5. It's a long-term weakness and can fall any moment. But I like this construction, knight C4, bishop G7, which made it impossible for the knight on D4 to move as long as the bishop was on B2. And this explains the last move. Bishop
yeah,
A1.
but now after bishop A1, White wants to play knight E2, trade the bishops, and then suddenly target the D5 pawn. Yeah, that's why Black jumps back with knight E5.
Repetition, Peter. Rook D2, knight C4, rook D3, knight E5. So he has to go rook C3. But wait, this draw is not going to be good enough. Liem goes for it.
Yeah, he has to go rook B3. Yeah, he has to put the rook away.
The only way to avoid a repetition.
Rook C8, and then somehow knight E2. He needs to move the knight to E2. And
move the knight to E2. But then you've got rook C2, queen C2, knight F3 ideas.
Exactly, you have, but I don't know exactly how much it gives you, but yeah, you have.
I'll take it. And apparently it's blunder time in Anish's game. What happened there?
Wow, I mean, okay, razor sharp stuff. I mean, knights anybody's game with the dark square bishop disappearing.
Anish was completely winning this, right?
I mean, it looked very promising. I mean, it looked wonderful. And now suddenly with the pawn on G6, White has bishop E5, knight E4, some queen D5 checks are also in the air. I don't know. This, yeah, bishop F5.
And is that queen D5 here? No, the bishop is hanging, the rook is hanging on B1 in the end.
Yeah, at the end it's hanging. But I mean, maybe just rook takes B2 is possible. Maybe just rook B2 is possible here.
And just want to tell the chat that line, queen D5, queen D5. If knight F6, you take the queen, then the bishop on F5 would have taken that rook on B1. And that's the line I was talking about. Instead, he just takes the simple rook takes B2 and gets rid of that pawn.
Yeah, because the point is that if you attack knight B4, it's then queen D4 and checkmate is coming, and bishop E4, queen E4. No,
do you have queen D4 here? No, queen D4.
Yeah, queen D4, F6.
You'll have to take on E4 at some point.
Yes, queen E4, queen D6, queen E8, queen F8, queen E6, queen F7. So that's not, but yeah, simply queen E4, queen D6, queen E8 check, and
queen
then
F8
queen
and
E5.
Queen E5, Peter.
Yes.
No, that wins. Queen E4, queen E8, queen F8, and now you go queen E5.
Exactly, and that wins. But this is what Shakhriyar has to find. He still has 50 seconds. He will find it.
He will find this. He has to find this. And if he finds it, then, oh, if this is, we don't get an Armageddon on this. They drew their first game, yeah?
Yes, yeah, first game was a draw. King F8 played out of frustration. Yeah, Anish has to run, but this one somehow looks lost. I mean, queen E5, bishop A3. I mean,
queen H8 is checkmate in 1.
Yeah, F6, queen E6. This looks hopeless. I mean,
and
powerful
ideas
pawn.
Of D7 on the board.
Yeah, just bishop takes F6 is also coming. Next move.
Bishop F6, you have to watch out for queen C1, queen F4. He goes queen B6, but now he can take on F6, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is what, yeah, now bishop F6 and it's just over.
Queen E7 and you go D7 and there's no stopping the D pawn.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, it's just a check. You go king H2, queen B8, and you go G3. Anish has resigned, which means Shakhriyar wins the match against Anish Giri. Peter, let's head back to the other tie break. instantly.
Well, actually, we didn't miss out on any action because they are regrouping, reshuffling the pieces. Yes, however, black managed to double the rooks on the c file. It's some achievement, but bishop a1, yeah, white needs to trade the bishop somehow.
Wow, amazing performance by Shak in that one. I'm just thinking, I mean, he was dead lost and he was busted at some point against Anish. I'm still reeling from the fact that we left that position saying that this is Anish's match. And 30 seconds later, everything's turned around.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, it seems like in these Benoni positions, yeah, anything can happen. Yeah, if it's a classical game, then it will have much more logical consequences. It's such a sharp position, yeah, easy to lose the control. Knight f6, because if knight d6, there would have been these tactics with knight takes b5.
All right, finally, that queen on e5 and the bishop on b2 was giving me a little bit of a fast heartbeat. I'm glad he moved the queen away from that diagonal. Rook e2 played. Keeps up the pressure on the e3 pawn. That's the weakness. Queen g3, so getting the queen active. But I don't know where this queen is headed. You can still make a move like bishop e5, hit the queen.
Yeah, it's like... I mean, moving around, keeping the tension, and both are done to 25 seconds. Usually, this is the moment when Duda is just outclassing his opponents. But I told you, if someone can match him, it's Liem. He's extremely good at this. F5.
Duda trying to create a mess on the board. He is trying to mess it up. And trying to mess it up in a good way.
Yeah, queen e4, I mean, just very, very sharp position. But I feel like black is now having a perfect position. Everything under control.
Oh my God, 10 seconds to Duda and 27 seconds to Liem. This is, and you know, the queens, well, now they're traded off. After queen e4, he has the option to dissolve that d5 weakness with d4. He goes rook e4 because the e3 pawn is weak as well. Bishop e5, bishop g3 is an idea that comes to mind. He activates the knight with knight b6 first.
Yeah, it looks like, okay, black is very, very solid. I mean, okay, now the h4 pawn is some kind of a weakness, yeah, that if white trades the bishops, yeah, knight f3, exactly, white needs to somehow target this h4 bishop, h4 pawn.
Which is why I wanted that bishop from e5 on g3, but now it's traded off. But a3 is such a glaring weakness, knight jumping to c4, picking up that pawn. Peter, I still like black's position here.
Yeah, of course, and white needs to win. Yeah, that's the big problem. I mean, black is dominating the position.
I mean, both the weaknesses: e3 hanging, a3 hanging, Liem, and the worst thing is that a draw is enough for black, and black's the only one who can push for a win here.
Yes, that's true.
This is bad news for Duda. Check.
Yeah, king h6. Yeah, rook d2.
Well, you can even go rook c2 and trade a pair of rooks if you want. He goes rook c1, rook f1. Ideas, watch out.
g4, I mean...
But you can take Peter, h3, king g3, that's knight f1.
F1 check,
F1,
yeah,
it's game
that's
over.
it.
It's game over, that's it. It's match over.
Yeah. Incredible performance by Liem. I mean, controlling the position, the board, the clock against Duda. It's fantastic performance.
This is just what an incredible play by Liem, especially Duda, who's such a monster in these blitz. He's won 2 big matches at the Oslo Esports Cup against Shakhriyar, against Anish Giri in the blitz portion. But this one was all a Liem show. 2-0 to Liem, and in the Shak Anish blitz playoff, it was 1.5 to half, with Shak taking that second blitz game, which looked like it was going to be a tough one. We've got our players with us. Let's head over to Oslo.
On your birthday, but happy birthday, and I hope you're able to take the positives from this as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's sad. It's very difficult actually to play in this day. Yeah, I think that Liem overall played better chess today, so he deserved a win. Yeah, I just think that blitz games were better by my standards. My play was better than rapid actually, but it wasn't enough. So yeah, that's life.
But now you have the experience. On your 25th birthday, you're gonna crush everything.
No, I'm not gonna play.
Thank you for taking the time, Jan-Krzysztof.
Thanks.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.
We're also here with the winner of this match, Liem. It's been a bouncy day for you. It's been some good games, some not so good games, but you finished up with some great blitz games.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to apologize to Jan for ruining his birthday, but once before I lost on my birthday, so I know that it's very painful and it's not easy to play on your birthday. Anyway, the match was really interesting, and I think I played so badly in the second and the third game, and after those two games, I thought I deserved to lose, because normally if you don't convert those chances, I was like +4, +5 each game, and I couldn't win, and I got only half a point out of these two games. So I thought if somehow I lost this match, it could be on me, on my fault. But somehow I didn't lose, and I managed to play some good games in Blitz, so very happy about that.
That's good. How do you look at the last 2 days? Now you're suddenly up there in the standings.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play good chess, and I'm not really looking into the standings. Prag won today, right? So he's leading again, and Magnus surprisingly lost. So, it's still a very, very interesting tournament, and anything can happen in the last 2 rounds. So I'm just gonna try to do my best and enjoy.
That sounds like a good plan. Thank you, Liem.
Thank you.
And I like that the man who beat Magnus says that Magnus surprisingly lost again today, because that's a vote of confidence here from our friend who's currently doing very, very well in this tournament. There was another Blitz game being played very recently as well here, Kaya, and Mamedyarov ended up taking.
So Peter, just everything to fight for with the way things have gone today, all the ups and downs and the unexpected results that we witnessed. We've got Shak with us, so we'll be right back after this interview.
Few days I played not so bad. I missed so many winning positions, but today I think I was a little bit lucky because some positions looks very bad. But okay, it was very nice, very good match, and thanks for Anish for this beautiful, very good match. Okay, of course, when you won, of course you are happy. I'm very happy because after 4 days I won again.
You play another player who won his match today, Jorden van Foreest, tomorrow. How do you look at that?
Okay, here is every match is not easy, and okay, he won today very good match against Magnus. Of course, it will be a great match. We will try.
Thank you, Shak.
Thank you very much.
We're so happy for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov winning his match.
Definitely a big relief for Shak, no? The way things went, he won that first one, then 4 tough days, and now finally in the tie breaks, doing it. Very often when we saw him on the camera as well, it looked like he was struggling for motivation in this event. So definitely the confidence boost he needs to try and do his best in the next two matches.
Yeah, and also now Anish feels very much betrayed, yeah, because he had so many chances after winning the very first game very easily with the black pieces. Afterwards, having wonderful positions, it will hunt him. Yeah, it will really hunt him. And like Shak said, he already had many opportunities in the tournament, and then he missed. He also knows how it feels, that when exactly you lose a match when you feel like you had your chances, and then you win a match when your opponent was stronger basically, or had the better chances. It kind of equals out at the end. Yeah, I'm kind of in this regard very happy for Shakhriyar that he managed to turn the tables, but of course feel very sorry for Anish, because he had such a dominant positions. It's just incredible.
No, it's been very tough in the tie breaks for Anish. Even when we look at his blitz against Jorden, that queen e4 slip that happened, which is not his fault at all. He intended to play knight e4 or queen h1, and it's so hard to come back from that. And that position in which that happened, only Anish is trying. And then today as well, this second match that was there, just a fantastic position, getting everything with the Benoni. And it looked like we switched games, thinking it's just going to be completely winning for him in just a couple of moves. It's been difficult for him to make this switch to the blitz portion.
Yes, somehow I don't know. To me it feels like he's a little bit too nervous. Yeah, he is not calm at all during these blitz games, and maybe that's why he has these moments. Yeah, when he misses some things. Yeah, it's not like he's in total control. Yeah, I somehow feel it. Now also talking about Duda, playing on your birthday, it's always very, very tough. Like Liam said, he knows that he has lost already on his birthday. I think we all know this feeling, how it feels, because everybody congratulates you. But you know that you have some very tough business to take care of, yeah. And if you just little bit lose your concentration because of all this happiness and all these happy moments, it can actually backfire heavily over the board in this incredible fight. And congratulations for Liam, and also incredible congratulations for Duda for being such a sportsman that immediately he claimed that actually Liam was better today. Yeah, he played better games. There were some moments when actually Duda pulled up the miracle to save that game with being piece done. Yeah, so incredible congratulations to both players.
That was a tremendous fight, and also a very big congratulations to Jorden for defeating the world champion. That's never an easy task, and with that, of course, our leaderboard just gets really, really fun. Let's bring that up. And this is where we stand. We've got only 2 matches remaining. And the youngest player in the field, the second lowest rated player, Erik Hansen being the lowest seed, then Prag, is leading with a clear 3-point lead. Pragnananda at 12, Magnus at 9, which means that if Magnus wants any chances at all at a shot at the championship, he needs to win tomorrow. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Liem, Jorden van Foreest, all at 8. Peter, this is just such a crazy end that we've set ourselves up for. Because between these top 5 players, anybody is fighting for that #1 spot at the Oslo Esports Cup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, nobody can feel safe. You know, I feel like we had so much action today that I almost forgot about Prag, yeah, because he already crushed so quickly, yeah. After 3 games, he already managed to win his match, and he is in wonderful position, leading there with 3 points. But it almost feels like it was yesterday, yeah. I mean, this boy is just such a sensation with this incredible energetic. Whenever he gets a chance, he just doesn't give his chance doesn't give his opponent any chance of coming back, yeah. He's so super impressive using his chances. Big congratulations to him, and yeah, let's see. I mean, he is very, very close of achieving his biggest success so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's really inching towards it in grand style. In just 3 games, the guy just refuses to play a 4th game in this event. And as you're mentioning, while the other players are halfway through their match, he's all wrapped up, done and dusted with his, and on the way to get some sushi probably. So some brilliant performance there by Prag. And we're going to be back, Peter, tomorrow for a very, very big day, because I think tomorrow's result, potentially, we would even know who the champion is. I mean, if some of the results go a certain way, we might have a winner 1 round to spare.
But actually, can we take a look at the pairings? Do we have the pairings up?
Let's do that. And this is where we are. Okay, Peter, let's just discuss this a little bit, because some really exciting matchups here. And I want to start with Magnus and Erik. We've got a clear favorite in this one. I mean, to win the match.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
And look at this. Prag is playing against Duda. So this is going to be a massive fight. I'm super excited about this.
Yeah, this is very, very important. I mean, for everyone, yeah, involved in the tournament, because if Prag wins, then he is in incredible position. But if Duda wins, then anything can happen. Yeah, then everybody has a chance. So all to play for.
So currently Prag is leading with 12 points. Magnus is at 9, and Duda is one of the players who are at 8 points. So if he's able to beat Prag, he actually really climbs up the leaderboard, and then will have a shot on the last day. Meanwhile, if Prag is able to wrap up his match tomorrow and it goes the way he wants and he wins it, Peter, it's going to be the biggest sensation. And we've also got Shark taking on Jorden. So one more, this is exciting as well. I mean, just all around. Look at all these 4 matchups. This is going to be a big, big day tomorrow.
Yeah, and also then Anish against Liem. Yeah, it's going to be super, super important, because Liem is very, very impressive. I mean, he has some fantastic games, also fantastic matches, and he also has a chance. Yeah, if, for example, Duda stops Prag and Liem wins his match, then he also has all the chances to still win the event. I mean, it's insane what we are into.
No, I mean, look at the standings. It's everything to fight for, everything to play for. A big day 6 coming up at the Oslo Esports Cup. It's going to be super fun, chat, and we're really looking forward to be on the ride along with all of you. A big shout out to everyone who was with us through today. And there's some really fun stuff going on Chess24. So if you guys are inspired after seeing all this chess happen here, head over to Chess24's Play Zone. And as I know that there are some very cool quests, and you can climb up the leaderboard and win some amazing prizes, including merch that's signed by Magnus, including chessable courses and many cool prizes. But this is what these are the kind of challenges that are there. You play a game with English, you get a point. You play the Catalan, well, a certain Grandmaster Srinath will be very happy to see this. You play the Catalan, you get 3 points. You play the Latvian Gambit, you score 2 points. So there are all these daily quests that we put out for you guys. So definitely complete them on the Play Zone. And with that, climb up the leaderboard and win some very cool prizes. Chat, it's been fantastic doing this with you guys today. Peter, this was so much fun. Do remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Leave us comments. Tell us what you think about the event. It's always super fun to read them. Peter and I will be back with tomorrow's action, and make sure you're there with us.
Yeah, but Tanya, I still have one name that I owe you. Of course, the modern classic, the modern legend in commentary, our Jan. Yeah, I just cannot believe that I have forgot to mention him, because okay, I mean, without Jan, the show business is just unimaginable at the moment. So greetings to Jan, and sorry for forgetting you.
Well, Peter, no one can ever forget Jan. I think his style is just so distinctive and so unique. He's absolutely brilliant. And guess what? We've got a banter blitz coming up with him. So definitely go check that out, chat, as well. Hope Jones is asking, can we do another round of questions with Leko tomorrow? We will make it happen. Peter, this has been super fun. Good night from us.
Bye-bye.